Leprosy, the living death. It's perhaps no surprise that societies in medieval times responded by treating its sufferers as the living dead, separated from the healthy, often given last rites at diagnosis, and consigned to communities of their own, never to be seen again. But beyond the grim ceremony and stigmatizing symbols lies a more complex reality. Medieval leper colonies were not mere prisons of horror. Within their gates, patients led organized lives not unlike those of monks or nuns. They followed daily prayer routines, cultivated gardens, and sustained a micro-society, bound by its own rules. Some even found spiritual meaning in their suffering, believing that somehow it brought them closer to God. Outsiders, too, oscillated between dread and piety, shunning lepers from everyday life, yet building hospitals for them, donating alms, and sometimes even venerating them as holy sufferers. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Leper colonies. In medieval times, Europe and the Near East being our focus. So if you'll join me over the next hour, we can step in and take a look into their daily lives. Welcome to the channel. Just a quick thank you to those supporting, keeping everything ad-free by becoming Patreon and YouTube members, also donating and checking out the merch store. All those links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you can't do that, give it a like, comment, and subscribe, and tell your friends about us. Anyway, that being said, let's begin. Leprosy was long known by even antiquity, but it became markedly more visible and prevalent in Europe during the Middle Ages. Modern biomedical studies suggest that Mycobacterium leprae, a bacterium causing true leprosy, may have been introduced to the Mediterranean world sometime around the time of Alexander the Great, so about the 4th century BCE, or even slightly later via trade routes and population movements. By the 4th and 6th centuries CE, sources report leprosy in the Eastern Roman, i.e. Byzantium, Empire. Indeed, one early epidemic of leprosy was noted in Constantinople during late antiquity. But it was in the High Middle Ages, roughly the 11th to the 13th centuries, that leprosy grew to pandemic proportions in Western Europe. Chroniclers and skeletons alike attest that by the 1100s and 1200s, the disease was widespread in many areas like France, England, and the Low Countries, and parts of Germany and Scandinavia. It afflicted rich and poor, peasant and noble. And of course, surely we all know that even a king like Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, who I'm a big fan of, ruled in the late 12th century while suffering from leprosy. Last time you called in sick to work, Well, alongside this rise in cases came with the development of institutional response. Prior to the medieval period, those with severe leprosy often survived on society's fringes as beggars or found ad hoc refuge in monasteries. Early Christian leaders had exhorted care for lepers. Famously, St. Basil of Caesarea in the 4th century, in Cappadocia, central Anatolia, established a charitable complex around 370 that included a house for lepers, perhaps the first dedicated leper asylum in the Christian world. Basil reportedly personally ministered to leprosy patients, and his friend, St. Gregory of Nazianzus, praised for this audacious project as a new city of mercy. But despite these precedents, for centuries care of lepers remained informal and frankly quite haphazard. But the true explosion of dedicated leper houses, often called leprosaria, Lazar houses, or leper hospitals, occurred around the 11th to 13th centuries. In Western Europe, the pious upsurge of the High Middle Ages, spurred by religious reform movements, crusades, and the spirit of charity, coincided with growing fears of leprosy's contagion. The result was the founding of numerous leprosaria, institutions that were part hospital, part monastery, And by the 1200s, virtually every major town in Western Europe had at least one leper house on the outskirts. Many smaller villages had one as well, or shared a regional refuge. Historians estimate that medieval England, for example, established 200 to 300 leper hospitals between the Norman Conquest, 1066, and the mid-14th century. France had an even denser network. By 1226, an official survey in France claimed over 2,000 leprosaria, though this figure may be exaggerated. Cities like Paris, Rouen, and others had gained multiple such hospices. Spain, the German lands, Italy, and Scandinavia likewise saw numerous leper houses founded in the 12th and 13th centuries. Several forces drove this phenomenon. First, the religious impulse. Care for lepers was framed as an act of supreme Christian charity, a way to get in God's good books. The New Testament recounts Christ healing lepers, and the ethos of imitatio Christi, imitating Christ, led many to minister to lepers as a path to grace. Wealthy nobles and merchants endowed leper hospitals as an act of piety to benefit their souls. The Church actively encouraged such foundations, of course. Notably, the Third Lateran Council of 1179, an assembly of Catholic bishops, issued Canon 23, which called for the proper organization of leper asylums. This decree acknowledged the leper communities forming across Christendom and directed that lepers should have their own churches, ceremonies, and clergy, so they could live apart but not deprived of spiritual service. In essence, the Church had sanctioned a separate but cared-for status for lepers, segregated from the healthy, yet to be provided for in the spirit of Christian charity. Now, secondly, there was a public health motive. While medieval people did not understand bacteriology, a couple of hundred years off from that, they observed that leprosy could be caught through close contact over time. The disease disfiguring nature and chronic course also made it especially feared. Municipal authorities and kings sometimes promoted leper houses as a way to remove the sick folk from the streets and minimize the risk or perhaps the panic of contagion. For example, some medieval town charters or laws stipulated that known lepers must live isolated outside the town walls. An early legal precedent comes from as far back as 643, when King Rothari of the Lombards included in his law code a provision banishing lepers from communities, one of the first such laws in the post-Roman Europe. Over time, many regions adapted their own laws to require lepers to live apart. The establishment of a leper colony conveniently allowed authorities to enforce these rules by providing a designated place for expulsion. And thirdly, there is the social order aspect. Leprosaria helped manage the social disruption caused by leprosy. A person with leprosy often could no longer fulfill normal roles in family or work life. Over years, they might become blind, lose the use of their hands and feet, and develop chronic ulcers. A leper house offered a form of custodial care. Food, shelter, and basic nursing, you had it all, and that relieved families and parishes of the burden, and prevented sick beggars from overwhelming the urban spaces. In many cases, families or communities saw sending someone to a leprosarium as both a prudent and merciful thing to do, a way to ensure the sufferer was looked after, albeit away from home. But it's important to note that not all societies rushed to segregate lepers to the same degree. The Eastern Roman territories and also the Islamic Near East at the time were generally less prolific in founding isolated leper colonies than Catholic Western Europe was. Now, why was this? Partly because there was a different medical and social tradition, and possibly because the incidence of leprosy, while present, never reached the extreme level seen as in, 13th century France or England, where it was reaching a pretty plague-level proportion at some points. But nevertheless, both the Byzantine world and the Islamic world did maintain institutions for leprosy sufferers, usually as special wards in hospitals or monasteries, rather than standalone colonies out on the fringe like the Western model. For example, in Constantinople, there was a long-established leprosarium called the Zotikos Leprosarium, named after Saint Zotikos, the 4th century saint who had devoted himself to caring for lepers. This asylum, located across the Golden Horn from the main city, functioned under the supervision of the church, and even received imperial patronage. Likewise, the great hospitals of the Islamic world often had sections for patients with chronic diseases like leprosy. As early as 707, the Umayyad Caliph al-Walid in Damascus founded what may have been the first Islamic hospital, reportedly including care for lepers who were given treatment and stipends to support their families. Over the centuries, cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Aleppo also provided for lepers, usually within a medical charity context rather than a monastic retreat. So whether in a European Lazar house or a Damascus Bimaristan, which is what they called their hospitals, the emergence of these institutions signaled a significant shift, and that was that society was moving from simply casting out lepers in fear to attempting to organize their own communities, part quarantine and part care center. By the high medieval period, the leper colony had become a familiar fixture on the outskirts of many settlements, typically a cluster of small buildings. You had a chapel, dormitories or huts, maybe an infirmary hall, with its own lands and sometimes high walls or fences, literally and symbolically demarcating the boundary between the world of the healthy and the world of the leper. Well, that's pretty much what we're dealing with in terms of what the colonies actually were. So let's look at a little bit under the hood. So for a person suspected of leprosy, the journey into one of these colonies usually began with a formal diagnosis and a probably heart-wrenching farewell to their old life. Medieval physicians and clerics took the diagnosis of leprosy very seriously, but also equally cautiously, because the declaration of leprosy carried such dire consequences. Examinations were often done by multiple experts. Medical texts from the era detail the telltale signs: skin lesions that are insensitive to pain, a hoarse nasal voice, collapse of the nose, thickened earlobes and facial skin, sometimes called leonine faces, and numb or deformed extremities. If an individual displayed severe signs in any of these areas, a panel might be convened. In some places, a council of physicians and surgeons, elsewhere a group of civic officials or even other lepers to pronounce the verdict. I suppose they could spot their own, right? Well, once judged as a leper, civil and religious authorities often collaborated to enact the ritual of separation. Surviving records of this ceremony reveal how literally medieval society viewed the leper's new status as a living corpse. In a typical rite, the leper heard a mass of the dead said on their behalf. Sometimes the person would lie in a grave or coffin during part of the ritual, or be sprinkled with dirt or ashes. The priest would then bless the leper's new garments and accoutrements. Traditionally, a coarse robe or mantle, often grey or black, sometimes marked with a badge. In some regions, a cross. In others, perhaps the St. Lazarus symbol or a special pattern. The leper was given a walking stick and the hand bell or wooden clapper that they must announce their presence from afar. An old French source instructs the newly diagnosed to always cry, "Unclean, unclean," which is probably extremely humiliating for them. They could have came up with something better than that. That's why it was better when you give them a bell to ring when nearing healthy folk. Now, this is a practice with biblical echoes. In the Bible, Levitical law required lepers to cry unclean as a warning. By medieval times, most people had moved on from that. The priest would typically set out a list of injunctions to the leper, which would be quite extensive. These typically forbade the person from certain acts, like entering towns or markets without permission, touching common wells or water sources, washing in streams used by others, or even walking on narrow footpaths where one might brush against a passer-by. The leper was often enjoined to stay within the confines of the leper house assigned to them, unless they were given special permission to leave. Medieval documents sometimes outlined these rules in pretty stark language. One medieval German ordinance from the 13th century directs that lepers, quote, shall live outside the towns in their own places. A French bylaw might specify that if a leper absolutely must come into town, for example to see a lawyer or attend church on a special feast, he or she must wear the distinct attire and keep a minimum distance, a spear's distance away, as one phrase went, from any healthy person. The underlying idea was to prevent physical contact and thereby hopefully prevent transmission of the disease, an early form of social distancing born of both medical logic and fearful stigma. Having been effectively buried and reborn into this new status, the leper was now a member of a quasi-religious community of outcasts. Many leprosaria required their entrants to take vows, similar to a monastic vow. Surviving charters and rules of leper hospitals indicate that residents often swore to live in chastity, to obey the house master, and not to wander away without license, paralleling the monastic vows of chastity, obedience, and stability. In England, for instance, the 12th century rule of a leper hospital at Bishopsgate in London stipulates that male and female inmates must live separately in segregated quarters and remain celibate. Any breach of chastity would be punished by expulsion. Some institutions only admitted one sex. There were all-male leper houses and all-female ones, while others had both, but they were strictly partitioned. Marriage was generally prohibited for those within a leprosarium, even if both spouses were leprous. Married couples who both contracted the disease sometimes entered the same house but were expected to live as basically brother and sister thereafter. No funny business. Well, after the emotionally charged separation ritual, the new leper might be escorted to the colony by family members or by a town official. Often the leprosarium was close enough to the town to reach in a short walk or horse ride, typically just outside the gates or a mile or two down the road. The location was chosen to be isolated, yet accessible for deliveries of food and visits by clergy or family, from a safe distance, of course. Many European leper hospitals sat along well-traveled roads, especially pilgrimage routes, where they could conveniently receive alms from travelers. The familiar sight of a little cluster of buildings bearing the name St. Lazarus, St. Mary Magdalene, St. James, or St. Giles became part of the landscape, and all of those, by the way, are associated with leprosy and caring for the sick, so suits. Crossing into the gates of the leper colony, the initiate was entering a new society with its own hierarchy and customs. Typically, a hospital master or warden stood at the top of the internal hierarchy. This might be a healthy cleric appointed to by the church, or in some cases, a leper elected from among patients. Some houses allowed leprous inmates to hold certain offices, though usually under oversight of a non-leprous clerk or prior. Supporting the master were often a few healthy attendants, maybe a lay nurse or two, a cook, and a chaplain priest who would conduct religious services. These healthy staff often lived on-site or nearby, performing tasks too difficult for patients and acting as liaisons to the outside world. The lepers themselves, sometimes called brethren and sisters of the hospital, might number anywhere from just a handful to dozens. Most leprosaria were relatively small, housing perhaps 5 to 20 patients on average. A few large foundations, often near cities, could have 50 or more. Archaeological excavations at the Leper Hospital of St. Mary Magdalene in Winchester, England, suggest that it accommodated a substantial community across several centuries. Its cemetery held hundreds of burials, indicating continuous use and a rotating population as older inmates died and new ones came. On the other hand, remote rural houses might only ever have a few residents at one time, especially if resources were scant. To be admitted, patients sometimes had to meet certain criteria beyond just having leprosy. Some hospitals insisted that the leper be from the local region or town. Others welcomed strangers and pilgrims. Many required that the entrant be poor, or at least willing to surrender any remaining property to the hospital's custody. Indeed, a legal side effect of being declared leprous was that one's property often legally transferred to the heirs of the leprosarium itself. In medieval law, a leper under the ban was effectively civilly dead, meaning they could not inherit or transact like they did before. In some cases, a person of means entering a leper house would sign over their lands to the institution, providing an endowment for their own care as well as others. There are records of minor nobles or widows doing so and living out their lives as sisters or brothers of Lazar House, with the comfort of having provided for the house's welfare. Thus, by the time a new resident settled into their cell or their bed, whatever we're going to call it, at the leprosarium, they had undergone quite a transformation. They had lost their old identity in the world, legally, socially, and even sartorially, wearing now the uniform of the leper. They gained a new identity as part of a different outcast community, which in many ways mimicked a kind of monastic life. This social death was traumatic, yet it was mitigated by the structured environment that would now surround them. So let's have a look inside the communities and see how these men and women organized their existence. Although leper colonies were born from isolation, life within them was far from chaotic or idle. It's quite the opposite. Most leprosaria were run on a strict daily schedule that blended routine medical care, religious observance, a bit of household work, and of course periods of rest. Contemporary accounts often liken leper hospitals to small monasteries, and that's for pretty good reason too. Many were founded or supervised by monastic orders. For instance, the Order of St. Augustine or the Benedictines, who imposed their customary discipline. They're not really known for being too relaxed, the Benedictines. But even though those weren't directly managed by monks, they often adopted monastic-style rules to regulate daily life. After all, everybody needs structure to keep them from falling apart. Bit of a leprosy joke there. Now, a typical day in a European leper hospital would begin pretty early, at dawn, around 6 a.m., with morning prayers in the chapel. Lepers often attended matins or mass each day. If the hospital had a resident chaplain, he would celebrate mass in the chapel for the lepers, who might sit or stand in a special area, sometimes separated by a screen from the altar if the priest was concerned about close contact, though many chaplains did directly serve their charges. In some places, if a priest could not be present daily, the lepers would gather and recite prayers or hear readings led by one of their own or a lay attendant. Prayer was a central pillar of life in the colony, not only for spiritual comfort, but also because many residents understood that their suffering was framed in religious terms. Well, after worship, the practical matters of the day commenced. Breakfast might be pretty modest, perhaps bread and ale or pottage. Pretty normal. They get the same thing non-lepers get. But one noteworthy aspect of many leper hospitals was that they tried to provide a relatively nutritious diet, on the theory that good food could slow the progression of the disease or at least sustain the strength of the patient. Medieval medical theory based on Galen's humoral model, considered leprosy a disease of imbalance, often thought to stem from excess black bile or phlegm causing corruption of flesh. Diet was the one way to counteract this that they knew. Surviving directives show that leper inmates were sometimes given extra portions of meat, fish, or dairy compared to what ordinary poor people might eat, in hopes of fortifying their bodies. I suppose that's a bit of a silver lining, I guess. If you got thrown into a leper colony, at least you'd be eating well. I'm sure it wasn't the same for everyone, though. For example, an English leper hospital's rule might specify fish 3 times a week, fresh bread daily, and wine or beer rations. And that's a pretty decent regimen by medieval standards. Archaeologists examining bones from leprosarium cemeteries indeed found evidence that many leper house residents had diets high in protein, suggesting institutional food was better than what you'd get as a beggar. After breakfast, some of the more able residents engaged in chores or work to keep the community going. A common sight in leprosaria was a garden or a small farm. Gardening was quite beneficial, it seems. It kept lepers active and outdoors, and it yielded produce too. Vegetables, herbs, maybe fruit trees to supplement the meals. We even have medieval accounts noting that fresh air and a clean environment were encouraged in these hospitals. Many leper houses had adjacent fields for grain or pasture for a milking cow, sheep, or perhaps chickens. Those among the lepers who still had use of their hands and sight might tend to these gardens, mend their own clothes, or help prepare simple foods. In larger hospitals, tasks would be divided. Some might help in the kitchen, some draw water from the well, and others would sweep up the chapel. Communal labor, as in a monastery, was seen as healthy for body and soul. Of course, advanced leprosy could leave people crippled, blind, or ulcer-ridden, so not everyone could contribute equally. Many were essentially full-time patients, resting in infirmary beds. But the ethos was pretty much that each should do whatever they can. Now, what about hygiene? Well, that was a challenge, but it was not neglected. Bathing and cleanliness were actually encouraged in many leper hospitals. Contrary to later myth, medieval people did wash when they could, and for lepers, keeping ulcers clean was vital. Some leprosaria had their own bathhouse, or at least a designated washing area. Warm baths were believed to soothe leprous lesions. In the Near East, where Islamic medical tradition was a bit more advanced, lepers might be sent periodically to soak in thermal baths if they were available. Sulfur springs, in particular, were considered to be therapeutic. One 8th century Arab governor in Syria who had leprosy built his residence near a hot sulfur spring on medical advice. Within Western leprosaria, baths might be given weekly or as needed, with attendants assisting those with disability. Laundry was also important. Soiled bandages and clothing had to be cleaned frequently. In some hospitals, nuns or lay sisters managed this laundering. In others, lepers themselves learned to wash their own linens in dedicated tubs. Medieval medical advice recommended keeping leprous wounds bandaged with clean linen and applying herbal salves, thus making and washing bandages would have been a constant task. Herbal gardens in leprosaria often grew plants like sage, rosemary, chamomile, mint, and aloe, herbs commonly used in balms for skin diseases. A recipe from a 14th century leech book, i.e. medical manual, for treating lepra calls for a paste of herbs mixed with animal fats to apply to lesions. It's likely that some hospitals would have followed similar practices, preparing simple remedies on site, doing what they could with what they had, I'm sure. Well, by late morning, leprosarium patients might receive visitors or deliveries from the outside world. Townsfolk would sometimes come by with a few charitable gifts, a bit of bread, ale, firewood, some old clothes, stuff like that. Many hospitals had an appointed almoner, or doorkeep, who would receive donations at the gate. In some cases, benefactors specifically endowed the house with regular supplies. For example, a local lord might grant the lepers a right to collect a measure of grain each harvest, or a guild in town might send cooked meals on certain feast days. Family members of the lepers might also visit, though direct close contact was usually avoided. There are a few accounts of loved ones coming to the leper house gate to converse through a small window or across a low wall, leaving parcels of food or tokens of affection for their estranged kin. The rules generally forbade lepers from freely roaming back to their old homes, but supervised visits at the colony were allowed, and I'm sure that they were quite emotionally charged too. In some leper hospitals, especially in later medieval centuries, not everyone inside was actually afflicted with leprosy. You see, as leprosy's overall prevalence began to decline in the 14th century, for reasons still debated, possibly due to changing strains of bacterium or competition from diseases like tuberculosis, which confer some cross-immunity, some leprosaria found themselves with extra space or fewer true leprosy cases. They sometimes admitted other chronically ill or poor individuals for shelter. For example, by the 15th century, English records show certain leper hospitals housing blind paupers, or those with other infirmities, essentially functioning as a general almshouse. This could lead to a mix of patients and perhaps some relaxation of the strictest isolation rules. However, in our focus period of roughly the 12th to 13th centuries, most residents did indeed have leprosy, or were strongly suspected of it. Midday would bring the main meal of the day. In keeping with the monastic practice, there would have been a reading of scripture or a saint's life during the meal, and a rule of silence as they ate in a refectory. Some leper houses explicitly modeled their dining customs on the rule of St. Benedict, meaning meals taken in silence or accompanied by pious readings, to avoid idle chatter and encourage spiritual reflection. The food, again, could be better than one might assume for a medieval sick poor. Accounts from a leper hospital in France in the 13th century list a few purchases: meat, fish, eggs, wine, and a few spices for the residents' consumption. Many houses had specific feast day indulgences. On church festivals, the lepers might get a bit of meat, if they normally abstained, or a cup of spiced wine, etc. The charity of benefactors often increased on holidays, meaning fuller tables at those times. Something to look forward to, I suppose. After lunch, there was likely a period of rest or light activity. In warmer climates, a siesta. In cooler, maybe sitting by the hearth. Lepers whose disease affected their nerves often suffered pain or itching in afternoons that might need wound dressings changed. If a physician or surgeon visited periodically, it might be in the afternoon where they would examine patients. However, full-time doctors at leprosaria were quite rare. Typically, the medical care fell to the resident staff, the priest or lay brother with basic knowledge. Occasionally, urban hospitals for lepers in big cities had an attending medical practitioner who came once a week. In Islamic lands, hospitals did have doctors on staff. So a leprosy ward in, say, the Mansouri Hospital of 13th century Cairo would receive learned physicians who could prescribe diet, ointments, and even try a few experimental treatments, like drinking snake venom, an actual remedy tried by some Arab physicians for leprosy aiming to counter poison with poison. But in a small European house, formal medicine was minimal. Care was largely palliative, cleaning wounds, easing pain with herbal potions, perhaps opium poppy or henbane for severe pain, and preventing secondary infections. Once again, like all the other doctors of the era, just doing the best they could. Afternoons might also be a time when the residents engaged in crafts or pastimes. Some lepers made small handicrafts, weaving baskets, carving wooden crosses, or sewing, both to pass time and sometimes to sell to visitors for a small income. There are accounts of lepers crafting little trinkets or religious tokens that sympathetic travelers would purchase as a way of giving alms. Reading and writing were probably limited to those already literate, which were a minority, but some leprosaria did have a few books for use in the chapel. It's intriguing to imagine a literate leper, perhaps copying a devotional text or composing a poem. Not impossible, though no famous literature from inside a leper house survives in Europe. In Islamic history, however, there was one notable figure, the poet Abu al-Ala al-Ma'ari in the 11th century. Hope I pronounced that one right. Though he wasn't a leper himself, he did write verses empathizing with lepers and other outcasts, and some pre-Islamic Arab poets like al-Harith ibn Khiliza were reputed to have leprosy and still performed their works, indicating that having leprosy did not wholly silence one's voice in all contexts. By late afternoon, attention would turn again to spiritual duties. Many leprosaria observed Vespers, the evening prayer service, and possibly Compline at nightfall. The chapel was truly the heart of the colony. It offered hope of salvation and a structured time to come together in worship, reinforcing solidarity and a sense of purpose beyond suffering. Some leper hospitals ingeniously designed their chapels with separation in mind. For example, a common arrangement was to have a screened porch or special window where outsiders could attend or observe Mass from the outside, while the lepers would sit inside, or perhaps vice versa. The lepers outside looking through a little squint hole called a leper squint, while the priest conducted Mass at the altar. The so-called leper squint was a small aperture, often in the wall of a church, allowing those outside, either lepers or other outcasts, to see the elevation of the Eucharist and participate spiritually without entering. Such architectural features survive in some medieval churches, though whether they were truly for lepers or perhaps anchorites is debatable, but they do show concern for those to accommodate those who could not mix with the general congregation. I mean, at least they had something. In any case, many leper hospitals had their own chapels to avoid the need for residents to travel to parish churches. As for nighttime in the leper colony, that was quiet. Curfews kept everyone inside the grounds. The gates might be locked by the porter. A skeleton crew of attendants would tend to the very ill, much like an infirmary at night, with low lantern light and perhaps the moans or coughs of patients echoing in the dark. Now you see, leprosy is not an acutely fatal disease. People could live with it for years or decades, but it was often accompanied by secondary illness, tuberculosis, infections, etc., and that could cause episodic fevers. When a leper was dying, they received the usual last rites. One hope for many was that though they did have a living funeral at diagnosis, as we mentioned, they would still receive a proper sacramental anointing at the end. Death in a leprosarium was sadly common, and the community developed its own rituals for that too. A small funeral, burial in the hospital's own graveyard, and prayers for the departed who had already been considered dead to the world long before. Thus passed the days, the weeks, the years in a medieval leper colony. The regimen of prayer, work, and relative seclusion could be pretty monotonous, but it also gave structure and even a semblance of normalcy. Some residents bonded deeply with one another, forming what must have felt like a surrogate family. There are hints of leper communities developing internal camaraderie, and even a bit of pride or identity as a distinct group. For instance, a few leper hospitals had coats of arms or seals, and their inhabitants might collectively be called the brothers and sisters of St. Lazarus at wherever place. So you might imagine on a summer evening a few leprous musicians striking a tune up on a lute, if they retained the fingers to play one, and their fellows singing a hymn, making the most of that fellowship that they had. But what about beyond the walls? How'd the rest of society interact or think of these isolated communities? Well, that's what we'll talk about now. Let's start off with the obvious one, the fear and the stigma. Of course, on one hand, leprosy was steeped in stigma and fear, but on the other hand, it evoked pity and pious charity. And I think that duality influenced how leper colonies were treated by the outside world. The fear is straightforward. You see, leprosy is believed to be a highly contagious disease, though in reality its transmission is quite slow, requires prolonged contact. People dreaded this disfigurement that came with the disease, the loss of nose and lips, the blindness, the withered limbs. An anonymous 9th century sermon famously called lepers walking corpses, which I'm sure the lepers didn't really appreciate that, but it still captures how visceral their appearance was to most people. Graphic depictions from medieval writers don't really hold back either. They speak of stinking ulcers and decayed flesh. Such imagery meant many people just wanted to avoid the lepers. A little bit more than an arm's length. Anyway, beyond physical revulsion lay moral stigma. It was commonly thought that leprosy resulted from some spiritual corruption. The Old Testament described instances of God striking sinners with leprosy as a punishment. For example, Moses' sister Miriam is temporarily made leprous for speaking against him. King Uzziah is smitten with leprosy for sacrilege, etc. Early Christian commentators like St. Augustine and Pope Gregory the Great reinforced the idea that leprosy could symbolize the state of a soul in sin. Now, this doesn't mean that every leper was seen as personally wicked, but the disease was often interpreted as a chastisement or a visible sign of inner uncleanliness. A folk belief in parts of Europe held that leprosy could be caused by sexual immorality. Some called it the uncleanness that befell those who had led lustful lives. Others speculated that it was inherited, or the result of one's parents' sins. Such views led to social discrimination. Lepers were sometimes legally equated with outcasts of other kinds. For example, a leper in a medieval law might be classed alongside the insane or civilly dead in terms of their rights, not allowed to bear witness in court, hold office, or marry the healthy. At its worst, the fear and distrust of lepers boiled into persecution and violence. The most notorious example occurred in France in the year 1321. In that year, there was a rumor that spread that lepers, in league with Jews and Muslims, were plotting to poison the wells of Christendom to cause plague. This conspiracy theory, likely born of the general paranoid atmosphere and repeated famines as whispers of plague began in the East, led to what is known as the lepers' plot panic. King Philip V of France issued orders to have lepers arrested. Under torture, some gave false confessions of such a plot. An unknown but large number of lepers were imprisoned and even executed, burned at the stake or drowned, hopefully downstream, of course, in a wave of fear that also provided a pretext to attack Jewish communities who were accused of masterminding the plot. Well, even short of such extreme cases, there was everyday discrimination. Lepers were typically required to signal their approach, hence the bells and the clappers, so that people could avoid them. Many cities had ordinances barring lepers from marketplaces, taverns, mills, and churches, except perhaps on designated days or from designated areas. Some towns provided special leper houses or shelters just at the town gate, where traveling lepers could stay overnight without coming inside the walls. And we even find accounts from travelers. The 14th century Moroccan explorer Ibn Battuta, complete story of its own, pretty amazing too, by the way, visiting Syria, noted that outside one city, possibly Aleppo, there was a settlement of lepers who came to beg, and the locals would leave food for them at a distance. He remarked on the kindness shown in providing for them, but also admitted that they had to be kept apart. Medieval art and literature often depicted the leper as a pitiable figure, yet sometimes as the butt of cruel jokes or cautionary tales. There were popular legends of morally bad people turning leprous. For instance, a wicked rich man who refused to help the poor might in a moralistic tale become a leper as a kind of divine punishment. Even in the Arab Islamic tradition, which generally advocated caring for the sick, one finds the Prophet Muhammad's hadith advising flee from the leper as from a lion, showing that even with charity one should not lightly risk exposure. Islamic jurists at times included lepers in lists of those with curtailed legal capacity. Since leprosy was a mortal illness, a leper might be excused from certain obligations or not allowed to be a legal guardian, etc. Or, if it paints a picture, lepers were feared as sources of physical and spiritual contamination. But that is only one side. The counterbalancing attitude was rooted in Christian and Islamic duty of compassion for the afflicted. Medieval Christian theology had a remarkable twist regarding leprosy. Some theologians proposed that lepers, precisely because they suffer so much in life, are likely to go straight to heaven in the next. Their purgatory is being lived right here, right now. Cold comfort, perhaps, for them. Well, this idea, sometimes phrased as lepers being in a state of purgatory, led to an almost exalted view of their condition. They were seen by some as especially close to God, akin to holy martyrs who endure pain. This did not erase the fear, of course, but it introduced at least a little bit of respect. People would sometimes refer to lepers as the poor of Christ or even friends of God. A 12th century chronicler in England wrote that the leper is, quote, separated from men but united with God. In a paradoxical way, the leprosarium was also called the Domus Dei, in some records meaning house of God. This reverent outlook fueled many charitable acts. St. Francis of Assisi epitomizes the change of heart. As a young man, he found lepers abhorrent and ran away at the sight of one. After his spiritual confession, he deliberately went to embrace and kiss a leper on the road as a sign of humility and love. That moment, Francis kissing the leper, became iconic in medieval hagiography, highlighting that the true sanctity meant overcoming the natural horror and seeing Christ in the leper's face. Following such examples, members of the mendicant orders, such as the Franciscans and Dominicans, often included ministry to lepers as part of their mission. Excuse me. They might visit leper colonies, not just to preach, but to wash wounds and bring provisions. Some saints, like St. Louis IX of France, took this to the extreme. Louis, who was a king in the mid-13th century, was renowned for his personally tending to the needy. Joinville, his biographer, recounts how Louis would enter hospitals, including those for lepers, and minister to patients, bathing their sores and feeding them. In one famous little story, Louis quizzed Joinville whether he'd rather have leprosy or commit a mortal sin. Joinville said he'd rather sin than be a leper, and Louis sternly reproved him, showing how much the king esteemed the spiritual over the physical. Louis's example as a leper-loving monarch was celebrated, and indeed he endowed leprosaria in France and in the Holy Land. The church, as an institution, provided consistent support. Monasteries would send food regularly. Parishioners were urged to remember lepers in their almsgiving. In wills, many people left a bequest to the lepers of such and such hospital. For instance, numerous medieval testaments in England have small sums designated for local leper houses, reflection of both genuine pity and the donor's hope to earn a bit of merit by aiding Christ's suffering poor. Leper colonies thus often enjoyed a steady stream of charity. This could make some leprosaria relatively wealthy over time, accumulating land and rents from endowments. A notable case is the Hospital of St. Giles outside London, which by the 13th century had a substantial property and income to support its inmates. There was even a military monastic order devoted to lepers, the Order of St. Lazarus, of course, founded in Jerusalem during the Crusades. It was initially a leper hospital run by a mix of leprous knights and healthy clerics. The Order of St. Lazarus gained papal recognition and established branches across Europe. But here's something unique. It provided an outlet for knights who contracted leprosy themselves. You see, they could join and continue a kind of knightly life within that order. Remarkably, during the Crusades, the Knights of St. Lazarus, some of whom were lepers themselves, were said to have fought in battles, and when things were desperate, a chronicle mentions a contingent of leper knights charging into combat. A rather poignant sight. Well, suppose they had nothing to lose. Though small in number, the existence of armed leper knights further shows that society did not uniformly consider lepers utterly helpless or untouchable. You see, in dire circumstances they could even be seen as warriors of God. After the fall of Crusader Jerusalem, the order moved its headquarters to France, where it continued to run leper hospitals well into the Middle Ages. Religious symbolism often softened a few attitudes up. Medieval Christians drew parallels between lepers and biblical figures. The most obvious is, of course, St. Lazarus, not the Lazarus raised from the dead by Jesus, but Lazarus the beggar from one of Christ's parables. This is Luke 16:19-31. Now, in that parable, Lazarus is described as a sick beggar, covered in sores, who lies at a rich man's gate. When Lazarus dies, angels carry him to heaven. The medieval imagination conflated this character with the idea of leprosy, sores, poverty, eventual blessedness. Thus many leper hospitals were named after Lazarus, and lepers themselves were sometimes called Lazaruses. Well, they could take comfort that Lazarus, despite misery in life, was rewarded after death in heavenly comfort. Likewise, Job from the Old Testament, afflicted with terrible sores but remaining faithful, a model of patience for lepers. And of course, Christ's own actions touching and healing lepers in the Gospels, providing the ultimate validation that lepers should not be utterly shunned. In the Islamic context, while the dominant note was to avoid contagion, there were also a few strains of compassion. Prominent Muslim physicians like Avicenna or Ibn Sina devoted sections to their medical encyclopedias to the treatment of leprosy, indicating a professional concern, or at least managing it. Various charitable endowments in Muslim cities funded care for lepers. For example, the great Cologne Hospital in 13th century Cairo, explicitly welcoming patients with chronic maladies and providing them with free treatment, even a bit of spending money upon discharge, if you made it that far. There is an account, too, that the Sultan, Calawun's endowment, made sure leper patients leaving the hospital got a small gold coin so they wouldn't have to beg right away. Islamic narratives include more kindly hadiths, such as one where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have shared a dish of food with a leper to prove that faith can overcome fear, counterbalancing the other hadith about keeping distance. Sufi Muslim saints sometimes deliberately ministered to lepers as acts of humility. For instance, the 13th century Persian poet and mystic Sa'di of Shiraz writes a parable of a king visiting a leper colony, and finally learning a little bit of compassion. Thus, leper colonies existed in a tension between exclusion and inclusion. One could say, ideally, society provided for the lepers while still providing against them. For them by maintaining these colonies, donating food and granting them rights to have their own priests and facilities, and against them by keeping them segregated, occasionally persecuting them in the odd panic, and marking them as fundamentally other. From the leper's perspective, they stood in a quite unique social category. No longer fully part of ordinary life, they formed a fraternity in affliction. They depended on the charity, but also sometimes had to remind society of that duty. There are hints of lepers asserting their collective voices. In 1321, during the aforementioned persecution in France, some records suggest that lepers tried to band together and appeal for authorities for mercy. I mean, it didn't work, but they tried, right? In other instances, leper hospitals would petition for protection or rights. For example, asking the king to confirm that the local market must give them a certain allowance of bread, or seeking exemption from tax on their lands. A few of these such petitions survive, which indicates that leper colonies actively negotiated their place in the social fabric. Well, finally, as the Middle Ages waned, so did leprosy in much of Europe. By 1400, cases had become far fewer. The reasons remain studied by historians and scientists. Now, one theory is that the bacterium's virulence declined, or that increasing prevalence of tuberculosis, which is a related mycobacterium, gave people some cross-protection. We've already talked about that, but it's also hypothesized that changes in living conditions and possible quarantine effects of the leprosaria themselves helped burn the epidemic out. As leprosy waned, many leper colonies just got repurposed. They turned them into almshouses. I mean, there weren't many lepers left to fill them up, so they had to do something. Some were simply dissolved, or fell into ruin, their lands taken over by other institutions. For instance, during the Protestant Reformation in England, a lot of medieval hospitals, including leper houses, were either closed or secularized. But the memory of them remained in folklore and place names. Lazarus hospitals, Spitalfields, various maisons Dieu across Europe mark where once the unlucky sick were tended. And that's where we ended. The story of a small segment of humanity in exile. Well, let's be glad we're not getting leprosy these days. It's, obviously not good. Plenty of other things to worry about, but we can put leprosy behind us at least. We hope. Wash your hands, please. Thank you for listening, and thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, along with the merch store and the occasional donation. Keeping everything ad-free. Thank you very much. And thank you for liking, commenting, and subscribing. I have been your host, proudly leprosy-free, and see you next time. Good night, and farewell. At the crossroads of Europe and Asia, on the banks of the Bosphorus, rises a city draped in legend. Constantinople, the queen of cities, the new Rome, the jewel of the Eastern Mediterranean. It stood for over 1,000 years as the capital of empires. Its domes and towers have witnessed the triumph and tragedy, the holiness and savagery of the world. And from its mysterious beginnings to its cataclysmic fall, the story of this great city is an epic of ambition, faith, and resilience. And so today, let us go back to the earliest times, all the way up to 1453, where the world changed forever, and we can talk about the history of Constantinople. Let me welcome you first. Before we go into this, I'd just like to give a thank you to people keeping this ad-free. I know there's ads not only just on YouTube, but everywhere right now. Not even the Theodosian walls can block that. But we can choose to be supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and donations, and put up our own defense against the onslaught. Do you like my little metaphors there? I'm sure you do. In any case, if you want to find the links to them, well, they're in the description and the pinned comment. But if you can't afford that, well, I don't blame you. Things are getting pretty hard out there, so just enjoy the content however you want to enjoy it. Well, with all that being said, like, comment, and subscribe because it's good for the algorithm, and let's get on with it. Well, the saga begins with a stroke of imperial vision, perhaps genius even. In the early 4th century CE, the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great sought a fresh start for his empire. Surveying the decaying old Rome in the west, was not doing so well at the time. Constantine looked eastward to a more vibrant crossroad of trade and culture. And he found it. His canvas was the site of Byzantium, an ancient Greek city that was founded around 660 BCE by colonists led by one Byzas. Legend held that an oracle guided Byzas to settle opposite the land of the blind, a pretty cryptic clue that led him to the perfect harbor on the European side of the Bosphorus, opposite the town of Chalcedon, by the way. Byzantium thrived in antiquity due to this strategic location, straddling 2 continents and controlling the passage between the Black Sea and the Aegean, prime real estate right on the water's edge. By Constantine's day, Byzantium was a modest but pretty well-positioned city. After defeating his rival Licinius in 324, Constantine decided to transform this Greek port into a grand new capital for the Roman Empire. Work began almost immediately. Armies of laborers expanding the city's boundaries, new walls were erected, and monuments sprang up at a dizzying pace. It was all hands on deck, and in a mere 6 years, a city fit for an emperor emerged. Well, on May the 11th, 330, Constantinople, literally Constantinopolis, the city of Constantine, was officially dedicated with festive ceremonies. The emperor reportedly led a procession carrying a statue of the Greek sun god Apollo, symbolically now recast as a Christian emblem as if to bless the newborn city. From the outset, Constantine wanted this city to be a new Rome. He endowed it with a senate, forums, grand structures. Once it echoed the old capital, back on the Tiber. The Forum of Constantine was built at the city's heart, featuring a colossal porphyry column topped by a statue of Constantine as Apollo. Temples and churches rose side by side. Notably, Constantine ordered the construction of the Church of the Holy Apostles, envisioning it as an imperial mausoleum, not just for himself, but for his successors. The city's early layout integrated both pagan and Christian elements, reflecting an empire in religious transition. Constantine also lured aristocratic families and wealthy merchants to settle in Constantinople by granting them lands and new palaces. As a result, within a few decades, the new metropolis burgeoned with people from all corners of the empire, creating a cosmopolitan populace that spoke Greek in daily life, but officially still considered themselves well and truly Romans. A charming legend illustrates how deeply people believed Constantinople was ordained for greatness. It was said that when Constantine was marking out the borders of his new capital, he walked with determined strides far beyond the old city limits of Byzantium. Puzzled, his aides finally asked, when exactly he was going to stop. The emperor replied, "I shall keep going until the one who leads me stops." Well, in the tale, an angel, invisible to all but Constantine, was guiding him forward, indicating the destined enormity of the city. The story, though it is apocryphal, captures the awe contemporaries certainly felt, that Constantine's very foundation had divine sanction. And indeed, the city soon earned the nickname Nova Roma, New Rome, though it was the emperor's own name that would cling to it through the centuries. So once established, Constantinople grew rapidly into the foremost city of the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, for obvious reasons. Well, its population swelled, likely reaching several 100,000 within the first century, and that made it one of the largest cities in the world at the time. The city's natural advantages were significant. It was surrounded by water on 3 sides, the Bosphorus Strait to the northeast, the Sea of Marmara to the south, and the deep inlet of the Golden Horn to the north, which made it easily defensible and, of course, a thriving commercial hub. Caravans and ships brought spices, silks, gems, and grains, and the markets buzzed with traders from as far as India, Persia, and even Scandinavia. As the Western Roman Empire crumbled in the 5th century under barbarian invasions and, well, internal issues, Constantinople rose in importance. It became a beacon of Roman governance and culture, the light at the end of that tunnel that the demoralized Romans were looking for. One of Constantinople's greatest early achievements was the construction of the Theodosian walls in the 5th century. Recognizing that the original circuit of walls laid out by Constantine was already too small for the burgeoning city, Emperor Theodosius II commissioned a monumental new fortification. Completed around 413, these walls stretched across the peninsula and consisted of a double and later triple wall with a moat, a layered defense unprecedented in the ancient world. Towering gates and dozens of stout towers punctuated the ramparts. For the next 1,000 years, the Theodosian walls would stand as Constantinople's impenetrable armor, repelling countless would-be conquerors. An inscription proudly recorded that in 447, after a powerful earthquake toppled sections of the walls, the citizens rallied to rebuild them, and it only took them 60 days. In fact, the normally feuding factions of the Hippodrome, the Blues, and the Greens, chariot racing fan clubs notorious for their rivalry, united to assist in the massive repair effort. This extraordinary civic spirit and engineering feat ensured that Attila the Hun, who was ravaging the Balkans at the time, thought better of trying to assault the city. He was certainly on a roll, but he wasn't that confident. The walls of Constantinople soon attained a near legendary reputation. For century after century, no foreign enemy could breach them by force. Within those walls, imperial pomp and urban vitality coexisted. Emperors like Theodosius II and Zeno adorned the capital with new forums, arches, and churches. The city's skylines gained the soaring silhouette of the Hagia Sophia's predecessor, an earlier church known as the Church of Holy Wisdom, long before the famous domed basilica we know today was built. Equally important, Constantinople became a center for Christian leadership. In 381, the First Council of Constantinople elevated the city's bishop to second in rank only to the Bishop of Rome, recognizing the city's new stature. This made the Patriarch of Constantinople a major figure in Christendom, and the city itself a center of theological learning and debate. As for the daily life in early Byzantine Constantinople, that had its own contrasts. You see, on one hand, the imperial court in the great palace complex lived in lavish ceremony. The emperor would process in golden robes through marble halls, and elaborate rituals would awe the foreign ambassadors. But then there's the other side of it. The common folk thronged the streets. They spoke a variety of tongues. They visited the baths and the markets, attended the chariot races for entertainment, and they would partake in the city's myriad church and festivals. I'm just going to drink some tea. All right, I'm back. Chariot racing at the Hippodrome, that was more than just a sport. It was a passion, and that united and often divided the populace. Tens of thousands of spectators would roar as the blue and green teams competed. Victories and defeats often led to citywide celebrations, and sometimes citywide riots. Well, depending on the game, I suppose. Well, emperors had to be mindful of the hippodrome crowds, as these masses could quickly turn volatile if displeased. And indeed, public opinion in Constantinople was a force to be reckoned with, foreshadowing the street politics of later eras. In any case, by the end of the 5th century, while Rome in the west had fallen to the barbarian kings, Constantinople remained a shining beacon of the classical world, albeit transformed by the new religion of Christianity. But its greatest trials and triumphs were yet to come, as the city headed into the age of Justinian, an era that would leave quite a big mark, not only on its silhouette, but also its soul. And so here we are in the 6th century, and that brought some dramatic days for Constantinople under the aforementioned Emperor Justinian I, reigning from 527 to 565. But also his influential wife, Empress Theodora. Justinian was determined to revive the might of the Roman Empire. He wanted the good old days back, and he wanted to make his capital the unquestioned center of the civilized world. You see, in Constantinople, his reign saw great achievements in law, architecture, and urban development, but also turmoil and a couple of close calls that nearly toppled his throne. Early in Justinian's rule, in January of 532, Constantinople was shaken by the famous Nika riot. It began, as so many incidents did at the Hippodrome, where the blues and greens erupted in anger over political grievances and heavy taxes. Their chants of Nika, Nika, or conquer, soon turned into full-scale rebellion against the emperor, escalated quite quickly. Fires engulfed the city, shops and homes were torched, and even the old Hagia Sophia Cathedral was set on fire by the mob. For several terrifying days, it seemed that Justinian might lose both his city and his crown. Some advisors urged the emperor to flee by sea and save himself. In this desperate hour, it was actually Theodora that famously intervened. Dismissing the option of escape, she declared, "I will never part with my imperial purple, for purple is a noble shroud." Her bold words implying she'd rather die an empress than live in exile stiffened Justinian's resolve. After all, if the wife says no, well, you haven't got much of a choice, don't you? So, with renewed determination, the emperor ordered his generals Belisarius and Mundus to crack down on the rioters. Luring the rioting factions back into the Hippodrome under the pretense of negotiation, the troops then barred the exits and carried out a brutal slaughter. By the end of the bloodbath, perhaps 30,000 lay dead amid the arena's sandy floor. And, just like that, the Nika revolt was crushed. Justinian's throne, and Constantinople, had barely survived one of the worst urban uprisings in ancient history. Well, in the aftermath of such destruction, Justinian set about rebuilding his capital, but this time on an even grander scale. In ruin there was a bit of opportunity, and he could see it. What had burned could now be rebuilt, but this time bigger and better. Nowhere was this vision more evident than in the construction of the new Hagia Sophia, the one that we know of today, except without the minarets back then. Commissioned by Justinian in 532, immediately after the riot and completed in just 5 years, the new Hagia Sophia was a marvel, unlike anything the world had ever seen. Designed by architects like Anthemios of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus, its dome soared over the city, seeming to float above a halo of light from its ring of windows. When Justinian entered the completed basilica in 537, awestruck by his magnificence, he is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." A bold reference, of course, to the legendary Temple of Solomon of the Old Testament. Indeed, Hagia Sophia was not just a church. It was a statement, one of imperial and divine grandeur. In layman's terms, it was very cool. Well, contemporaries struggled to describe the breathtaking beauty of Justinian's great church. The historian Procopius, who witnessed its completion, wrote that the huge spherical dome seemed, quote, not to rest upon solid masonry, but if suspended by a golden chain from heaven. Inside, marble columns of green and purple, walls encrusted with gold mosaic and flickering candlelight, made the visitor feel like they had stepped into a vision of paradise. One chronicler recorded that even upon beholding the splendor of the Hagia Sophia's liturgy, foreign emissaries from the distant lands of the Rus said, "We know not whether we are in heaven or on earth." Such was the awe that the church inspired. Hagia Sophia stood, and indeed still stands today, as the crowning jewel of Constantinople. No longer a Christian jewel, but hey, the future's a big place. In any case, it's a symbol of the city's wealth, artistry, and the Christian faith of its original rulers. Now, under Justinian, Constantinople reached a pinnacle of classical glory. The emperor codified Roman law into the Corpus Juris Civilis, that is, Justinian's Code, right from his palace halls, a legal legacy that endures to this day. Well, the city thrived as a center of trade, its harbors teeming and its workshops crafting fine silks, for Justinian famously imported silkworm eggs to break China's monopoly on the product, which, of course, the Chinese were not very happy about, but hey, once the silkworms are out, can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, can't you? Well, despite the height of its prosperity, the city also faced a few hard times, one of which being the terrible bubonic plague sweeping through the city in 542, killing tens of thousands, emptying streets and homes. Even the emperor himself caught the illness, but lucky for him, he managed to recover. In any case, the plague was a grim reminder that even the greatest city could suffer devastation, not only from war, but from nature's wrath, or as many were thinking at the time, the wrath of God. Through triumphs and trials, the reign of Justinian and Theodora left quite a mark on Constantinople. By the time of Justinian's death, the city was adorned with new monuments, bristling with repaired fortifications and endowed with a legal and religious stature that would shape the Byzantine society for centuries. But it was certainly not happily ever after. New storms were gathering on the horizon, and new enemies and challengers arose that would test the city's resilience like never before. In the centuries following Justinian, Constantinople found itself in a more precarious world. Things had changed, and not for the better. The empire's borders contracted under pressure from new forces, the explosive expansion of the Persian and later Arab Muslim armies, and waves of migratory peoples testing the frontiers. The city that had been the seat of plenty now had to become a bastion of survival. Yet for all the ferocity of the assaults that came, Constantinople's defenses, both physical and spiritual, held firm, earning once again a legendary reputation for being unconquerable by outside forces for centuries. One early trial came in 626, during the reign of Emperor Heraclius, when a joint army of Persian Sassanids and the Avar steppe nomads besieged Constantinople. Heraclius himself was not at home. He was away campaigning against the Persians in Mesopotamia. So, the defense fell to the patriarch and the citizenry. Put on the armor of God, indeed. Well, as enemy armies camped outside the Theodosian walls and even attempted an amphibious assault across the Golden Horn, the people of Constantinople took solace in their faith. According to later accounts, the Virgin Mary was credited with saving the city. The populace carried her icon in procession atop the ramparts and sung hymns throughout the night. Now, mysteriously, or perhaps thanks to the stout walls and a storm in the Bosphorus that wrecked a few of the invaders' boats, the siege failed. In any case, well, they were glad to see it. The Persians and the Avars withdrew in defeat. The grateful Byzantines held an all-night vigil, singing the Akathist hymn, a hymn of thanksgiving to the Virgin Mary, which became a cherished tradition thereafter. This was the first of many times the inhabitants believed divine intervention, not just military might, shielded their queen of cities. And even greater threats would come up after that too. One emerged a few decades later with the rise of Islam. The rapidly expanding Arab Caliphate, having conquered the Byzantine province of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, eventually set its sights on Constantinople itself, the heart of the Christian world. The first Arab siege, 674 to 678, saw the forces of the Umayyad Caliph Muawiyah encamp outside the land walls, but also attack by sea over several successive campaign seasons. Constantinople, however, had a secret weapon up its sleeve: Greek fire. That's a pretty good weapon to have in times of sieges. If you're not familiar with it, well, it was basically an incendiary liquid concoction, kind of like a early medieval form of napalm. The exact formula was a state secret, but basically they would spray it or hurl it onto enemy ships, and it would burn even on top of water. Pretty handy, that's for sure. Byzantine ships equipped with siphons spewed Greek fire at the Arab fleet with devastating effect. Enemy ships burst into flames, terrorizing those not used to such a sight. After years of stalemate, the Arabs finally abandoned the siege in 678, and the empire even secured a rare victory. Legend has it that Greek fire was invented by a Syrian engineer named Callinicus, precisely for the defense of the city. Whatever its origin, this flame of the East became part of the mystique of Constantinople's invincibility. And certainly you could infer that the returning soldiers on the Arab side were telling everybody all about it. Doesn't really boost the morale for the future sieges, that's for sure. Now, the Arabs didn't give up, though. Credit to them, they returned with an even larger force for the second Arab siege in 717 to 18. And by then, Constantinople was under Emperor Leo III, who was a very good general. The Caliph's army, led by General Maslama, surrounded the city by land, while a massive Arab fleet tried to blockade it by sea. Now this time, a combination of factors came in to save Constantinople. Of course, the Theodosian walls provided unbreachable boundaries despite constant assaults, and Greek fire once again decimated the Arab navy, which lost ships in dramatic bursts of flames on the Bosphorus. A harsh winter also struck, and the besiegers camped outside suffered from cold and starvation. Well, it also said the people in the Arab camp resorted to eating their horses and camels as well. Meanwhile, the Byzantines had wisely stockpiled ample grain inside the city, so they were doing all right. Additionally, crucial aid came from the north. The Bulgar Khan, Tervel, allied with Byzantium and attacked the Arab army from the rear. After a grueling year, the siege collapsed. The Caliph's forces retreated. Their great invasion failed. Now, the failure of this siege was momentous. It was essentially the halt to the Muslim advance into Eastern Europe for centuries. Later generations would look back and credit Constantinople for saving Christianity and the West from what had seemed to be an unstoppable expansion. Thus, through the 7th and 8th centuries, Constantinople stood besieged, but unbowed. The psychological impact of these victories was profound. The city gained an aura of divine protection. Byzantine writers described Constantinople as guarded by the Virgin Mary herself, calling her the Theotokos, Mother of God, who spread her veil over the whole city in protection. A sense of chosen destiny filled the citizens. They were the new Rome, and this time God would not allow them to fall. This confidence, however, was tempered by internal challenges. The same period saw religious turmoil in the form of iconoclasm, an internal Byzantine conflict over the veneration of icons or holy images. Emperors like Leo III and his son forbade icons, seeing it as idolatry, while others staunchly defended it. Constantinople, as the empire's heart, witnessed both the destruction of some of its own sacred images and later their restoration in 843 during the triumph of orthodoxy. These theological battles sometimes erupted into street protests and even violence in the city, showing that not all of Constantinople's struggles would come from outside. Nevertheless, by the dawn of the 9th century, icon veneration was restored, and the empire began to stabilize. Eventually, it began to thrive. Once more, a new golden age, and this time the shiniest one of all. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Constantinople had risen from crises of the early Middle Ages into a period of revival and splendor. Under the Macedonian dynasty, 867 to 1056, the city enjoyed a renaissance in art, literature, and perhaps most importantly, in practical terms, economics. If one could visit Constantinople around the year 1000, during the reign of Emperor Basil II, for instance, one would find the city at the height of its medieval glory. The largest, richest city in Europe, a bustling mosaic of cultures, a showcase of imperial grandeur. If they were waiting and hoping for a new Rome, well, this was certainly it. The cityscape at this time dazzled visitors. Foreign envoys and common pilgrims alike recorded their astonishment at Constantinople's sights. The domes of Hagia Sophia and dozens of other churches glittered with mosaics and golden crosses. The imperial Great Palace and the Boukolion, that is the harbor palace, by the way, displayed intricate throne rooms, lush gardens, and terraces overlooking the sparkling Sea of Marmara. The main street, the Mess, ran through the city lined with colonnades and statues, connecting monumental squares like the Forum of Constantinople and the Forum of Theodosius. There stood the column of Justinian, an enormous pillar with a bronze emperor atop a horse, and marketplaces where one could buy everything from silk to spices and furs. The city's population, by some estimates, approached 500,000, making it unquestionably the most populous and cosmopolitan urban center in Christendom. There's a famous story, too. It tells of envoys from Kievan Rus visiting Constantinople around 987. Awestruck by the golden grandeur of the Hagia Sophia's liturgy, they reported that they knew not whether they were in heaven or in earth, a testimony that reputedly convinced their Prince Vladimir to embrace Byzantine Christianity. Such was the soft power of Constantine's example. The sheer splendor could change the course of nations. Constantinople was also a thriving center of learning and art. Scholars preserved ancient Greek and Roman texts, and Byzantine artisans produced magnificent mosaics, illuminated manuscripts, and icons during the era. Even emperors engaged in scholarship. Constantine VII, reigning from 913 to 959, for instance, wrote treatises describing elaborate court ceremonies in which mechanical lions roared and golden birds sang to astonish foreign envoys with imperial splendor. But, despite all of the opulence, Constantinople was not without social tension. The city's inhabitants ranged from wealthy nobles and merchants to humble laborers and a sizable class of urban poor. The Hippodrome factions still featured prominently in public life. An emperor's popularity could hinge on how he handled the chariot teams. There were also large communities of foreigners, Latin merchants from Venice and Genoa, Vikings, the Varangians they called them, serving as imperial guards. Then there were Arabs and Jews trading goods. Now, this multicultural environment was not always ideal. Things could sometimes boil over. In 1042, for instance, a riot led by disgruntled citizens and Varangian guards resulted in the blinding and dethronement of an emperor. That was Michael V. Yeah, bad luck for him. But more often, the city was remarkably orderly given its size, thanks to a professional civic administration and the watchful presence of imperial authority. The 11th century began with Byzantium as a superpower of the Mediterranean. However, clouds were forming on the horizon in the form of new external threats and internal weaknesses. The Battle of Manzikert in 1071, where the Byzantine army suffered a disastrous defeat by the Seljuk Turks, sent a shock through Constantinople. Although the city itself was not in immediate danger at the time, the loss of the empire's Anatolian heartlands triggered political instability. Within Constantinople, imperial coups and struggles for the throne became frequent, eroding the stability that the Macedonian emperors had built. And in the midst of all of this, one of the city's princesses, Anna Komnene, wrote a vivid history. It was called the Alexiad. It described the events of her father Alexios I's reign, and she gives us a glimpse of Constantinople around 1096 when the First Crusade arrived, noting how these unsophisticated Western European Crusader knights gaped at the riches of the imperial city. To them, accustomed to the smaller towns of medieval France or Germany, Constantinople seemed like a place out of a dream, filled with gold, silk, and marble. Thus, on the eve of the Great Crusades, Constantinople remained a dazzling prize, admired and coveted by many. But this glory would soon attract deadly envy and entangle Constantinople in new conflicts that would shake the city like never before. The coming of the Crusades, which began in 1095, marked a dramatic new chapter for Constantinople, one that they didn't really see coming. You see, initially, the Byzantine emperors saw the Western European Crusaders as potential helpful allies to push back the Muslim encroachment. And yeah, the First Crusade passed through Constantinople relatively peacefully, if tensely, under Emperor Alexios I Komnenos. However, the relationship between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was fraught with not only suspicion, but a little bit of cultural misunderstanding. Over time, what was meant to be cooperation degenerated into outright hostility. These tensions reached their dreadful climax in the Fourth Crusade, when Constantinople itself became the target, leading to the city's most shocking sack in April of 1204. Several events in the 12th century paved the way for this disaster. Trade and political rivalries had grown between the Byzantines and the Italian city-states like Venice and Genoa. Those merchants had lived in quarters of Constantinople, and they often gained privileged status. Native Byzantine traders hated them, and ordinary people viewed the Latins, that is, the Western Europeans, with increasing distrust. So, in 1182, this animosity exploded into the horrific massacre of Latins in Constantinople. Thousands of Western residents, men, women, and even children, were either killed or sold into slavery by angry Byzantine mobs, a crime that, well, scarred relations irreparably. It's hard to diplomacy your way out of that one, isn't it? The Latin West never forgot this slaughter of their kin, and those seeds of hatred were well and truly being watered. Meanwhile, the Byzantine emperor's political stability was crumbling. By the 1190s, under the weak rule of the Angelos dynasty, corruption and court intrigues hampered the empire's ability to deal firmly with outsiders. Into this volatile situation sailed the Fourth Crusade. Originally, these crusaders had set out to fight the Muslims in Egypt. But due to a series of intrigues and debts, they found themselves manipulated by the Venetian Doge and a Byzantine prince in exile called Alexios Angelos into turning their weapons against Constantinople itself. It's tragically ironic. Knights bearing the cross deviated to attack the greatest Christian city in the world. I suppose the Muslims would have been a little bit confused, but, well, quite a welcome reprieve for them, I suppose. So, in 1203, the Crusaders arrived, and they laid siege to Constantinople, demanding that Prince Alexios be installed as emperor. They breached the wall along the Golden Horn by scaling it from their ships, forcing the Byzantines to accept the young Alexios as co-emperor, alongside his blind father, Isaac II. But the arrangement soured quickly, as the promised hefty payments to the Crusaders could not be met, and anti-Latin sentiment in the city boiled over. By early 1204, the people of Constantinople rebelled against Alexios IV, and he was deposed and killed by a usurper, Alexios V. The Crusaders felt betrayed, and their pockets were a little bit too light. No one had gotten paid. So, well, they decided on vengeance and conquest. In April of 1204, the siege resumed. Venetian ships, with their seasoned mariners, led the attack on the sea walls. After fierce fighting, the Crusaders forced their way into the city, and what followed was an epic of destruction that left even the victors aghast. For 3 days, the army of Christendom turned on Constantinople with sword and fire. They looted homes, churches, and monasteries indiscriminately, taking everything that wasn't nailed down. Ancient statues, pagan and Christian alike, were hacked apart for precious metal. Timeless antiquities destroyed. The great libraries and archives were ransacked, Countless manuscripts were lost or burned. To the horror of the Orthodox Byzantines, the invaders desecrated the holy sites. Hagia Sophia itself was turned into a pillaged shell, with soldiers even stabling horses in the sanctuary. A writer of the time describes how a crusader, in blasphemous parody, even set up a prostitute on the patriarch's throne in the Hagia Sophia, where she danced and sung crude songs, a final humiliation to the sanctity of the cathedral. The human toll was equally harrying. Coniates recounts with sorrow that, quote, "No one was without a share in the suffering. In the streets, alleys, and churches there was lamentation and slaughter. Nuns were violated, nobles saw their daughters dragged off. Fires set by the attackers consumed the entire districts of the city. Huge swaths of Constantinople's wooden homes and shops were reduced to ashes. The famously rich treasury of the empire was emptied. Sacred relics, the crown of thorns, a fragment of the true cross, the bones of the saints, were seized as war prizes, and later sold off for a quick turnover profit in the West. The renowned bronze horses from the Hippodrome were carted off to Venice, where they still stand today, atop St. Mark's Basilica. Which leads me to a personal point. I suppose they could give them back, but give them back to who? Can't give them back to Constantinople, that's no longer in Christian hands. So are we going to give them back to the Greek Orthodox Church or the Russian Orthodox Church? Could be. It would be a gesture of goodwill. Perhaps we can all bombard the Venetians with a request to do that. Well, if there's 250,000 of us doing it, maybe we have a chance. In any case, when the frenzy finally subsided, the once mighty Constantinople lay a broken shell of its former self. Western Europe was stunned, but the victors sought to justify their deeds as an act of God's will. Some claimed it was divine punishment for the Greeks' supposed arrogance and their schism from Rome. In truth, it was greed and vengeance that had overcome any crusading ideal. A Latin Catholic regime was imposed, the Latin Empire of Constantinople, crowning Count Baldwin of Flanders as emperors in the Hagia Sophia. Replacing the old Byzantine government. Byzantine survivors, however, did not just give up. Various Greek elites escaped and set up splinter states in exile. The most important being the Empire of Nicaea across the Bosphorus. And so, for 57 years, from 1204 to 1261, Constantinople languished under its unwelcome Latin rule. The once opulent city, now stripped and depopulated, it declined drastically. Latin emperors short on funds even tore copper roofing off buildings to sell. Many churches fell into disrepair. The population shrank to a fraction of its former size. Perhaps only tens of thousands huddled in a city built for many times that number. Meanwhile, the exiled Greek emperors at Nicaea built up their strength. In 1261, taking advantage of a moment when the Latin garrison left the city to campaign elsewhere, the Byzantine general Alexios Strategopoulos, snuck a force through a little-used gate and reclaimed Constantinople for the Greeks. When the Nicaean emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos entered the liberated city, he reportedly found it half ruined and eerily quiet, the ghost of its glorious past. The Greeks restored their empire, but the Fourth Crusade had dealt Constantinople a blow from which it would never fully recover. The restored Byzantine Empire under the Palaiologos dynasty 1261 to 1453, was a shadow of its former self, and Constantinople reflected that diminished state. Though it remained a fascinating and tenacious city, in the late 13th and 14th centuries, Constantinople was still revered as a center of Orthodox Christianity and a treasure house of art and learning. But its population and economy had waned. The city, which had once held perhaps 500,000 people, might have only had about 50 to 100,000 by the 14th century. Many neighborhoods turning to farmland or ruins between sparsely inhabited districts. Visitors spoke of stretches of abandoned space inside the walls where wild foliage grew amid the fallen columns. Yet even in decline, Constantinople retained a certain majesty and continued to attract scholars and mystics. The Palaiologan rulers made efforts to repair damage from the Crusader sack. Churches were rebuilt or refurbished, and the city saw a late artistic renaissance. Beautiful new mosaics and frescoes were created, such as those that can still be seen at the Cora Church, the Kariekami, with exquisite biblical scenes, products of the Palaiologan Renaissance in arts. Intellectual life flickered as well. Scholars in Constantinople studied ancient Greek manuscripts, and some began to correspond with Italian humanists. Indeed, in the decades leading up to the final fall, a number of Byzantine scholars left Constantinople for Italy, carrying precious manuscripts with them. These people would help ignite the Renaissance in the West by transmitting their classical knowledge. Politically, however, the empire's situation was dire. The territories under Constantinople's control had shrunk to a small core in Greece and a handful of the Aegean islands. New enemies pressed in, most ominously the rising power of the Ottoman Turks in Anatolia. The Ottomans gradually encircled Constantinople, conquering other fragments of the Byzantine realm one by one. There were moments when the city appeared to be on the brink. For example, in 1347, civil war and a devastating outbreak of the Black Death simultaneously racked Constantinople, bringing it to its knees. Rival emperors and their factions fought even in the streets, while thousands died as plague swept throughout the city. Bad times, that's for sure. Well, desperate to secure aid against the Turks, the later Palaiologos emperors negotiated with the West to heal the schism between the Orthodox and Catholic churches, hoping that a reunion would prompt military support from Europe. In 1439, Emperor John VIII Palaiologos traveled to the Council of Florence, and under immense pressure, agreed to unite the churches under papal authority. But when he returned to Constantinople, the populace and clergy largely rejected this union, seeing it as a sellout of their Orthodox faith. And do remember that the Orthodox and Catholic faiths are quite different. They even quipped that they would sooner see the Turkish turban in the city than the Roman cardinal's hat, a rather fatalistic expression of their distrust toward Western help. I mean, they say that past performance is not indicative of future returns, but, well, it's hard to forget. In the end, only a few token forces from Venice and Genoa came to assist when the final siege loomed. The decades before the end saw the Ottomans tighten the noose. Sultan Murad II even besieged Constantinople in 1422, an assault that the Byzantines barely repelled. By the time Mehmed II, a young and ambitious sultan, came to power in 1451, Constantinople was an isolated Christian enclave in an overwhelmingly Ottoman landscape. Mehmed II, known as the Conqueror, was determined to take the city that had eluded his predecessors, and to make it the capital of his own expanding empire. To prepare, he built a fortress on the European shore of the Bosphorus in 1452. This was called Rumeli Hisari, Within sight of Constantinople's walls, he would control naval traffic and cut off any aid from the Black Sea. By 1453, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos presided over a city living literally on borrowed time. Witnesses say that as the Ottomans gathered, the emperor led processions with holy icons along the ramparts, imploring divine intervention. The defenders of the city numbered perhaps 7,000, including a few hundred foreign allies, notably a band of Genoese soldiers under Giovanni Giustiniani, who took charge of the land wall defenses. They did their best. The attacking Ottoman force was at least an order of magnitude larger, equipped with the latest weapons, including enormous cannons capable of hurling stone balls against the ancient walls. In April of 1453, the Ottoman encirclement of Constantinople began. The city that had withstood so many sieges was now facing its gravest challenge. Sultan Mehmed II's forces bombarded the Theodosian walls relentlessly with the giant cannons, a new terror for the defenders, as sections of the fortifications crumbled under the unprecedented firepower. Each day the Byzantines labored to shore up breaches with rubble and makeshift barricades. The Golden Horn harbor was sealed by the great chain stretching across its mouth, frustrating Mehmed, who then executed a brilliant stratagem. He had his men transport dozens of ships over land, rolling them on greased logs across the hills of Galata, and launching them into the Golden Horn behind the chain. Well, the people of Constantinople awoke to find enemy galleys inside their harbor, a terrifying sight that meant even their sea flank was now vulnerable. Still, week after week, the city bravely held out. The defenders, both Greeks and their foreign comrades, repelled repeated assaults, including attempts to mine under the walls or scale them with ladders. The citizens endured the thunder of cannon and the collapse of houses near the ramparts, all while clinging to hope that aid from the west might yet arrive. It never truly did, apart from a few brave volunteers who knew they were going to their deaths. Morale was bolstered by faith and patriotism. Priests carried icons in processions, and ordinary people joined the soldiers in repairing walls and praying in churches by night. A mood of grim resolve mixed with the desperation prevailed. Emperor Constantine XI reportedly said that if the city must fall, he would die with it, as the true last Roman. On the night of May 28, 1453, with the Ottoman final assault imminent, the people of Constantinople gathered one last time in the Hagia Sophia. For 1,000 years, this church had been the heart of the city's spiritual and communal life. Now, its soaring dome sheltered a congregation of the fearful and faithful, Greek and Latin Christians together in a final liturgy. Candles illuminated the mosaics as hymns echoed through the vast space. Many took communion, weeping, knowing it might be their last. After the service, Constantine returned to the palace, and according to tradition, addressed his remaining commanders. He urged them to be brave, and asked forgiveness if he had ever wronged any of them. The emperor then donned his armor, and prepared to do what Byzantine emperors had done for centuries: fight for his city. In the pre-dawn darkness of May 29th, the Ottomans struck. Mehmed unleashed wave after wave of attackers on the land walls. The first assaults by irregular troops and Anatolian levies were beaten back by the defenders on the walls. But next came the elite Janissaries, pressing the attack at several points. The fiercest fighting raged at the St. Romanos Gate, near a section of wall that had been badly damaged by the cannon. Giustiniani's troops fought valiantly there, and the emperor himself rode to where the fighting was the thickest inspiring his men. For a moment, it seemed that the walls might hold yet again. But amid the chaos, Giustiniani was gravely wounded and had to be carried from the ramparts. His evacuation spread panic among the defenders at that crucial moment. Around the same time, a small postern gate was reportedly left unguarded or forced open, and the Ottoman soldiers suddenly poured through, behind the defenders. Ottoman flags appeared upon the ramparts. The defense crumbled in a cascade of confusion as janissaries surged into the breach. Constantine, seeing the city lost, made his last stand. According to later legend, he apparently tore off his imperial regalia to fight incognito, yelling, "The city is fallen, but I am alive." With his sword drawn, he charged into the oncoming enemy. The last Roman emperor, swallowed up in the fury of combat, and his exact fate remains unknown. His body was never conclusively identified. But one thing was for sure. By sunrise, Constantinople, the second Rome, had fallen. The conquerors ran rampant. Mehmed II had promised his troops 3 days of plunder, as was customary. But what followed was grim. The Ottomans scoured the city for any remaining wealth. Churches, convents, and palaces were looted. Those citizens who had not taken refuge or found hiding were killed or enslaved. Some had barricaded themselves inside the Hagia Sophia after the final service. Ottoman soldiers broke in and dragged the congregation away in chains. Priceless icons were smashed or defaced. The holy books were torn apart or burned. It was the bloody coda to a siege that had seen such heroism and suffering. Yet even in victory, Mehmed II demonstrated both ruthlessness and vision. He ordered a halt to the pillage after the allotted time, eager to preserve the city as his new capital. Riding through the streets of the ravaged Constantinople, the 21-year-old conqueror was struck by the emptiness and ruin. Surveying with grief the fallen towers and smashed gates, he is said to have murmured the famous verse, "The spider weaves the curtains in the palace of the Caesars. The owl calls the watchers in the towers of kings." And in those lines, he reflected on the fate of great empires, that all glory is ultimately fleeting. Standing in the stillness of the looted Hagia Sophia, Mehmed had a muezzin climb the pulpit and chant the Islamic call to prayer, dedicating the grand church as a new mosque. The date was May 29th, 1453, and the empire had come to its end. The Middle Ages are often imagined as an era of sword-wielding knights and castle walls, but beyond all that, it was also a time of tremendous military innovation. You see, across Europe and the Near East, military engineers and warriors developed fearsome devices, hoping to get a cutting edge on the next battle, at least until the next innovation. These were the superweapons of the age, arms or technologies so potent and novel that they inspired awe and terror. And you've really got a little bit of everything, from incendiary chemicals that could burn on water, to giant siege engines, to projectile weapons that cut down armored nobles from a distance. Medieval warfare was certainly punctuated by game-changing advancements. And today, we're here to talk about a few of them. So let's spend the next hour or so looking at the medieval superweapons. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Just quickly, we are ad-free due to your kind support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and donations. Links are in the pinned comment and description. Other than that, give us a like, comment, and subscribe. Really appreciate it. Pushes us out in the algorithm. Anyway, all that being said, let's go. We actually start off quite early. One of the most dramatic medieval superweapons. Greek fire, the secret incendiary weapon of the Eastern Roman Empire. Basically, it's medieval napalm. The Greeks called it Roman fire or sea fire, but to later crusaders it became Greek fire, a name that evokes its almost mythical reputation. Invented in the late 7th century, tradition credits a Christian refugee chemist named Kallinikos of Syria around 672. Greek fire was essentially a liquid flammable compound that could be projected or hurled at the enemy. But what made it truly terrifying was its ability to ignite on water and also stick to targets while burning intensely. In effect, the Byzantines had a flamethrower, a weapon of pure fire, at a time when most warfare was fought with cold steel and muscle power. But how exactly was Greek fire deployed? Byzantine warships called dromons were outfitted with bronze or iron siphons at their prows, often crafted to resemble fearsome animal heads, which just made the whole situation even more frightening for the enemy. These siphon nozzles would spew forth flaming liquid at ships or troops. Contemporary accounts paint awe-stricken images of this weapon in action. In the siege of Constantinople in 717 to 718, the Emperor Leo III famously used Greek fire to obliterate an invading Arab fleet. The chronicler, Theophanes the Confessor, recorded that, quote, "With God's help, the pious emperor immediately sent fire ships against them, which turned the enemy's ships into blazing wrecks." Burning ships drifted wildly, some smashing into each other or on the shore, as enemy sailors leapt out into the sea in desperation. The defenders on the walls cheered as the fiery destruction unfolded, while the besieging army was stricken with shock at how strong the liquid fire was. To the Byzantines, this victory was nearly miraculous. Theophanes attributed it to divine intervention, but I think everybody knew it was technology and tactics as much as faith that saved the day. But what about the composition? Well, Greek fire's ingredients were a closely guarded secret, and it remains a mystery to this very day. Some people think they've worked it out a little bit, but I suppose we'll never really know. Byzantine sources deliberately left the formula vague, and it's no wonder. It was prepared in a special, secure facility in Constantinople. Historians and chemists have speculated that it was based on petroleum, naphtha thickened with resins or other additives like sulfur and quicklime. But what is clear is that it was an oil-based incendiary, akin to proto-napalm, that could not be doused easily with water. In fact, water apparently made the flames even hotter and bigger, kind of like a kitchen fire. The Byzantines also packed Greek fire in clay jars or grenades, and then lobbed them via catapults or by hand, shattering on impact and spreading flames. This multi-pronged delivery system made Greek fire versatile for naval battles and siege defense. But then there was the psychological impact. Enemies often reacted with terror and confusion when confronted by this fire that burned even on water. I mean, if water's not going to put the fire out, what is? In the medieval imagination, it seemed like an almost magical or diabolical force. Arab writers compare it to dragon's fire or lightning from heaven. Remarkably, we've even got a crusader's description of being on the receiving end of a Greek fire attack. During the Seventh Crusade, from 1249 to 1250, the French knight Jean de Joinville witnessed the Egyptian defenders of Al-Mansurah launch something very much like Greek fire. The Islamic powers had developed their own version of an incendiary naft. Joinville writes that the fiery projectile, quote, came flying through the air, making such noise as if it were thunder, and it looked like a dragon flying with the tail of fire as long as a spear. When it landed among the French, it exploded with a blinding flash. The knight goes on to say, so bright was the light it cast that men said it seemed as if the sun had fallen among us. Well, that shows how frightening it is, that's for sure. Now, for centuries, Greek fire gave the Byzantine Empire a critical edge, especially at sea. Naval warfare in the Mediterranean was transformed by the threat of fire ships. Opponents, from the Arab caliphates to the Rus and the Bulgarians, all feared the Roman navy's deadly secret weapon. It won battles, it saved cities, and it probably prolonged the life of the Eastern Roman Empire at times when it was on the razor's edge. Well, rival powers desperately tried to steal or copy the formula. There are tales of Byzantine traitors or captured engineers. For instance, in 814, the Bulgarians seized some Greek fire siphons and stockpiles, but apparently they couldn't replicate the weapon effectively. The secret was not just the chemical recipe, but also the technology of deployment. The pumps, the pressurized brass tubes, and the preheating of the liquid, which the Byzantines also carefully concealed. Even if an enemy got their hands on some of the liquid, using it without proper knowledge, well, they could end up just lighting themselves on fire. Well, astonishingly, there are no recorded incidents of Byzantine fire ships blowing themselves up, and that's a skill to their, well, rather a testament to their skill and caution. In any case, over time, the flame began to flicker out. By the 13th century, references to true Greek fire seemed to vanish from sources. During the Fourth Crusade sack of Constantinople in 1204, the Venetian attackers expected Greek fire, and even covered their ships in soaked hides as protection. Yet the Byzantines never used it, perhaps because by then the secret was lost, or maybe they just ran out of supplies. Greek fire's recipe likely died with the last of the special artisans, or was scattered in the chaos of that conquest. Nonetheless, the legacy lives on in legend, in the continued use of wildfire or naphtha pots by other armies. Islamic engineers in the Middle Ages, for example, devised various incendiary weapons, sometimes just called naft. In fact, in the 13th century, a Syrian scholar named Hassan al-Ramah wrote an entire book on military devices, including improved fire weapons and even an early concept of a rocket-propelled tornado, a, quote, self-moving and burning egg to attack ships. Such experiments show that the idea of harnessing chemical fire had captured the popular imagination. I think it stands out quite a bit, though. The medieval superweapon of the Byzantine world. It saved Constantinople on multiple occasions, and for nearly 500 years it struck fear into their enemies. The image of a ship spewing dragon-like flames on the high seas, well, that shows how advanced and surprising medieval warfare could be. Well, anyway, that's enough about Greek fire. And while that weapon did dominate the waves, there was a different kind of superweapon on land, and that was the mighty trebuchet. In an age of stone castles and fortified cities, siege engines were the apex predators, and the counterweight trebuchet was the greatest of them all. This colossal catapult could smash walls that had stood for centuries, and terrorized defenders with its long-range barrages. Medieval chroniclers often described trebuchets in almost mythical terms due to their size and power, and some even gave them personal names, as if they were giant beasts of war. The trebuchet was essentially a giant slingshot powered by gravity, if we're going to put it down to the simplest terms. Unlike earlier torsion catapults, or smaller mangonels and traction trebuchets pulled by teams of men, the high medieval trebuchet used a massive swinging counterweight. When the weight was dropped, it leveraged an arm that hurled a projectile from a sling on the opposite end. This ingenious design vastly increased the force and range. By the 12th and 13th century, the counterweight trebuchet spread across the Near East and Europe, possibly originating in the Eastern Mediterranean, Byzantine or perhaps Muslim engineers, and refined by cross-cultural exchanges during the Crusades. Niketas Choniotes, a Byzantine historian, describes a siege engine in 1165 with a windlass and counterweight, likely one of the first recorded counterweight trebuchets in Byzantium. Once introduced, the technology proliferated quickly. Crusaders, Islamic armies, and the Mongols all became adept at building these giant throwing machines. But what exactly could a trebuchet do? Medieval sources give a few anecdotes of that. At the siege of Acre in 1191 in the Third Crusade, King Richard the Lionheart and King Philip II of France each constructed enormous trebuchets to batter away the city's walls. These crusaders nicknamed them Bad Neighbor and God's Stone Thrower, respectively, implying that one delivered misery to its neighbors in the city while the other smote the enemy with divine retribution. These engines lobbed huge stones day and night. One account mentions that the Muslims in Acre would mock the English trebuchet whenever its shot missed, shouting, "Have you had your breakfast today, O King?" until Richard's engine demolished a crucial tower, and no one was laughing then, weren't they? On the defending side, Muslim engineers also used trebuchets and even flung burning tar barrels back at the besiegers. Siege warfare became a dramatic duel of giants, with stones weighing hundreds of pounds flying about in both directions. Perhaps the most famous trebuchet in history, effectively the largest ever built, was Warwolf, which is a badass name for a trebuchet. Warwolf was constructed by order of King Edward I of England during the siege of Stirling Castle in Scotland in 1304. The machine was so colossal that it reportedly took 5 master carpenters and 50 other labourers at least 3 months to build, and when disassembled its parts filled 30 wagons for transport. Contemporary chroniclers described it as a horrible engine. According to the chronicle Flores Historiarum, Warwolf's first shot was spectacular. The trebuchet launched a single massive stone that smashed clean through Stirling's curtain and inner wall, as easily as if an arrow had torn through cloth, apparently. Seeing this monstrous weapon assembled before them, the Scottish garrison actually offered to surrender before Warwolf could be used. King Edward, however, was so proud of his superweapon that he refused to accept surrender until he at least had tried it out. He literally unleashed the beast despite the pleas from the castle. One can imagine the morale of the Scots crumbling as that giant arm swung and the stone obliterated the defences. Warwolf's legacy is the perfect illustration of the psychological power of a superweapon. It was not only the physical destruction it could inflict, but just the sheer intimidation. But trebuchets could be used for more than just stones. They hurled incendiary bombs, bags of flaming tar, or oil-soaked materials to start fires behind city walls. And in notorious instances of biological warfare, a trebuchet, or a similar catapult, was reportedly used by the Mongols in 1346 to hurl plague-infested corpses into the Genoese-held city of Kaffa in Crimea. Chronicler reports, notably Gabriel de Mussy, claimed that the rotting cadavers spread disease among the defenders, potentially an unwitting vector for the Black Death entering Europe. Whether or not the exact event is true, it certainly reflects a real practice of using siege engines to fling any horrible payload that might weaken the enemy, and that includes dead animals, garbage, diseased carcasses, anything really. It was in the Mongol conquests that the trebuchet really went global. The armies of Genghis Khan and his successors carried skilled engineers from China, Persia, and the Arab world. and they all exchanged their knowledge of siegecraft. The Mongols famously employed gigantic counterweight trebuchets. During their campaigns, they would use these to their best effect. At the siege of Baghdad in 1258, Hulagu Khan's forces, with the help of the Persian and likely Chinese engineers, bombarded the city with huge stones and even primitive gunpowder bombs, bringing down sections of Baghdad's mighty walls and sealing the doom of the caliphate. Similarly, when Kublai Khan besieged Xiangyang in China between 1267 and 73, he reportedly had Arab engineers construct enormous trebuchets capable of slinging 300-pound projectiles. The psychological effect once again must have been profound. The Chinese defenders, accustomed to smaller traction catapults, were shocked by the range and wall-shattering impact of the counterweight trebuchets. By the 14th century, the trebuchet had reached its zenith of development. A well-built counterweight trebuchet could hurl rocks of up to 300 kilograms over distances several hundred meters. Rate of fire varied. Smaller ones could shoot multiple times an hour, but the largest might only fire a couple of shots per day due to labor of winching down the arm and reloading the massive counterweight. Even so, their direct accuracy was respectable for the time. Defending garrisons greatly feared direct hits on towers or walls. One strike could open a breach or collapse a battlement and kill dozens of people. There are accounts of trebuchet stones crashing through roofs, even demolishing inner buildings of a castle, not just the walls. However, they had their limitations. They were completely immobile once assembled, essentially becoming part of the siege camp infrastructure. Building one was a huge undertaking, requiring carpentry, ample timber, rope, metal for axles, and skilled knowledge of mathematics and mechanics to tune the sling and counterweight. Trebuchets also spurred countermeasures, thicker and more angled walls, earthen ramparts to absorb shock, and sally tactics to burn or sabotage the besiegers' engines. Later in the medieval period, as gunpowder artillery emerged, trebuchets began to become outclassed by cannons, which, as we'll see, could deliver even more devastating blows. But in the high medieval period, before the cannon's reign, the trebuchet was the gold standard, the closest thing to heavy artillery that a medieval army could possess. Moving on from the trebuchet now, let's look at the realm of personal weapons. And few innovations caused as much controversy and fear in medieval Europe as the crossbow. This compact, powerful bow set on a stock was one of the great equalizers of warfare. A commoner with minimal training could all of a sudden use a crossbow to kill a heavily armored knight at range, a prospect that deeply unsettled the medieval social order and chivalric norms. So threatening was the crossbow's effectiveness that the Church itself attempted to ban it as unchristian, too deadly a weapon, it seems. One decree of the Second Lateran Council in 1139 denounced, quote, "that murderous art of crossbowmen and archers which is hateful to God," forbidding its use, at least against Christians. Now, using it against non-Christians was tacitly allowed, a bit of a caveat in the era of the Crusades, but, it is what it is. Despite such moral condemnations, though, the crossbow became the ranged superweapon of the 12th and 13th centuries, deployed widely by European armies and their adversaries. What made the crossbow so fearsome? Well, unlike a traditional hand-drawn bow, a crossbow could store far more energy in its prod, the bow part, because the archer used mechanical aids to span it. Now, early medieval crossbows had composite wood and sinew prods. The later ones were using steel. An archer might use a simple lever called a goat's foot, a belt hook, or a windlass crank to draw back the thick bowstring and latch it onto the trigger mechanism. This allowed even a relatively, unstrong soldier to handle a weapon with draw weights far beyond what a typical longbowman could manage. The result was a short, heavy quarrel crossbow bolt fired with tremendous force. At close ranges, this could punch through mail armor and even plate armor, especially with specialized forged bodkin or pointed heads. Castles and city walls were often outfitted with crossbowmen because a line of defenders with crossbows could devastate attackers before they reached the fortifications. The crossbow was not new, though. It wasn't a European invention. Its origins go all the way back to ancient China and the classical Mediterranean. The Romans knew a handheld crossbow called the manu ballista, and by the 11th century, crossbows were reappearing in European warfare. The Normans may have used some crossbowmen at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. The Bayeux Tapestry possibly shows a figure with a crossbow, but there's a bit of argument about that. By the time of the Crusades, both European knights and their Muslim foes encountered crossbows frequently. Crusader forces called them ballistari, and Muslim chroniclers noted the Franks' use of crossbows as something to be feared and respected. Richard the Lionheart deployed crossbowmen in his army at the Third Crusade, and he also fell victim to a crossbow in the end. In 1199, while besieging a small castle in France, he was struck in the shoulder by a crossbow bolt fired by a defender. Legend names the archer as a mere boy or a man-at-arms. Accounts vary. The wound festered and resulted in Richard's death. The irony was stark. One of Christendom's greatest knights felled not in glorious hand-to-hand combat, but by a shot from a low-ranking soldier. This event encapsulated the crossbow's impact. You see, it erased the advantage of the noble status and heavy armor. All gone in an instant. It just was a great equalizer. Now, the Church's efforts to curb crossbows, as mentioned, reflect how disruptive this weapon really was. Pope Urban II, the same one who launched the First Crusade, is said to have disapproved of crossbow use against Christians as early as 1096, and Pope Innocent II's 1139 ban explicitly lumped crossbows and longbows together as just way too deadly. Yet these bans had little practical effect. By the 13th century, every major European power had crossbowmen. Cities like Genoa became famous for training elite crossbow mercenaries. The Genoese crossbowmen, with their distinct large pavis shields, these are portable wall shields, and well-crafted steel bows, were hired across Europe. They could hold a line and deliver volleys of armor-piercing bolts, albeit at a slower pace of fire compared to archers. A skilled crossbowman might shoot perhaps 2 bolts per minute, with a windlass or more simpler spanning mechanisms, whereas a longbow could shoot 6 to 10 arrows per minute. But despite the slower rate, the crossbow's accuracy and penetrating power at moderate range made it a formidable defensive and skirmishing tool. One of the most famous clashes pitting crossbowmen against longbowmen was the Battle of Crecy in 1346, which we'll revisit for the longbow. Now, in that battle, a large contingent of Genoese crossbow mercenaries fought the French, while the English army relied on their longbow yeomen. The result was instructive. The crossbow, tired and caught in unfavorable conditions, could not match the volume fire of the English longbows. A contemporary chronicle by Jean Froissart dramatically recounts how the English, quote, let fly their arrows so wholly together and so thick that it seemed snow. Under this storm of arrows, the Genoese lines broke. Many of them cast down their crossbows, cut their strings, and fled discomfited. The French knights, enraged at their retreat of the mercenaries, rode them down in a fury, only to meet their own doom at the continued hail of English arrows. Crecy showed that while the crossbow was lethal, the longbow in the right hands could dominate through sheer volume. Still, it would be a mistake to read Crecy as the end of the crossbow. Crossbowmen continued to play vital roles in continental armies and especially in sieges. In fact, under siege conditions, crossbows often had the advantage. An archer might not fully draw a longbow in the cramped space of a castle arrow slit, but a crossbowman could more easily point and shoot from cover, using a pavis to shield during reload. Militarily, the crossbowmen forced changes in armor and tactics. Knights began to improve their armor, transitioning from mail to full plate armor in the 14th and 15th centuries, in part to better resist arrows and bolts. Infantry learned to take cover more, and engagements sometimes opened with missile volleys before melee. The crossbow also spurred defensive adaptations. For example, when advancing against crossbows, soldiers might use pavises or screens, and commanders preferred to attack in unfavorable weather. Rain could slacken bowstrings and render crossbows less effective, as happened to the Genoese at Crecy, who also lacked their protective shields due to haste. By the late medieval period, the crossbow's dominance was challenged by two developments. One was the aforementioned English longbow on certain battlefields, and the other was the emergence of handheld gunpowder firearms, early handguns and arquebuses in the 15th century. These primitive firearms had even greater armor penetration and eventually easier training than crossbows, making them attractive despite their slow reload and poor accuracy at first. Yet tellingly, well into the 1500s, crossbows were still used alongside guns. They did not disappear overnight. Their silent shot, no smoke or noise like a gun, and reliability kept them in hunters' and soldiers' hands for quite a long time. In fact, many hunters still use crossbows or bows for that very same reason. Alright, now as promised, we're talking about the longbow, specifically the English longbow, a weapon so influential that it altered the course of battles, and indeed the fate of nations during the 100 Years' War. The longbow was typically a simpler technology than the crossbow. It was a tall, 6 foot tall by the way, self-bow, typically made of yew wood, that's Y-E-W, wielded by a skilled archer, drawing it by hand all the way back to the ear. Yet under the right conditions, it was the masses of longbowmen that could unleash clouds of arrows and cut down swaths of charging knights. In the hands of the English and Welsh yeomanry, the longbow became a strategic force multiplier that earned a legendary reputation. Now, it's important to note that the longbow's power was not purely in the weapon itself, but rather in the training and tactics behind it. English kings from the 13th century onward invested in creating a culture of archery. Laws were passed requiring practice. Famously, medieval Englishmen were encouraged, even required on Sundays, to practice archery, and other leisure activities were sometimes banned to ensure focus on the bow. The result was a pool of archers capable of drawing bows in extraordinary high draw weight, often 100 to 150 pounds of force. Skeletal remains of longbowmen, such as those from the Mary Rose ship, show enlarged arm and backbones, evidence of this lifelong conditioning needed to wield such a weapon. A longbow could shoot a steel-tipped arrow, called a bodkin point, that could penetrate mail and even plate at closer ranges. But beyond pure penetration, the longbow's key advantage was the rate of fire and range. An experienced archer could shoot 6 to 10 arrows per minute, and a bodkin arrow could reach out to 200 or 300 yards in a high arc, though effective aimed fire was at shorter distance. Well, the English longbow made its grand debut on the continental stage in the early battles of the 100 Years' War. One of the first great tests was the Battle of Crecy in 1346, which we have mentioned. That was where Edward III's mostly infantry army faced a much larger French feudal host. The French were rich in cavalry and crossbowmen, the English in thousands of longbows, many of them Welsh or trained in the Welsh tradition. The terrain and tactics favored the English. They took position on a hillside, drove stakes into the ground to protect against cavalry, and waited. As a thunderstorm cleared, the French sent their crossbowmen forward. Of course, the French were quite confident, until the sky quite literally darkened with a blizzard of arrows. The Genoese crossbowmen, who had not the time to retrieve their heavy shields and whose bowstrings were wet from the rain, were completely overwhelmed. And, well, they all died. The ones who didn't die dropped their weapons and tried to flee, and, as we mentioned in the crossbow section, the French knights tried to chase them down, but then they got cut down by the longbows too. The horses and men were ripped into by continuous volleys. In any case, the French assaults came in waves after that, but they collapsed in heaps of dead and wounded, with night after night brought low by arrows, or finished by English foot soldiers in the melee. Crecy ended in a shocking English victory against superior numbers, and it was all because of the longbow. The pattern repeated in later battles, Poitiers, 1356, and most famously Agincourt in 1415. Now Agincourt's pretty important. At this battle, King Henry V's 5,000 archers and a few thousand men-at-arms faced perhaps 20 to 30,000 French. The muddy field and narrow frontage compressed the French advance, and once again the sky was filled with English arrows. Accounts say the French knights struggled forward under a thick hail of arrows, and their horses panicked and got wounded. Those who made it to the English line were exhausted, and they were easily defeated by lightly armored archers who dropped their bows and grabbed axes and swords. The French casualties were catastrophic. Hundreds of nobles and knights lost, whereas the English losses were pretty much hardly anything. Well, Agincourt became legend, cementing the longbow's fame. One captured French knight, when asked about the battle, reportedly commented in amazement that it was shameful. Quote, "So many noble knights were killed by such a rabble of base bowmen." Well, if they're a rabble, what does that make you lot, In any case, the social shock was palpable. How could mere peasants wreak such havoc on those knights of chivalry? Of course, give peasants a longbow and they can do a lot of stuff. But the secret really lay in synergy, mass deployment, prepared positions, and combined arms support. English archers often fought alongside dismounted knights or behind obstacles, protecting them from direct cavalry attack, while they shot at relatively close range, 50 to 200 yards for maximum impact. The arrows could penetrate armor at those distances, especially if the armor was not of the highest qualities, or if it hit joints or visors. Even when not lethal, arrows could kill horses, a huge tactical win against cavalry, or wound and destabilize men. A knight with an arrow in his arm or through his visor slot, he's pretty much out of the fight. Additionally, the psychological effect of tens of thousands of arrows raining down, well, that ought to have quite a fearsome response, right? Many soldiers would flinch or break formation as the swarm of bees, as arrows sounded, descended upon them. But it should be noted that the longbow was not invincible. It required specific conditions to really shine. You had to have favorable terrain, disciplined archers, and ideally a static or defensive situation. Against highly armored opponents at long range, many arrows would just bounce off. If cavalry could close the distance rapidly or flank the archers, the tables could turn, as what happened occasionally when archers were caught in the open. Additionally, the production of longbows and training of archers was a considerable investment. Effectively, the English spent generations cultivating this capacity. Other nations tried to emulate it. The French, after their defeats, began training their own archers and employed Scottish longbowmen in some engagements. But none matched the English and Welsh system in the medieval period. Eventually, the longbow's dominance waned, not due to any flaw in the weapon, but because of the rise of firearms. By the late 15th and a little bit of the 16th century, gunpowder weapons became easier to use in formations and could penetrate any armor, reducing the relative value of bows. Even the English began to phase out the bow in favor of arquebuses by the 1500s. But nonetheless, for roughly a century and a half, the English longbow was a true superweapon on the battlefield. Of course, we are getting into the very late medieval times now, pretty much the twilight of the medieval era. And at this time, a new and revolutionary superweapon emerged from the East and made its way to Europe. That was gunpowder. When it came, the first guns and cannons, well, they would ultimately render many earlier weapons, including longbows and trebuchets, completely obsolete. In the 14th and 15th centuries, this fire that could shatter stone transformed warfare once more, in what can be seen as the beginning of the end of the Middle Ages and the dawn of early modern military technology. Now, gunpowder, a mix of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, was first developed in China well before it reached Europe. By the 1200s, Chinese armies were using crude bombs, rockets, and fire lancers. The knowledge of this explosive substance gradually traveled westward, through the Mongol Empire, trade routes, possibly through scholars and emissaries. In the Islamic world, writings in the 13th century began to mention gunpowder recipes and devices. For example, the Syrian engineer Hassan al-Rammah, who we mentioned earlier, recorded several gunpowder formulas around the 1270s, including ones for rockets and explosive missiles. There was even an Arabic report of a battle in 1260, the Mamluks versus the Mongols at Ain Jalut, where the Mamluks supposedly used Chinese arrows that made noise and fire, often interpreted as an early use of firecrackers or cannon-like weapons, though once again the historicity is debated. Back in Europe, the first clear reference to gunpowder appears in the writings of the English friar Roger Bacon around the 1260s. Bacon, an alchemist and scholar, included a cryptic section of his work, a formula for a substance that, when used properly, quote, can make thunder and lightning on a small scale. Now, it's pretty obvious not to gunpowder, isn't it? He's not talking about, I don't know, wheat. Anyway, by the early 14th century, Europeans were experimenting with fire cannons, as they called them. The oldest surviving illustration of a cannon is from a 1326 manuscript. It depicts a vase-shaped mortar shooting an arrow and labeled in Latin as a device to throw fire. Records from the 1320s and 30s mention small ribaldis or pot de fer early cannons being deployed. For instance, at the Battle of Crecy in 1346, besides the longbowmen, the English had a few primitive cannons that fired iron balls, likely the first use of firearms in a major European battle. These cannons made loud bangs and smoke, probably spooking horses and men, but they were too few and rudimentary to really decide the battle. It's in siege warfare that gunpowder artillery initially shined. Early bombards, large cannons, were developed to batter down castle walls. At first, these were relatively small caliber and short range. They were as much psychological weapons as destructive ones. But over the 14th century, metallurgical and engineering advances allowed larger and stronger barrels. By the late 1300s, we hear of cannons that could fire stone balls weighing dozens of pounds. One famous early bombard was Mons Meg, a huge cannon forged in 1449, now on display in Edinburgh Castle, which could fire a 150-kilogram stone ball. That's about 330 pounds. A formidable example of mid-15th century European cannon making. The arms race between cannon and fortification accelerated. France in particular, under King Charles VII in the early 1420s and 1440s, invested heavily in fielding artillery to expel the English, ironically using gunpowder to help end the effectiveness of the English longbow strategy. By the 1450s, a well-organized artillery train could reduce traditional medieval castle walls in a matter of days or weeks, something that previously might take months with trebuchets. The impact was demonstrated dramatically outside the medieval European theatre as well. In 1453, when the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II besieged Constantinople, he brought with him the most famous superweapon of the gunpowder age, a gigantic cannon, often referred to as the Great Turkish Bombard. This great bombard was cast by a Hungarian iron founder named Urban for the Ottomans. Now, according to contemporary reports, it was a colossal bronze gun 27 feet long, with a diameter so wide a full-grown man could crawl inside it. It fired stone balls of astonishing size. Various sources say 500 pounds, 600 pounds, even up to 1,500 pounds for the largest. Now, transporting it was a difficult task. It took dozens of oxen or hundreds of men to haul it from the foundry at Adrianople to Constantinople, over miles of difficult terrain. Once in place, it was accompanied by many other smaller cannons, but it was the thunder of this great bombard that echoed most fearsomely. When the bombard fired, the sound was said to carry for miles, and the ground shook as if an earthquake was happening. Niccolo Barbaro, a Venetian who kept a diary during the siege, describes the effect of the Ottoman cannonade. Day after day, quote, the Turks were attacking, firing their cannon again and again with very loud explosions, battering the ancient Theodosian walls. Huge sections of the wall crumbled under the impact of the stones. The defenders tried to repair by night what the guns shattered by day, but the relentless bombardment wore them down. On one occasion, the largest bombard stone is said to have smashed clean through a wall and even damaged a building behind it. Psychological impact was severe as the physical. After a month of bombardment, the morale of Constantinople was at a nadir, facing a weapon of unprecedented destructive force. Ultimately, the walls were breached, and the city fell. The 1453 fall of Constantinople is often marked as the end of the Middle Ages, and symbolically, it was the superweapon of cannon artillery that brought down the last bastion of the Roman Empire, which Greek fire had preserved for so long. The advent of the cannon didn't render all previous weapons immediately obsolete. You see, early guns had quite a few drawbacks. My back hurts, sorry. Anyway, they were cumbersome, slow to load, and sometimes dangerous to their crews as to the enemy. You see, barrels could burst, and there are recorded accidents of gunners blowing themselves up. Their accuracy was poor by modern standards, essentially line of sight and hope of the best. In field battles, heavy cannons were harder to maneuver, and small hand guns were so primitive that longbowmen or crossbowmen could outshoot them in rate and sometimes accuracy too. But in any case, the trend was unmistakable. Every decade saw improvements. By the late 15th century, European armies, as well as those of the Ottomans and Mamluks, used field artillery to break pike formations or to fortify camp perimeters with cannons. A new class of troops, handgunners and arquebusiers, appeared, gradually supplanting the archers. Now, one telling example of combining the new and old tech were the Hussite wars in Bohemia, the 1420s. The Hussites, mostly peasant revolutionaries, famously used wagon forts and mounted small cannons and handguns on them. They also still used crossbows and early muskets. Led by Jan Žižka, they repeatedly defeated the armored knightly armies of their German and Hungarian adversaries. The war wagon tactic, essentially creating a mobile fortress bristling with gunpowder weapons and crossbows, was a brilliant adaptation. One might call the wagons themselves a kind of superweapon system that negated the knight's charge. Well, the Hussite example shows that the gunpowder revolution didn't happen overnight, that's for sure. There was a bit of coexistence, I suppose. Well, by 1500, the writing was certainly on the wall. Fortification design had to change, because old-style high castle walls couldn't withstand the concentrated cannon fire. Personal armor also eventually failed to keep pace. Those 16th century armorers tried their best, making thicker and heavier plate to stop bullets. The weight and cost became just too impractical. The social order of knighthood, already undermined by longbows and crossbows, now found itself definitely outclassed by anyone, whether another noble or just some random farmer. As long as they had a musket, the playing field was equal. But beyond the well-known swords, bows, and eventually cannons, medieval warfare saw a few unconventional weapons. Well, they can be considered superweapons in their own right, of course, not because they were advanced technology, but just because they induced extraordinary terror and destruction. So let's briefly mention them before we finish up today. The first, biological warfare, the plague at Kaffa. As we touched on earlier, the Mongol siege of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula during the 1340s gave rise to a story of a biological attack. According to an Italian notary's account, the Mongol army, suffering from an outbreak of plague, decided to use disease as a weapon. They catapulted the corpses of plague victims over the city walls to infect the inhabitants. The besieged Genoese defenders were reportedly stricken with plague and ultimately fled by ship, potentially carrying the Black Death to Europe. While some modern researchers debate the details of the story, i.e. plague is primarily spread by fleas on rats, not corpses, although fair enough, handling infected bodies was certainly not ideal. It could transmit pneumonic plague. The account itself shows a keen awareness of disease as a weapon. Now, it might be one of history's first recorded acts of intentional biological warfare. In the panic of a plague outbreak, even the fear of contagion could weaken a city's resistance. Thus, disease became, in effect, a terrifying, unconventional superweapon, albeit one that could backfire on those who employed it. Next, we have chemical warfare. Medieval defenders were resourceful in using nasty substances to repel enemies. Quicklime, a caustic powder, sometimes dropped on attackers climbing walls, could blind and burn when it contacted wet flesh like eyes or wounds. Similarly, mixtures of sulfur, arsenic, and other noxious materials could be burned to create toxic smoke. In the 13th century Mongol sieges of the fortresses of the Middle East, there are references to smoke bombs that created clouds of poisonous gas to flush out defenders out of tunnels or caves. While these were not widespread or strategically decisive like Greek fire or cannons, they were early chemical weapons that sowed confusion and fear. An instance from the Crusades went like this. During one of the defenses of a city, Muslim forces reportedly used burning straw mixed with sulfur to create a choking smoke that made the Crusaders gasp for air. Think of that like a medieval tear gas. Now, sometimes a superweapon is not a device, but a tactic. Well, Timur, or Tamerlane, the 14th century Central Asian conqueror, notoriously built towers of skulls from the slaughtered inhabitants of cities that resisted him, a gruesome warning that often led the next city to surrender without a fight. Now, the Mongols, too, understood the value of terror. They cultivated a reputation for merciless destruction, enhanced, of course, by actual massacres, so that some cities would open the gates rather than face the Mongols' wrath. This kind of psychological warfare can be seen as a weapon in and of itself. intangible but powerfully effective. Now, hearing of a superweapon could sometimes achieve nearly as much as the weapon's use. For example, when word of the Mongols' massive catapults or the Ottomans' huge cannons spread, defenders might lose hope before the fight even began. After all, if the cannon can take down the Theodosian walls, what hope does your little, wagon circle have against that, Anyway, next we have war elephants in the Near East. Though primarily associated with ancient warfare, they made a few appearances in the medieval era. They were used more in India, which is beyond our focus, of course. But in the Middle East, there are some records, sparse and often exaggerated, of war elephants being used. For instance, during the Crusades, some European chroniclers mention that Muslim armies had elephants with wooden towers carrying archers. These were likely based on second-hand reports or symbolic art. There's no concrete evidence of elephants being deployed in the battle by the Ayyubid or Mamluk armies in the 13th century. However, the mere idea of war elephants persisted in the medieval imagination as a sort of living superweapon, drawing from the legacy of Hannibal or Alexander's times. One real historical elephant in the 13th century belonged to the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II. He actually bought an elephant gifted by the Sultan of Egypt to Italy, and even to a siege in 1248. But it was used more as a labor animal than for a spectacle, rather than as a shock weapon. Ultimately, by the high medieval period, the conditions of warfare made elephants quite impractical. They remained, however, a potent symbol of an unstoppable charge, a psychological superweapon that did not actually need to appear on the field for people to talk about it in awe. And so, in this unconventional set of categories, the key is that each aim to bypass the usual combat and strike directly at morale or health. They remind us that medieval warfare was not only a contest of bravery and skill, but also could descend into total war tactics, where anything that might break the enemy was attempted, be that spreading plague, choking them out with smoke, or just terrifying them into submission. While these methods were less celebrated by knightly chroniclers, they certainly form a dark and fascinating part of the story of medieval conflict. Each superweapon seems to have had its moment of glory, and then a decline. Greek fire guarded an empire for centuries, until it was rendered irrelevant, when its secret was lost, and when cannon fire tore down the walls. The trebuchet, too, that enjoyed a long reign, only to be supplanted by the new mathematics of gunpowder and ballistics. Then there was the crossbow, vilified, but used to deadly effect. Eventually that gave way to the firearm. Well, yet even its greatest champion might have readily traded it for a battery of muskets and field guns, had he had the choice, old Henry V. Now, importantly, these medieval superweapons also changed societies. They affected who had power on the battlefield, be it the commoner archer, empowered by a bow, or the kings empowered by a cannon to batter down rebellious barons' castles, thus centralizing state power. They influenced tactics and even culture. Think about it, the legends of Robin Hood's arrow splitting, or the almost folkloric status of the English archer, or the fearsome reputation of the Byzantine liquid fire, famous for perhaps all the wrong reasons across the known world. Even language bears trace. Think about it, to shoot one's bolt, to fire a shot, to storm a castle. Phrases born from these innovations. So which one did you like the most, Well, for me, a good old trebuchet is always quite fascinating. I don't know, when I was in high school, we would do a few little experiments. Like, I remember our science teacher got us to build a catapult. But a trebuchet was a bit of a different sort of beast. Building catapults is fun. And I do remember when I was a kid, I used to have this, it wasn't quite a board game. It was called Crossbows and Catapults. And you would have these, like, they were done by rubber bands, kind of like a ballista and a crossbow. And you would set up a little castle. You would have your men, and you had to, it was two sides, you had to knock down the opposing players' men and their walls and all the rest. I don't know if they make that anymore. I'm going to have a look as soon as I'm finished recording. University students have quite a reputation. You know the stereotype. Quite political, sometimes even quite rowdy. We tend to think of this all in modern terms. But the truth is, the stereotype has very deep roots. Let me take you back to the year 1355. It was a winter day, and two Oxford students were quarrelling with a tavern keeper. They were not impressed with the quality of the wine at the establishment. Well, long story short, the spat escalated into a 2-day urban riot of town versus gown violence. Armed scholars and townsfolk clashing in the streets. It got so bad that nearly 100 people were left dead. Now, this event is known as the St. Scholastica's Day Riot, and that's a reminder that medieval university life was anything but quiet or monastic. Far from the serene image of hooded scholars poring over manuscripts in ivory-covered halls, the daily reality for medieval students was a pretty raucous mix of vigorous study, youthful mischief, and hard living. You study hard, you play hard. Today we're going to talk about life in a medieval university, and not just about the more rowdy parts of it. We're going to talk about everything, from the studying in the day to the amusements in the night. So spend the next hour with me and we can explore that part of history together. Allow me to welcome you first. Hello, everyone. Perhaps you're a university student yourself. If you are, let me know. Okay, I miss my days of university, so let's reminisce in the comments. Tell me one of your stories from university, perhaps. And allow me to remind you, too, that we will always have that thanks at the start for those keeping the channel ad-free, the Patreon and YouTube members, along with those who visit the merch store and the occasional donation. Thank you. And if you want to help us out, just give a like, comment, and subscribe. That pushes us out in the algorithm. Anyway, with all that being said, let's get down to business. Of course, we have to figure out where it all starts. And in terms of medieval universities in the West, they first emerged in the late 11th and 12th centuries, guilds of learning in the bustling cities of Europe. They evolved from earlier cathedral and monastic schools, spurred by society's growing demand for an educated clergy and professionals in different fields. By the 13th century, universitas, originally meaning a corporation or guild, referred to a self-governing community of masters or scholars. Iconic centers like Bologna, a law school in northern Italy, claiming a founding date of 1088, and Paris, famed for theology by the mid-1100s, they became the prototypes. But soon, Oxford in England and others followed. These academic enclaves were typically nestled within existing cities. For example, in Paris, the scholars congregated on the left bank around the Latin Quarter, and in Bologna, lectures took place in borrowed church rooms or civic buildings near the town centre. There were no secluded campuses. Universities were part of the urban fabric, and that meant students were immediately pulled into city life, with all the vibrancy and all the vice. The towns that hosted universities often found themselves transformed by these newcomers. Thousands of eager scholars converged on relatively small cities. By the 13th century, Paris might have about 4,000 to 5,000 students. Bologna perhaps 1,000 or more. In an age when total urban populations were quite modest by our modern standards, The sudden influx of hundreds or thousands of young scholars taking over the streets, well, that would have quite a profound effect. I'm sure the innkeepers and tavern keepers were quite happy, though. Medieval observers noted constant friction, however, between the nations of students and the local townsfolk. Now, the term nation, we should say in the university context, meant a regional or ethnic grouping of students. Take, for instance, at Paris, students were officially organized into 4 nations: French, Picard, Norman, and English. While at Oxford, they eventually split into just 2, Northerners versus Southerners. Loyalties to one's nation were quite intense, comparable to sports team rivalries today, and this could exacerbate town and gown tensions, as student gangs sometimes formed along nation lines and engaged in street fights with each other or even the locals. By the year 1300, Oxford even set up a special committee of 5 student representatives tasked with keeping the peace between the northern and southern nation factions, an indicator of how frequent and serious these quarrels had become. But despite the periodic violence, cities benefited from the prestige and economic stimulus of having a university around. Visiting students and masters needed lodging, food, parchment, candles, and ale, and that supported many local trades. Rulers and popes granted universities special privileges, such as legal jurisdiction separate from town courts. All of this done to protect the scholars. This clerical, legal status of students, most of whom were considered part of the clergy, even if not ordained, was another source of contention. Townspeople resented that unruly scholars could often claim benefit of clergy and escape punishment by civil authorities. Overall, the medieval university was an open and permeable institution. Classes took place in rented halls or churches, students lodged in private homes or colleges scattered throughout the city, and the activities of academic life spilled into public spaces. So, if we really want to imagine daily life in a medieval university, you really have to picture the whole town alive with scholars at virtually every hour, from pre-dawn chapel bells to late-night tavern songs. So who exactly are we dealing with here? Who exactly were the students? In general, they were young males from a range of social backgrounds. Most came from the middle strata of society: prosperous peasants, townsmen, minor nobles, rather than the high nobility or the poorest classes. A university education was valued as a path to careers in the church, law, or any other government administration. But that required basic literacy and, some financial means. Many students had prior schooling in Latin grammar at a cathedral or municipal school. Entrance ages varied. At Oxford and Paris, arts students often arrived in their mid-teens. Around 14 or 18 was common. No university statutes sometimes officially set a minimum age. In fact, Oxford's rules suggested at least 16 for the arts course. Now, in contrast, Bologna, which specialized in law, the student body was much older. Many of them were mature men in their 20s or 30s, ones who had already served as clerks or had some worldly experience. This made for a fascinating demographic mix. A lecturer in the 13th century Bologna might find grey-bearded notaries sitting alongside beardless teenagers learning the nuances of Roman law. But regardless of age or origin, a medieval scholar's life began with a journey. Universities had an international draw. Ambitious students sometimes traveled far from home to study under a famed master. They arrived speaking diverse tongues: English, French, German, Italian. Yet the instruction was in Latin, the pan-European academic language. One chronicler noted that although Latin was the official language for all lectures, university officials at Oxford complained that they often had to address students in multiple vernacular languages to be understood. Well, this implies that not every newcomer was yet fluent in spoken Latin, especially in the early years of study, despite Latin being the common ground of educated Europe. Well, upon reaching the university town, a prospective student needed to matriculate or register and find a place to live. Early on, there were no formal dormitories or residential colleges in most universities. Students were on their own to lodge where they could, typically renting rooms in private houses or inns near the academic quarter. In 13th century Oxford, for example, scholars clustered in cheap rental houses, often 4 or 5 to a room, which made supervision difficult. In Paris, many students boarded with local families, or in communal pension houses run by entrepreneurs known as hospites. These arrangements varied widely. A well-off student might rent a private chamber, or lodge with a respectable burgher's household, while poorer scholars crowded together in attic garrets. By the late 13th and 14th centuries, colleges began to appear, first in Paris for theology students, and then famously at Oxford and Cambridge, as endowed residences that provided select students with lodging, meals, and spiritual oversight. Originally intended for poorer scholars, colleges like Sorbonne in Paris or Merton College at Oxford imposed structured daily routines and moral codes on their members. Still, through most of their medieval period, the majority of students lived independently in town. They cooked, or more often bought, their own meals, came and went as they pleased, and thus enjoyed or suffered a great deal of freedom. Not surprisingly, misbehavior was commonplace under these loose living conditions, especially for teenagers suddenly free of parental oversight in a faraway place. Too much freedom, yeah, that can cause a bit of trouble. Now, if you were a student in, Paris around 1250, your academic day would start very early, essentially at dawn. Lectures often began at 5 or 6 a.m. before sunrise, especially in winter when the daylight was short. Scholars rose from their straw-filled beds or hard benches, depending on their means, lit a tallow candle in the pre-dawn gloom, and hurried through narrow streets by flickering light. The first order of business might be a quick attendance at Mass or morning prayers. Pretty important, since students, being clergy in status, were expected to attend church regularly. Then, clutching perhaps a notebook of scrap parchment or a wax tablet for notes, one would assemble in the designated lecture venue. At Paris, this might be a master's hired room on the Rue de Foire, the Straw Street, so nicknamed because the students sat on the floor strewn with straw. There you go, the more you know. Well, at Oxford or Cambridge, an early lecture could convene in a college hall or even outdoors under a cloister in good weather. But lectures were the core of learning. The master or professor would read from an authoritative text. For example, it might be Aristotle's Physics or Peter Lombard's Sentences, expounding line by line, while students listened and sometimes copied notes. This was called lectio, literally a reading. The most important classes were scheduled early. These were the ordinary lectures, delivered by senior masters on the essential books of the curriculum. Later in the day came the extraordinary lectures, which, despite their name, were actually of lesser status, often given by bachelors or junior masters, and the materials were supplementary texts. A student would typically attend multiple lectures, back to back in the morning hours, fighting off the cold and the drowsiness in that dim room. You can imagine the sounds, can't you? The master's voice droning on in Latin, the scratch of the quills, students occasionally shuffling or coughing, trying to perhaps stifle down a yawn, perhaps the church bells of the town tolling in the distance. In any case, by midday, formal lectures would wind down, but that doesn't mean that learning was over. Far from it. Afternoons were devoted to discussion and debate. Medieval pedagogy placed great emphasis on disputatio, a structured debate where students and masters argued over a question using logic and references. Some disputations were public and ceremonial. The quodlibetal debates on any topic, for example, while others were private classroom exercises. A student might be required to take a side on a thesis and defend it against objections, sharpening his skills in dialectic. These exercises honed the ability to think on one's feet, and were considered just as important as lectures. It was common to schedule disputations on specific days of the week or liturgical calendar. Additionally, students were expected to memorize and recite material. For younger scholars in the arts course, daily routine might include reciting grammar rules or Aristotle's logical propositions back to a tutor. Think about it kind of like today's oral examinations. Oh, I remember when I was taking my Mandarin testing, and we had to do all that kind of thing. I remember the terrible quality of the speakers when we had to do our listening tests. They would sit you in a room with these 4 very stern individuals as you would do what was effectively an interview or a defense on a certain topic. That was interesting. Anyway, in between academic exercises there was self-study, and we must recall that books were certainly precious in an age before movable type printing. That only arrived in the mid-15th century, and even then it was, well, it wasn't like books were everywhere. They were certainly in a lot more places than they used to be, but not quite people weren't having housefuls of books unless they were very upper class. In any case, a single volume, hand-copied on parchment, could cost a small fortune. Universities developed a system to facilitate access. For example, the Pecchia system at Paris allowed students to rent sections of a book from a stationer to copy for themselves. Nevertheless, many poor students could not afford books at all, and relied entirely on taking notes from lectures. One famous 12th century compilation, the Glossa Ordinaria, was a massive commentary on the Bible that served as a key textbook for theology. A student of theology in Paris around 1300 would labor to consult a copy of the Glossa in the library or borrow a few pages at a time. Very few could ever own such a work in its full form. Thus much of a student's day was spent in writing. They would copy the texts, they'd review the notes, and they would compose essays, in Latin, of course, on prescribed questions. Wheel pens scratched late into the evening by that feeble lamplight in many a lodging. The more industrious even formed informal study circles, gathering after dinner to discuss lessons or read together. Well, interestingly, learning was not confined to cloistered study halls. Students often carried their intellectual debates into informal settings. Contemporary accounts cheerfully note that the medieval scholars would continue arguing theology or logic over a drink. Learning moves from the formal setting to the more informal, and one could find students learning in pubs, bars, and taverns as well. Indeed, the tavern was the social centre for students. A bit more on that later. And it doubled as an extension of the classroom when spirited academic discussions accompanied the ale. I'm sure more ale, the more spirit, right? In this communal oral learning centre, Every waking hour could be an opportunity to dissect ideas, whether in a master's hall or under the arches of a portico, during a quiet walk in the cloister, or amid the chaos of a tavern or wine shop. Well, by the late afternoon or early evening, the scholarly day formally concluded. University statutes usually forbade lectures after dark. Understandable, given the poor lighting and increased risk of trouble at night. Students might attend vespers, an evening church service, if they were devout. Sometimes this was even required by their college. Afterwards came supper and the long medieval night, which, as we shall see, opened the door to an entirely different side of university living. Of course, daily life is not all study. What about the ordinary necessities like eating and sleeping? The medieval student's material circumstance ranged from Spartan to downright squalid for many. Housing conditions were often cramped and rough. A scholar renting a cheap room in Paris or Oxford might share a small chamber with several roommates, each with a straw mattress on the floor, if they had one of them, and they might have a simple bench as well. Furniture was minimal, perhaps a stool or two, a board laid across trestles as a desk, and a chest to lock up books and clothing. There are accounts of 5 or 6 young men packed into one room. Privacy, of course, was scarce, and study had to be done amid constant company, or by seeking a quiet corner of a church, which you're probably better off to do that. Heating in winter was a luxury that many didn't have. Students often shivered in their cloaks as they read, fingers numb with cold. A letter from 2 students in Orleans around 1200, however, proudly assures their parents that, quote, "We occupy a good dwelling next door to the schools and marketplace, so that we can go to class every day without wetting our feet in bad weather." Proximity to classrooms and marketplaces, that was a selling point. A short commute, easy access to food. What else could you want? Well, speaking of food, meals for students were generally simple and frugal. Bread was the staple, coarse brown bread, supplemented with pottage, a thick vegetable stew, or cheap cuts of meat when it was affordable. Many scholars took their meals in inexpensive cook shops or taverns, since few had the facilities or time to cook properly. A common practice was to form a mess with roommates or friends, pooling money or to have one person buy and prepare food that all would share. In college dining halls, those lucky enough to be residents ate somewhat better. A typical college might provide 2 meals a day. At Oxford's Merton College in the 14th century, for instance, a fellow's allowance might include beef, fish on fast days, bread and ale, occasionally a few luxuries like cheese. Students not in colleges often skipped meals or ate very irregularly, especially if money ran low. Ale or weak wine was a universal drink, safer than the often polluted water, and considered quite nourishing. Indeed, beer drinking was a significant part of daily life. Even at breakfast, it's estimated that people in medieval northern Europe commonly drank 3 to 4 pints of ale per day, including scholars. Student letters home frequently mention food costs and the high price of victuals in university towns. If a famine or a siege drove up prices, students would feel the pinch immediately. More than a few scholars survived by begging for meals or seeking charity at monastery doors when funds were particularly low. In Bologna, richer law students sometimes hired cooks, but poorer art students might subsist on plain bread, onions, and the cheapest of wine, stretching a few coins as far as possible. Excuse me as I have a sip of my tea. Well, moving on, there is a touching primary source, actually, that glimpses into these conditions. It comes from a letter by two brothers studying at Orleans. Writing to their parents in the late 12th century, they emphasize that by divine mercy, we are in good health and devoting ourselves wholly to study, and they describe their living situation approvingly. As we mentioned before, the same brothers with that decent house near the school. Quote, an advantage which we well appreciate. Yet after these polite assurances, the real purpose emerges. Quote, lest production cease from a lack of material, we beg you to send money for buying parchment, ink, a desk, and other things we need. The bearer will also take charge of the shoes and stockings which you have sent to us. End quote. Now, you can almost see the parents sighing at this artful mix of, I suppose, piety and pleading. The mention of shoes and stockings is telling. Many students literally wore their clothes to rags. A scholar's attire was modest, typically a plain robe or tunic, often second-hand. A cloak for outdoors, simple leather shoes. As clerics, students were often supposed to keep their hair tonsured, that is, a shaven spot on the crown, marking their status. An observer noted that apart from this clerical haircut, a group of young scholars was barely distinguishable from the general townsfolk by dress. However, some did adopt affectations like a scholar's cap or hood. In cold weather, a scholar might layer on any old garment he could get. There was a record of two Paris students begging their mother for thick lambskins for winter clothing, as theirs were quite inadequate. Money, or lack thereof, was a constant worry. Most medieval students were self-funded, or supported by their families. Scholarships did exist, especially for the poor but bright boys taken under a church patron's wing, but these never really covered everything. A lucky few held ecclesiastical benefices, incomes from the church positions that paid for their studies. The majority, however, routinely fell into debt. They paid lecture fees to their masters, rent for housing, and outlays for food, books, candles, clothing, and the occasional indulgence of beer or entertainment. So it's no surprise that many of the students were writing to their mums and dads, or wealthy family members that they knew, begging for a bit of money. Sounds pretty reminiscent of what happens today, I suppose. This tradition of the parental subsidy is richly documented in many medieval letters. Well, one famous letter from Oxford, circa 1220, has a student frankly tell his patron, quote, I am studying at Oxford with the greatest diligence, but the matter of money stands greatly in the way of my promotion, as it's now 2 months since I spent the last of what you sent me. The city is expensive and makes many demands. I have to rent lodgings, buy necessities, and provide for many other things. Wherefore I respectfully beg your paternity, assist me, so that I may be able to complete what I have well begun, for you must know that without Ceres and Bacchus, Apollo grows cold. Now, that last little bit, you might be a bit confused, that classical metaphor. Well, essentially saying that without food, Ceres, the goddess of grain, and wine, Bacchus, the goddess of wine, Apollo, the god of learning, will freeze up. So, there's a bit of a scholarly flourish to his plea, I suppose. Quite interesting. We do hear genuine anxiety in such letters, mixed with rhetorical training that taught students how to couch their appeals in more elegant terms. But parents did not always respond sympathetically. Some sent money along with stern advice. Others scolded their sons for their extravagance. A model letter in formulary imagines a father chiding, you might have gotten on longer with what you had you remembered the needs of your sisters. In one case, a frustrated father wrote back, quoting the Roman poet Horace about the folly of excess, explaining that a poor wine harvest meant he could not send more funds. But often, families sacrificed to keep their scholar son afloat, seeing it as an investment in future. A touching example survives from a 15th century Vienna school. A student wrote to his father that he had spent all the money on books and other things that pertained to learning, and the father replied by sending 10 Rhenish gulden, 7 ells of good cloth for cloak, and a pair of stockings to help him along. Such care packages, money, clothing, and sometimes a bit of food from home, they were the lifeline of a medieval scholar. But when these funds ran out, the student had limited options. Some took odd jobs as tutors or scribes. A few with musical talent might sing in church choirs for pay. The truly desperate begged. At Bologna, the sight of threadbare scholars seeking alms was common enough to enter the literature. The Italian rhetorician Buonacampagno da Signa, writing in the 13th century, paints a dramatic picture of a destitute student's life. By day, he must go from door to door crying, "O good masters," imploring charity and often bringing home nothing unless the Lord go with him. By night, this poor scholar wanders the streets with a staff in one hand and a sack in the other, knocking on kitchen doors for scraps. Buoncompagno describes the meager and revolting diet offered to beggars: coarse black bread that even dogs would refuse, rejected vegetable peels, sinews and gristles from the butcher's waste, soured wine. In short, contemptible foods and condemned wines often given to beggars. The student trudges through the muddy streets. Bologna's mud was notorious, by the way, likened to the stench of graves, and fights off stray dogs with his stick while carrying whatever pitiable morsels he'd gathered in his sack and gourd. At last he returns to his cold room, covered in the fetid Bologna mud, and satisfies his growling stomach with hard-won crusts before collapsing into bed. Well, this account, though a literary exaggeration for effect, was rooted in reality. Many scholars did rely on charity to survive, and a few literally did starve. That such hardships were endured shows the determination of medieval students, pursuing education despite all of that material adversity. But amid their challenges, medieval students formed a distinct subculture of their own. They had their own pastimes, their own fashions, and even their own slang. Now, that's not to say that Latin was not the official language of the classroom. Students were expected to speak Latin, not only in lectures and debates, but even informally among themselves in halls and colleges. By practice, this rule was imperfect. Still, one benefit to university life was that a diligent student became truly fluent in Latin, able to joke, argue, and even just converse casually in the language. A pan-European student jargon even emerged, mixing Latin with vernacular bits. For instance, many slang terms and drinking songs preserved in manuscript show a playful mix of learned references and more earthly humor. The Goliards, a term for wandering scholar poets, composed Latin verses that both celebrated and satirized student life. The 13th century Carmina Burana collection includes ribald poems about gambling, love, and above all, drinking in the tavern. There's a saying in Latin too, in taberna quando sumus, which is, when we are in the tavern, we don't care about anything. Presumably reflective of real student revelry. Intellectual life genuinely excited these young scholars, They idolized the famed masters and could be fiercely competitive in disputations. We hear of students staying up late, passionately arguing points of theology or philosophy. The ideal of the scholar was someone who wholly devoted himself to study, as many letter writers reassured their anxious parents. And indeed, there were many ascetic souls who studied themselves into illness. But at 18 or 20 years old, many students were equally driven by youthful impulses. The energy that went into daytime studies often overflowed into the rowdy nightlife. Discipline in medieval universities was strict in theory. On paper, the rules were all there. Masters and authorities issued a litany of rules to curb misbehavior. They banned carrying arms, mandated curfews, and threatened expulsion for serious offenses. University statutes from various places read like anxious parental lectures. No excessive drinking, no visiting disreputable houses. You know what I mean. No brawling, go to mass regularly, dress properly, and all the rest. For example, an ordinance at Oxford in the 13th century prohibited students from playing games in town on certain holy days. Quote, "No students, except boys under 14, are to be allowed to play at ball in the city on St. Nicholas Day or St. Catherine's Day." And it also forbade them from indulging in jousting, hunting, and hawking. Such knightly sports were seen as unseemly luxuries for scholars, and indeed implied too much wealth and leisure. The only games officially tolerated were more intellectual or harmless ones. Chess, backgammon, and music were typically allowed within college walls. The colleges commonly permitted chess playing and the playing of musical instruments, recognizing them as genteel diversions, but drew the line at gambling for money or any kind of combat sport. Masters could inflict punishments for rule breakers, fines, confinement in a college as a rudimentary jail, yes, they had them, or even corporal punishment, especially for the younger lads. The university, in essence, tried to act in loco parentis for those young men set loose in the city. But there is theory and there is practice, and in practice enforcement was limited, and student defiance was often the norm. One modern scholar aptly notes that despite the strict rules of conduct and the threat of corporal punishment or imprisonment to enforce them, problems existed with the extracurricular behavior. The archival records of universities are full of disciplinary cases that speak to a lively student culture. Illicit drinking was probably the most widespread vice. The taverns of the Latin Quarter in Paris, or around Carfax in Oxford, did brisk business with students every evening. Given that medieval society in general had relatively high alcohol consumption, it is unsurprising that scholars indulged liberally. Contemporary observers half joked that the amount of beer students drank surely prolonged their time to graduation. University authorities lamented that scholars were nursing hangovers instead of attending early lectures. Of course, water quality at the time made weak ale the safer daily drink, but students were rarely content with small beer. They sought stronger brews and wines, when they could afford them. This drinking culture inevitably led to fights and disorder. The Latin songs of the Goliards praised the joys of tavern life, but also hinted its perils. Empty purses, broken heads, maybe a bit of lost innocence. Another frequent offense was gambling. Throwing dice for money was officially forbidden, but many students just did it anyway. We find sermons of the era scolding the young scholars for wasting their stipends in games of chance. Likewise, visiting brothels was a well-known aspect of student life, albeit one strongly condemned by both church and university. Medieval cities had their red light districts, and despite the clerical status, students were often found there. Oxford's town records mention specific houses of ill repute that drew scholars. In Paris, the term Rue d'Après, a pun on Rue de Pré, the street of the meadows, was a slang for the area of brothels frequented by students and tutors alike. If caught, a student faced severe penance, or even expulsion. But for most of these young lads, the temptation remained strong enough that the problem persisted through centuries. Weapons and violence were another concern. Students in many regions habitually carried arms, a dagger at the least, and in turbulent times even swords, clubs, and bows. Now, the reason for this was partly self-defense. Towns could be dangerous, and rival student factions were a threat. But it led to deadly encounters. University annals record students injuring or killing each other in quarrels, not to mention the fatalities in larger town riots. Yet punishments for such crimes were often shockingly lenient due to clerical privilege. A student might get away with manslaughter by claiming benefit of clergy or performing a token penance. This leniency enraged the townsfolk and sometimes even the king. After that 1355 riot in Oxford, King Edward III's investigations listed, quote, homicides, assaults, robberies, arsons, and other crimes committed by the scholars. The royal verdict forced the town to submit to the university's authority, and for centuries after, Oxford's mayor had to march in penance each St. Scholastica's Day and pay a fine to the university in memory of the riot. Well, episodes like that contributed to the lore and reputation of the medieval students as a wild and uncontrollable group of vagabonds, when not under the strict eye of a master, that is. But despite the unruliness, students also built plenty of positive traditions. There was strong camaraderie among classmates and nation-mates. New students, often called freshmen, or in some texts, Bejani, from the French Bejon, the yellow beak, underwent initiation rituals akin to hazing. In some universities, older students would play pranks on the newcomers. For example, at early Oxford, it is said that freshmen were sometimes forced to kiss the senior student's shoes, or put on a donkey and paraded through the town to be jeered at. This was usually done in good humor, if not always appreciated by the victim, but it also served to break the ice. There were also scholarly fraternities of sorts, students who might dine together regularly, or share lodging by regional affinity. In the absence of family, students created their own family-like units. They addressed each other as brother in letters, and formed lifelong friendships or mentorship bonds with masters. The ideal of collegiality, literally living together like colleagues, was at the heart of the word college. So when they weren't attending lectures or slogging through assignments, what did they do for fun? Well, despite the serious stakes of study, these were young people who eagerly embraced leisure whenever possible. Music and song played a big role in recreation. Wandering minstrels and student musicians would perform popular ballads or even raucous drinking songs in taverns. The university authorities often frowned on excessive music, associating it with idleness or temptation. But good luck stamping it out. In fact, at some student feasts, even professors joined in singing Latin hymns or jovial songs. One popular student anthem that survives into later centuries begins, "Therefore let us rejoice while we are young." Capturing that carpe diem spirit, that's for sure. Physical games were often enjoyed too. Although football, as we know it, was not a formal university sport, students played various ball games in the streets or college yards. So much so that specific prohibitions had to be issued to keep them from causing damage or playing at inappropriate times. Archery, wrestling, and fencing could be both sport and practical training. and some students engaged in them off the record, because do remember we said these combat sports were generally frowned upon. Now, within college walls, chess was the favored pastime for the intellectually minded, combining a bit of recreation with strategic thinking. And a 15th century Oxford report knows that many a student spent his evenings over the chessboard by the fire in winter. I don't know how good at chess you are. I'm okay at it. I know a few opening moves, but yeah, I don't play too often. Not anymore. Now, dice games, they were a little bit more of a vice-ridden amusement. Essentially, they were just gambling. And while they were outlawed, they undoubtedly occurred behind closed doors because, well, good luck stopping that. Playing cards entered Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries, and there's evidence that students were among the early adopters of card games, to their masters' disapproval, of course. The student calendar was punctuated by many feasts and holidays, which they celebrated with quite a bit of excitement. In medieval Europe, there were frequent religious festivals nearly every month that brought a saint's day or holy tide. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, etc. There's plenty of them. Now, when lectures would be suspended, they'd usually go and take up these sorts of festivals. You wouldn't have classes on when it was a public holiday. Students typically got a winter break around Christmas and the New Year, too. If they could afford the journey, they would return home, and they would get a long break in summer after the term, though many stayed in the town year-round. On major feast days during the term, the pattern was often attend a solemn high mass in the morning, then devote the rest of the day to merriment. Well, a contemporary account from Oxford speaks of scholars on St. Nicholas's Day, that is December 6, by the way, donning robes and role-playing as the boy bishop and his clerks, a customary medieval festivity, before proceeding to games and feasting. The medieval universities tried to regulate these celebrations to maintain decorum. For instance, students were forbidden to run riot through town during Carnival, the week before Lent in costume, a rule more often broken than kept. We know that in 1229, a student carnival prank in Paris, some scholars got drunk and trashed a tavern, triggered a violent confrontation with the city guards, leading to a famous student strike. Thus, the exuberance of a holiday revelry sometimes boiled over. Private parties and banquets were also a highlight of student social life. As alluded, there were informal symposia, where a group of students would gather in someone's lodgings or a rented room with wine and food, often under the pretext of scholarly fellowship. These were jokingly called Aristotle banquets, after the Greek philosopher, implying high-minded talk mixed with heavy drinking. One surviving poem describes a parody of scholarly debate taking place at such booze-soaked gatherings, with students raising toasts to their favorite authors between arguments. Life milestones and academic milestones also occasioned celebrations. Graduation ceremonies in particular were accompanied by extravagant feasting in the late Middle Ages. When a student compelled or rather completed the long road to a Master of Arts or a doctorate, he and his family were expected to host an inception feast. Inception meaning the formal commencement of one's role as a master. By the 14th century, these had become quite sumptuous affairs, up there with royal weddings, well, at least for those who could afford it. Nobles and princes studying at universities spared no expense to throw lavish graduation banquets. Accounts of a grand inception feast at Oxford in the 15th century detail an almost carnival-like atmosphere. The celebrating graduate would hire a hall decorated with colorful banners and tapestries, with tables laden with fine dishes. Up to 100 guests might attend, including professors, fellow students, especially from the same nation, and local dignitaries. Women, usually absent from the all-male academic world, were invited to the feasts if there were relatives or spouses, adding to the excitement for the young clerics unused to female company. Contemporary descriptions marvel at the scene. Music and dancing would break out despite official disapproval. Oxford statutes tried to ban dancing, given the clerical status of students, but it was largely ignored at parties. Once again, what are they going to do? Like just stand between them and hold them at arm's length? Humans are humans, no matter what time it is. Minstrel troops played lutes and fiddles. Jesters and fools performed comic skits. And even trained animals or dwarves provided entertainment in some cases. One observer noted, actors, fools, dwarves, and storytellers all tried to make themselves heard above the din. Even household dogs jumped onto the tables and joined the revelry. Now, I don't know about having a dog on the table. Come on. Well, toasts and Latin drinking songs resounded. It was customary for the new master to lead a song, or give a witty oration in Latin, which then devolved into everybody singing the popular student drinking songs together, arm in arm. Now, these revels could last all night. A final fling before the graduate assumed the sober responsibilities of their post. But not all student gatherings were so elaborate. On a more regular basis, students held modest celebrations, such as commandals, little parties after completing exams or obtaining minor academic milestones. They also observed the time-honored tradition of giving gifts or treating one's friends and masters. Surviving receipts from a Paris student show purchase of wine and sweet pastries as presents to his teachers on the eve of examination, maybe to curry a bit of favor, or perhaps soften the grading. I mean, let me tell you, as a teacher I can certainly say, well, pastries and little gifts are certainly welcome, but it's not going to soften the grading. Such practices were quasi-bribes at the time, though, and eventually they were condemned. But in moderation they were sort of tolerated just as gestures of joy and respect. Now, we have to mention the unique medieval student custom of the Love Day reconciliation feasts, when two factions of students had been feuding, let's say a serious fight between different nations, or a protracted duel of honor between individuals. The masters or church authorities would sometimes intervene to negotiate peace. The settlement often involved a feast where the former enemies would sit together. Chronicles describe these love days where, after much wine, the quarreling parties literally kissed each other. Don't worry, just on the cheek. A symbolic kiss of peace, and they would pledge friendship. While this sounds idealistic, it did happen as a form of conflict resolution. I mean, I'm sure they had to get them pretty drunk to do that, but hey, whatever works. I mean, you can't have people arguing, right? Though sometimes this peace was short-lived once the hangovers wore off. In any case, all these occasions just added to that cycle of student life events. All pretty interesting. And once again, so remarkably and familiarly human. So what do you think? You think you could survive a tenure at a medieval university? I mean, it's all fun and games until you're actually starving to death, right? You better hope that you have wealthy patrons, or parents that want to look after you. I mean, in the modern imagination, though, I think it seems a bit remote. Well, a little bit, but the students themselves, they're not really so different from students in our day, in that they have their basic human needs and their exuberance. They'd stress over exams and money, and they sought friendship and blew off steam where they could. And don't forget balking at authority, but still respecting the great teachers. All in all, they just inspired to better themselves. Maybe that one term that we mentioned, "Let us rejoice, therefore, while we are young," maybe that sums it up. Perhaps you don't think you're young, but real youth is in the heart. And if you're young at heart, that's all that matters. Murderous vendettas, illicit affairs, corpses on trial. Medieval Italy witnessed scandals that would put any modern tabloid to shame. Today we're going to talk about some of the juiciest ones. A tour of 1,000 years. We've got intrigue, we've got corruption, and we've got drama. So from the papal palaces of Rome to the city-states of Tuscany and Lombardy, we'll look into those infamous episodes, and you'll see a darker side of power. Hello everyone and welcome. Quick introduction now, this is a part of our series. We did our scandals of medieval France last time. I hope you enjoyed that. In any case, if you like the content, give it a like, comment and subscribe, and thank you so much for those supporting keeping everything ad-free. For the Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store and donations, links are in description. Anyway, let's get right to it. Perhaps you raised an eyebrow when I said corpse trials. We may as well begin there. Where better to begin than smack bang in the middle of Rome, the home of the papacy, a spiritual authority mixed with a worldly ambition. A recipe for disaster, maybe. In the late 9th century, the papal office reached a macabre low point with an episode known as the Cadaver Synod. Now, I discussed this in my evilest popes video, but, well, it certainly fits into this video too. So, in 897, Pope Stephen VI ordered the body of his dead predecessor, Formosus, to be exhumed from its tomb. Now, Formosus's corpse was dead for many months, so you can imagine the state of it. In any case, they decided to dress it up in papal vestments and prop it up on a throne in St. Peter's Basilica. Before a horrified synod, Stephen conducted a bizarre trial of the dead pope. The corpse sat in eerie silence, and a deacon was appointed to speak on its behalf. A futile exercise, since Stephen was determined to condemn Formosus. According to contemporary accounts, Stephen shrieked and hurled accusations at the rotting figure, charging Formosus with perjury and illegal papal accession. Guess what? Rather unsurprisingly, the lifeless defendant had not much to say in his defense. The synod pronounced Formosus guilty, and in a grotesque flourish, they stripped the cadaver of its sacred robes, hacked off 3 fingers from the right hand, the blessing fingers by the way, and cast the corpse into the Tiber River. It doesn't get more grim than that. A posthumous degradation of a pope nonetheless certainly scandalized Rome's cynical populace. The public saw it as a sign of madness and sacrilege. Indeed, the backlash was quite swift. Shortly after the Cadaver Synod, an uprising in Rome deposed Stephen. The ill-fated pontiff was imprisoned and strangled to death in his cell, a violent end to a violent man. In any case, the Cadaver Synod entered history as perhaps the strangest trial ever held, although there's been a few strange ones too in modern times. In any case, this was emblematic of a papal era that was plagued by factional hatred and bizarre extremes. But not long after, Rome's papacy was caught in a succession of scandals so notorious that later historians dubbed that era the pornocracy, the rule of harlots. During the early 10th century, from 904 to 964, a powerful Roman noblewoman named Theodora and her daughter Marozia effectively controlled the papal throne through a series of puppet popes. And by the way, they were also their lovers or relatives, sometimes both. Marozia, for instance, was the reputed mistress of Pope Sergius III, and later orchestrated the elevation of her teenage son to the papacy as Pope John XI. It was whispered, and widely believed, that this Pope John was in fact Marozia's illegitimate son by Pope Sergius, making the Pope the son of a Pope, a scandalous blurring of sacred and profane. Contemporary chroniclers were quite aghast. Bishop Liutprand of Cremona, writing in the mid-900s, described Theodora as a, quote, shameless whore who exercised power in Rome like a man. Not mincing words, that's for sure. The papal court, in his telling, was ruled by lust and greed. Under Marozia's influence, popes were appointed and deposed at will. One pope, John X, who tried to act independently, was reportedly imprisoned and murdered. Who ordered it? Marozia, of course. The corruption reached such depths that later legend even spawned the tale of Pope Joan, a woman who supposedly disguised herself as a man and became the Pope in the 1850s, only to be exposed when she gave birth during a procession. Kind of hard to find ways to hide that one. While modern scholars doubt that Pope Joan was a real figure, the very fact that medieval people believed it shows how low the papacy's reputation had sunk. Now this pornocracy period culminated with Pope John XII, reigning from 955 to 964, who was Marozia's grandson, and, well, arguably, he was the worst of the lot. John XII took the papal office at about 18 years old, and he treated it like a personal playground. He was infamous for turning the Lateran Palace into what one chronicler called a brothel, hosting wild banquets and carrying on numerous affairs. Church officials and observers accused him of gross immorality, not only sleeping around with various women, including, it was rumored, his own nieces, but also of toasting the devil and invoking pagan gods in jest. A church council convened by the German Emperor Otto I in 963 listed a shocking litany of charges. John was accused of simony, perjury, murder, adultery, and incest. Basically every grievous offense they could throw at him, they did. A pretty bad rap sheet, especially for a pope. But John refused to attend the council and excommunicated all of his accusers. But Otto I had him deposed and replaced, albeit briefly, with a rival pope. In an iconic coda befitting of John's scandalous life, he soon after died. According to gossip, the young pope met his end when he suffered a stroke or was struck by a furious husband while in bed with a married woman. Now, whether that's true or not, the tale of John's death was eagerly repeated by churchmen, outraged by his misconduct. In any case, I think it seems pretty fitting divine judgment on a dissolute pontiff. By the late 10th century, the papacy's moral authority was, well, it was in tatters, we could say that. And this prompted reformers to eventually step in. But before the reforms could take hold, one more papal scandal has to be mentioned. Pope Benedict IX, who occupied the throne in the 11th century. Actually, 3 separate times, between 1032 and 1048, and he earned the dubious honor of being the most debauched pope in history. Well, depending on who you ask. Benedict was likely around 20 years old when he first made pope, placed in office by his powerful family, the Counts of Tusculum. His youth and arrogance led to a reign of unbridled vice. Even a pious successor, Pope Victor III, later wrote that Benedict's life as pope was so vile and foul that he shuddered to describe it. Rumors swirled of sexual misconduct, orgies, murder, taking place within the Vatican right under Benedict's watch. The young pope treated the papacy as a personal fiefdom, freely selling church offices for money and indulging in scandalous relationships. Matters reached a crescendo in 1045, when Benedict did the unthinkable. He actually put the papacy up for sale. Tired of his responsibilities, or perhaps sensing a threat in Rome, Benedict sold his title to his own godfather, Giovanni Graziano, for a hefty sum of gold. This brazen act of simony allowed the godfather to become Pope Gregory VI. Yet within a year, Benedict regretted his abdication and returned to Rome with armed supporters to seize the throne back. For a time, multiple rival popes, Benedict, Gregory, and another claimant, all claimed to be the true pontiff, creating this chaotic papal triangle. Eventually, Emperor Henry III of Germany intervened militarily. He deposed all three popes and installed a respected German clergyman as pope to end the scandal. As for Benedict, he was forced into exile, reportedly died years later in a bit of obscurity. But his outrageous career, no one could forget that. It was marked by bribery, violence, and the first ever papal resignation by sale. Now that is a scandal, and it shows how dire the papal institution's condition had become on the eve of the High Middle Ages. Through these early scandals, there is one pattern that emerges. The papacy, theoretically the pinnacle of moral leadership, was often deeply entangled in worldly corruption. Whether it was a corpse on trial, women pulling the strings behind the throne, or adolescent popes selling out the whole institution, Rome in the 9th to 11th centuries provided ample fodder for cynics. Indeed, satirists and moralists of later centuries would look back on this era with quite a bit of scorn. Dante Alighieri, writing in the 14th century, damned several corrupt popes to suffer in the inferno of his Divine Comedy. The introduction of such reforming popes such as Leo IX and Gregory VII in the mid-11th century signaled a fight back against corruption. But, as we shall see, scandal in Italy merely just changed arenas. It just evolved over times. So let's move away from the church and see what's happening in the rest of Italy. In the city-states and feudal domains of the Italian peninsula, scandals took the form of bloody rivalries and personal vendettas. Medieval Italian society was very much a clannish one. Old noble families guarded their honor, and feuds, well, they could last for generations. One of the most famous of these feuds began with a romantic scandal in Florence in the year 1215. A young Florentine knight, Buondelmonte de Buondelmonti, had been betrothed to a lady of the powerful Amidei family in a marriage arranged to secure peace between feuding factions. Buondelmonte, however, all of a sudden got cold feet. According to the chronicler Giovanni Villani, as Buondelmonte was riding through Florence one day, a woman from the rival Donati family stopped him and began to mock his choice, suggesting that her own daughter would be a far more worthy and, not to mention, more beautiful bride. When the lady revealed her daughter's face, Buondelmonte was quite taken back. Love at first sight, with the devil's connivance, as it's put in the text, he abandoned his promised bride and hastily married the Donati girl instead. Well, this was quite an insult, an unpardonable humiliation for the jilted Amadei clan. Furious and dishonored, the Amadei convened a council with their allies, including the Lamberti and Uberti families. And once they were all together, hands began to rub together, and revenge was plotted. They had a few ideas. Some proposed to beat or wound Buondelmonte for this slight, but one member of the conspiracy, Mosca de Lamberti, urged a more fatal solution. He said, "An accomplished thing has a head," which is an old Tuscan proverb, apparently, which pretty much means if you want to unaccomplish something, you need to remove said head. They wanted to kill him. And so, they did. On Easter morning of 1215, as the city was celebrating the holiest of days, Buondelmonte rode across the Ponte Vecchio on a white horse, dressed in all his finery, on his way to the Donati household. But he would never get there. At the foot of the bridge near the statue of Mars, the assassins sprang their trap. Buondelmonte was yanked off his horse and stabbed repeatedly. Mosca Lamberti and Lambertuccio delivered the mortal wounds. The bright Tuscan morning suddenly turned into a nightmare as the screams of Buondelmonte's echoed across. Now, this shocking murder of a groom on his wedding day, no less, threw Florence into chaos. Villani writes that Buondelmonte's murder was the spark that split the city into two warring factions. From that day, every noble family and many common citizens took sides, half rallying behind Buondelmonte's allies, the Donati and others, who came to be called the Guelph faction, and the other half aligning with the Uberti and Amadei, who were called the Ghibelline faction. Now, in truth, these faction names came from broader European politics. Guelph indicated papal supporters and Ghibelline indicated imperial supporters. But in Florence the feud had highly personal roots, and it was all based in this scandalous, broken betrothal. Buondelmonte's affair thus ignited decades of civil strife. Feuding families engaged in tit-for-tat killings, banishments, and seizures of property. The city's history for the 13th and 14th centuries would be defined by the oscillation of Guelph and Ghibelline control, all traced by Florentines back to that Easter murder, a romantic indiscretion by one knight, essentially choosing the, quote, wrong bride. It all cascaded into this societal schism. Now Dante, a Florentine himself, alludes to this tragic vendetta in his Divine Comedy, lamenting Buondelmonte's death as the stone that cracked Florence's unity. For medieval Italians, it was more of a cautionary tale. Dishonoring another's family's daughter could unleash hell itself. Love and honor frequently intersected with violence in medieval Italy. Another famous case from the 13th century is the tragedy of Francesca de Rimini, which also found immortal fame through Dante's poetry. Francesca was a noblewoman of the Polenta family, married off for political reasons around 1275 to Giancotio Malatesta, the Lord of Rimini. Now, Giancotio was a powerful but boorish and quite physically unattractive man. Some sources even said he was deformed, and Francesca found herself drawn to someone else, of course, the other one being Paolo Malatesta, Giancotio's younger brother. Handsome and chivalrous, Paolo kindled a passionate love in Francesca, and so the two began a secret affair, finding stolen moments to meet in private. Now, famously, as Dante narrates, the lovers were reading together the tale of Lancelot and Guinevere, a story of forbidden love, when, overcome by emotion, they turned from the book to share their first kiss. Well, Dante writes, Galeolt, the Pandar, was the book, and the one who wrote it, meaning the romantic literature acted as their go-between. But their bliss was short-lived. One day, the wrathful Giancotio discovered Francesca and Paolo together. Some say he burst into their room unexpectedly. In a rage, he drew his sword, and he murdered them both on the spot. Husband killing wife and brother in a single stroke. Of course, this sent quite a few shockwaves through Romagna. Locals viewed it as a scandalous crime of passion, a noble lady and her brother-in-law slain for adultery, their love story silenced in blood. Dante, writing a few decades later, gave Francesca and Paola an undying voice in his Inferno. He encounters their souls in the second circle of hell, blown about by an infernal wind, just as in life they were swept up by the whirlwind of passion. Dante's Francesca speaks tenderly of love and sorrow, describing how love led them to one death. Her words, and the pathos of the scene, made the Francesca affair one of the most celebrated romantic scandals in literature, inspiring countless retellings in later art. But to Dante's medieval audience, the lesson was pretty clear. Even in a society that prized arranged marriages and family honor, true passion can always erupt. And, well, that can always exact a dreadful price. But sometimes, scandals combined romantic transgression with high-level politics. In the 13th century kingdom of Sicily in southern Italy, the oppression of the ruling French regime led to a mass uprising sparked by an assault on a woman's dignity. This was the legendary Sicilian Vespers of 1282. It was Easter Monday in Palermo, and locals gathered at the Church of the Holy Spirit for evening Vespers prayers, when a drunken French sergeant began harassing a young Sicilian bride. He made lewd advances, and allegedly he tried to violate her right there outside the church. The distraught woman's cries, and the indecency of this act on holy ground, on a holy day nonetheless, provoked an instantaneous fury in the crowd. Now the woman's husband, or a bystander, accounts do vary, drew a knife and stabbed the French soldier to death. That single spark hit a powder keg of resentment. Within minutes, violence spread through Palermo. Bells rang out, summoning Sicilians to rise up against their French overlords. Sicilian men fell upon any Frenchman they could find in the city, crying death to the French. The violence did not stay contained in Palermo, however. It spread like a wildfire across the whole island. Within 24 hours, the Sicilian populace in multiple cities had taken up arms in a massive popular rebellion. French officials, soldiers, and settlers, men, women, and even children, were slaughtered in a ruthless purge. By some estimates, thousands of French were killed. And in the ensuing weeks of carnage, things just got worse and worse. The shocking bloodbath was directly triggered by the scandalous behavior of a single foreign soldier abusing a Sicilian woman. While, of course, deeper political tensions underlay the revolt, taxation, ethnic resentment, etc., chronicles zeroed in on the molestation incident as the catalyst. The Sicilian Vespers went down in history as one of the Middle Ages' most infamous uprisings, toppling King Charles of Anjou's rule in Sicily and altering the balance of Mediterranean power. It began, however, as a kind of morality tale, an outrage against a woman's honor on Easter Monday, unleashing a whirlwind of vengeance. Medieval writers often highlighted this aspect, implying a divine justice at work. The lust of one Frenchman cost an entire nation its hold on Sicily. But feuds were not limited to lay nobility. The clergy and monastic world had their own share of sordid stories from this era, despite official vows of chastity and obedience, that is. Many parish priests kept concubines. Some abbots lived more like princes than spiritual men. In the 12th century, the reformer Saint Bernard of Clairvaux thundered against the luxurious lifestyles of high-ranking clergy, describing prelates who hosted lavish feasts and wore silk and gold. Satirical tales circulated of nunneries where nuns snuck their lovers in, or of a convent, abbess secretly giving birth, forcing the nuns to concoct wild explanations. Well, these may be exaggerated, but they do reveal the common people's cynical view that church folk often failed to practice what they preached. Of course, this goes back to the old days of the trouble in Rome that we mentioned. One famous literary example comes from Boccaccio's Decameron in 1353, in which a witty tale tells of a devout Jew named Abraham who visited Rome. Abraham expected to find piety, but instead observed rampant corruption, priests keeping mistresses, cardinals scheming for power, and money changing hands for pardons. Strangely, Abraham returned to his friend and announced that he would convert to Christianity, because only a religion truly founded by God, he reasoned, could survive such rotten leadership. It's one way to put it, I suppose. Anyway, Boccaccio's tongue-in-cheek story echoed what many Italians felt. The moral lapses of medieval clergy were an open scandal, acknowledged even in satire. By the early 14th century, Italy's politics had shifted again. The papacy itself had moved out of Rome, and now it was in Avignon in 1309, the beginning of the so-called Babylonian captivity of the papacy in France. Rome, bereft of the stabilizing presence of the Pope, descended into factional conflict among its noble families, Colonna versus Orsini and others. One extraordinary figure, Cola di Rienzo, arose in Rome and became the center for both admiration and scandal. Cola was a fiery commander with a gift for oratory and a dream of restoring the Roman Republic's glory. In 1347, amid the chaos in Rome, he rallied the populace and declared himself tribune of a new republican government. At first, his rule was pretty enlightened. He passed laws to curb noble violence, and people hailed him as a savior. But the power went to his head. He donned absurdly grand titles. He'd called himself Augustus and Holy Spirit, and paraded in silk robes. His symbolic reforms gave way to personal vanity and autocracy. Within a matter of months, his supporter base was gone. The Roman nobles returned with their armed retainers, and Cola was forced to flee. He attempted to come back years later, but in 1354 an enraged mob in Rome caught him, and in a rather ugly scene, he was stabbed to death by the crowd. His corpse was then desecrated, dragged through the streets, chopped into little pieces, and even burned. This gruesome end to a one-time idealist showed how easily public sentiment can turn, and how a hero could become a tyrant almost overnight. Cola's downfall was remembered as a scandal of failed leadership. Petrarch, the famous poet, who had once corresponded with Cola in support, mourned the wasted potential. The story served as a warning to those who would cloak themselves in high ideals, while in secret succumbing to ambition and vice. Now all these episodes, the feuds, the romance, the revolts, and the fallen idealists, they highlight a hallmark of Italian life in the High Middle Ages, the potent mix of personal passion and political consequence. A broken marriage promise led to civic upheaval, a moment of lust sparking a revolution, a charismatic leader's pride leading to his death. In a culture deeply attuned to honor and shame, even private sins could become public catastrophes. Chronicles of the time are filled with such anecdotes, often recounted in lurid detail. Medieval Italians clearly relished the cautionary tales. In them one sees reflections of the era's values, the sanctity of marriage alliances, the volatility of popular justice. Well, of course, there is also this expectation that leaders maintain dignity and virtue when they clearly did not. So as we move forward, things only intensify. For the 14th and 15th centuries in Italy were, if anything, more rife with spectacular scandal. By the late 14th century, Italy was transitioning into the Renaissance, but the misdeeds and drama did not abate. If anything, wealth and power, concentrated in cities like Florence, Milan, and Naples, gave rise to new kinds of scandals. Who would have thought that wealth and power would produce anything unsightly? Well, republics and princely courts competed in splendor, while behind the scenes, assassinations, poisonings, and betrayals made and unmade rulers overnight. And then there was the church. They weren't having any shortages of late medieval imbroglios. The papacy was rocked by a schism, and then by Renaissance-era popes, whose decadence rivaled the worst of their predecessors. So let's get into a few of the scandals of the 14th to 15th century. In 1378, the Catholic Church was engulfed in the Great Western Schism, an extraordinary scandal of division that saw two, and eventually three, rival popes claiming the throne of St. Peter. After Pope Gregory XI returned from the papacy from Avignon to Rome, he died, and a fearsome controversy erupted over his succession. Under pressure from a Roman mob, the cardinals elected Urban VI, who was, by the way, an Italian. The mob might have been a little bit biased to the home front. But Urban VI proved so harsh and so bull-headed, berating and even physically assaulting other cardinals, that a faction of them fled and declared his election invalid. They elected a different man as pope, who took the name Clement VII and re-established a papal court in Avignon. Suddenly, Christendom had two popes, each excommunicating the other, and each denouncing the other as an anti-pope, a tool of the devil. The loyalty of Europe split largely along political lines. France and its allies for Avignon's Clement, Italy and much of Germany for Rome's Urban. For the ordinarily faithful, it was a rather confusing and disheartening spectacle. Two vicars of Christ hurling curses at one another and selling indulgences to fund wars. The schism dragged out for nearly 40 years. Attempts to solve it only compounded the scandal. In 1409, a church council at Pisa tried to depose both claimants and elect a new pope, but the existing popes refused to step down, leaving a third pope, Alexander V, later John XXIII, in the mix. It was not until 1417, at the Council of Constance, that the schism was healed by persuading or deposing all rivals and electing a single universally recognized pope, Martin V. This long fiasco gravely damaged the reputation of the church. Preachers of the time lamented how the schism made a mockery of the sanctity of the papacy. The very fact that the Council of Bishops had to clean up the papacy's mess just showed how far the mighty had fallen. Now, while not a scandal in a romantic sense or anything like that, the Great Schism was a deep institutional scandal, a crisis of legitimacy, one that fueled cynicism and calls for reform. And once that ball starts rolling, good luck trying to stop it. But it also demonstrated the role of Italian politics in church affairs. the Roman populace's violent insistence on an Italian pope in 1378, and the maneuverings of Italian and French cardinals afterwards, were at the heart of the issue. So in many ways the schism was as much of an Italian scandal as a European one, born from the turbulent political context of the Italian peninsula. Now, back to the realm of the secular rulers. The courts of Renaissance Italy were glittering but treacherous. Consider the case of Galeazzo Maria Sforza, the Duke of Milan in 1460s. Galeazzo Maria was notorious for his cruelty, debauchery, and tyrannical whims. Contemporary accounts and later historians describe him as a lustful despot who thought nothing of violating the wives and daughters of his courtiers, or of torturing those who displeased him. He levied oppressive taxes to fund his luxurious banquets, and was said to keep a stable of mistresses. Under his reign, Milan's court shone with pomp, but the populace and nobility increasingly chafed under his sadistic rule. The scandal of his personal behavior reached a breaking point in December of 1476. On the day after Christmas, Duke Galeazzo Maria attended the Mass in front of the church of Santo Stefano in Milan, a well-known, ostentatious presence in the front pew. As the choir sang and the congregation knelt, 3 conspirators approached the Duke. Suddenly, one man pulled out a dagger and stabbed him in the back, followed by another stabbing him in the chest. In a flurry of blows, they assassinated the Duke at the very altar of the church. Blood sprayed onto the marble floor, and chaos erupted among the worshippers. Not your normal Sunday service, I can tell you that much. Galeazzo Maria Sforza collapsed and died on the spot, killed in a church on Holy Feast Day. It was a scandalous event on multiple levels. You see, you had regicide and sacrilege combined. Yet for many of the people of Milan, there was a grim satisfaction in the demise of Galeazzo, a sense that the Duke had earned his violent end through his own monstrous deeds. Documents after the fact revealed that the conspirators, 3 young noblemen named Olgiati, Lampugnani, and Visconti, acted because they could no longer bear the tyranny and lust of Galeazzo. One conspirator's private letters called the Duke a wicked and corrupt man, whose death would be a service to God and country. The assassination shocked the rest of Italy. Other princes beefed up their personal security, and even had their food tasted for poison, realizing that terrible rulers could meet terrible fates. Galeazzo's assassination was one of the Renaissance's most dramatic scandals, retold in hushed tones. Justice, or perhaps revenge, striking down a wicked ruler, right in front of the altar. Now, Florence, the beating heart of the Renaissance, had its share of spectacular scandals too. The city, a republic dominated by the Medici family in the 15th century, was generally stable. But even there, envy and ambition fostered deadly intrigue. The most infamous episode was the Pazzi conspiracy of 1478. The Pazzi were an illustrious Florentine banking family, which that's probably didn't make them very popular anyway, but they bitterly resented the domination of the Medici. In league with a few other disaffected parties, and it appears with the covert support of Pope Sixtus IV, an enemy of the Medici, the Pazzi plotted to murder the Medici brothers and seize control of Florence. They chose their moment carefully. Easter Sunday, April 26, 1478, during High Mass in the city's grand cathedral, Santa Maria del Fiore. As the sacred ceremony progressed, the Medici were kneeling in worship among the crowd. Suddenly, at the elevation of the host, the most solemn moment of the Mass, the assassins struck. Francesco de Pazzi and Bernardo Bandini lunged at Guiano de' Medici, stabbing him multiple times. Giuliano, just 25 years old, collapsed on the cathedral floor, bleeding to death. His brother, Lorenzo de' Medici, the famous Lorenzo the Magnificent, was set upon by another attacker who slashed him in the neck. Lorenzo, though wounded, managed to fend off any further blows. Some accounts say he used his cloak as a shield, and with help of friends he escaped to the sacristy and barred the door behind him. Inside the majestic church, panic and fury erupted. Worshippers screamed. Some conspirators brandished weapons to cow the crowd. But the atrocity of the murder at Mass, in the consecrated space of the cathedral, had enraged the people of Florence. Lorenzo emerged safely and rallied his supporters, and what followed was a swift and brutal retaliation. The Pazzi conspirators, who were caught in the city, were lynched by the mob or arrested by magistrates, who were, of course, firmly pro-Medici. Francesco de' Pazzi, found hiding with wounds from his struggle with Giuliano, was dragged half naked and bleeding to the Palazzo della Signoria and hanged out of a window for all to see. Perhaps the most shocking vengeance, though, was reserved for Francesco Salviati, the Archbishop of Pisa, who had joined the plot and was to have helped seize political control. The Florentines, furious that a prince of the church betrayed sacred hospitality by attacking his hosts at Mass, seized Archbishop Salviati and hanged him beside Francesco Pazzi, still wearing his ecclesiastical robes. The sight of an archbishop's corpse dangling from a government building, well, that's quite horrific. Pope Sixtus in Rome was livid. Not only had his attempt to eliminate the Medici failed, but the Florentines had compounded sacrilege with sacrilege by executing a high clergyman. Sixtus excommunicated the entire Florentine government and placed the city under interdict as punishment, which is basically when you ban it from receiving sacraments, essentially like an excommunication. War between Florence and the Pope, allied with the King of Naples, followed. Ultimately, Lorenzo de' Medici's political acumen solved the crisis, but the Pazzi conspiracy remained the talk of the town. It revealed that even a refined, cultured city like Florence could erupt in medieval fury when provoked. It also showed that the involvement of a pope in a murder plot was possible too, and that did very little to improve the church's repute. In the aftermath of the conspiracy, the Pazzi family name was forever cursed in Florence, while the Medici, paradoxically, grew even more secure in their power, bolstered by public sympathy and the outrage that they had endured. But hold on a minute. Scandals in Renaissance courts were not limited to the men. Some powerful women also took center stage in some pretty notorious events. One example, Caterina Sforza, the Countess of Forli, an illegitimate daughter of the Milanese Sforza clan, who became one of the era's most formidable women. In 1488, Caterina and her husband, Girolamo Riario, a nephew of Pope Sixtus IV, by the way, were targets of a coup in their town of Forli. A faction of local nobles, tired of the Riario regime, assassinated Girolamo, stabbing him to death in his palace, and captured several of Caterina's children. But Caterina herself managed to seize the family's fortress and hold out against the conspirators' siege. The plotters, holding her children hostage, thought they had a bargaining chip. They threatened to kill Caterina's sons and daughters if she did not surrender the fortress. Now, what followed became quite legendary. Caterina Sforza appeared atop the fortress walls in full view of the rebels below, and far from negotiating, she lifted her skirt high up, blatantly exposing what lay beneath, and shouted defiantly that they could kill her children if they pleased, for she held the means to make more. And yes, that is the famous scene from the I think it was Assassin's Creed Revelations, or Brotherhood, I'm not too sure. In any case, those of you who know it already know it. Now, this is a pretty shocking gesture, sure, essentially telling the besiegers that a woman of her mettle valued vengeance and power over maternal sentiment, and that was pretty stunning to everyone. It was a scandalous display of audacity and indomitable will, utterly flouting norms of feminine behavior. Caterina's words, perhaps apocryphal in exact wording, but reported by Machiavelli and others, have come down in two versions. One more vulgar, implying she, quote, cared nothing for having more sons, and another more succinct, where she declares, do it. If it pleases you, go ahead and hang them. In either case, her message was quite clear. Caterina would not be cowed. Remarkably, her bluff, if it was a bluff, seems to have worked. The conspirators hesitated, unwilling to harm the children outright. Caterina held the fortress until reinforcements arrived, and she recaptured the city. The children survived too. Now news of the Countess's brazen stance spread across Italy, with equal parts admiration and equal parts a kind of scandalous disapproval. To some, she was a heroine who showed, quote, the soul of a man in a woman's body, while to others her unfeminine boldness and seeming disregard for her offspring's life made her a creature of somewhat horror. The incident illustrates how women, though seldom the primary rulers, could become rather central figures in Italy's turbulent dramas, and how gender norms can be upended in times of a crisis. Caterina Sforza's life would remain tumultuous, by the way. Later she famously stood against Cesare Borgia himself. But it was this moment on the ramparts that secured her legend in the annals of scandal. And, well, despite the blatant disregard for the lives of her children, it is still pretty badass. Anyway, as the 15th century progressed, the papacy once again became a font of notorious scandal. After the relative austerity of some 15th century popes, the election of Rodrigo Borgia as Pope Alexander VI in 1492 ushered in a golden age of papal corruption. The Borgia family, of Spanish origin, had already earned a dark reputation in church circles. Rodrigo's uncle Calixtus III had been pope, and Rodrigo himself, as a cardinal, was rumored to have bought his election through bribes. Once pope, Alexander VI made no attempt to hide that he put family first. He openly acknowledged fathering at least 7 children, some say even more, and those are the ones he knew about. A shocking breach of priestly celibacy, though hardly the first pope to do so. But Alexander was unusually blatant about it. He elevated his teenage son, Cesare Borgia, to the rank of cardinal, though Cesare soon left the College of Cardinals to pursue military power, and arranged advantageous marriages for his daughter, Lucrezia Borgia, into various noble houses to extend his political influence. The papal court under Alexander became infamous for luxury, lechery, and nepotism. One ambassador wrote that, quote, all Rome smells of incest. That's right, not incense, incest. A reference to the lurid gossip that Alexander carried on an incestuous affair with Lucrezia, or that Lucrezia was intimately involved with her brother Cesare. Well, modern historians don't find any proof of actual incest, noting these rumors were likely spread by the Borgia's many enemies, such as the noble house of Sforza, into which Lucrezia had married and from which she separated. Yet the fact of those rumors were believed at the time speaks volumes about the ambience at the court. It did not help that an alarming mystery arose around Lucrezia in 1497. During the annulment of her first marriage, it emerged that she was secretly pregnant, possibly by some mysterious lover. A boy was born in 1498, and papal bulls were issued to cover up the paternity. one claiming Pope Alexander himself fathered the child, another claiming it was Caesar's son. This confusing paper trail only fueled whispers that the infant was Lucrezia's own child from an illicit liaison, possibly even with her father or brother. You don't like to judge other people's relationships, but that's a bridge too far. Though never confirmed, such tales certainly cemented the Borgia's families as some of those scandalous villains of Italian law. Now, perhaps the single event that best epitomizes the depravity of Borgia papacy is the Banquet of the Chestnuts, which sounds rather lovely, but it's kind of not. Well, according to the eyewitness diary of Johann Burchard, the master of ceremonies at Alexander's court, on the evening of October 30th, 1501, Caesar Borgia hosted an unprecedented debauchery in his apartments in the Apostolic Palace. He invited 50 courtesans, not 15, 50, politely termed honest prostitutes, to entertain the all-male dinner guests. After an elegant meal, the festivities took a salacious turn. The women gradually disrobed and began crawling on hands and knees across the floor to gather up chestnuts that had been scattered among dozens of candelabra. Now, Pope Alexander himself, along with Caesar and Lucrezia, reportedly looked on as spectators to this erotic game. To spur the male guests' enthusiasm, prizes of fine clothes and jewelry were offered to those who could perform sexually with the courtesans the greatest number of times in the course of the night. Burchard's diary dryly notes these details, clearly scandalized by what he was duty-bound to record. Well, this so-called chestnut banquet has since become legend, an orgy within the Vatican walls. And if there's one thing that you're not meant to have within the Vatican walls, it's an orgy. Traditionally, they don't do them in the Vatican. Well, maybe they do. I don't know. I don't live there. Anyway, some historians have questioned if it was truly as Burchard described, or whether it was embellished. But in any case, contemporary reaction left no doubt that Alexander's court was seen as shockingly corrupt. No other medieval pope, not even John the XII, had staged something so openly licentious in the heart of Christendom. It seemed to many that Rome had become a new Babylon. Critics of the church, like the fiery Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola in Florence, rallied against Rome's harlot church and singled out Alexander as the very personification of sin. Savonarola, in fact, called for Alexander's overthrow. He was excommunicated and executed in 1498, but the denunciations rang on. But I'm afraid that's not where it ends for the Borgia clan. Their intrigues were not confined to sexual scandal. They were equally notorious for political murder and intrigue. Pope Alexander VI and Caesar Borgia eliminated several rivals via poison or violence. When Lucrezia's second husband, Alfonso of Aragon, outlived his political usefulness, he was strangled by assassins while recovering from a stabbing, this in 1500 in the Pope's own Castel Sant'Angelo fortress. Caesar Borgia himself was widely suspected of arranging the murder of his own brother, Juan, Duke of Gandia, in 1497. His body was found floating in the Tiber, with his throat slit and weighed down by stones. Obviously not many stones if he was floating. Anyway, Alexander VI was overcome with grief at Juan's death, but the culprit was never found. Suspicion inevitably pointed to the ruthless Caesar, who might have removed his older brother out of jealousy or succession disputes. The idea of a cardinal fratricidally killing a duke, both sons of the Pope, was the stuff of nightmares, and yet to many in Rome it seemed entirely plausible given the Borgia's reputation. The Pope himself did not shy from more direct corruption either. Alexander VI's need to fund Caesar's military campaigns and his own lavish projects led him to sell cardinalates to the highest bidders, openly exchanging sacred offices for cash, which, simony, that's pretty brazen. He also made strategic use of marriages, literally trading family members for alliances. For instance, when Caesar decided to renounce the clergy to become a secular prince, Alexander struck a deal with the French king. The deal was that Caesar would marry a French princess, and in return the Pope would annul the king's marriage. Such wheeling and dealing at the highest levels of European power was unprecedented and widely unpopular. Alexander's reign ended as scandalously as it lived. Well, in 1503, both Pope and Caesar suddenly fell ill after dining at the villa of a cardinal. Well, instantly rumours arose of poison. Some said the Borgias had intended to poison the cardinal and accidentally dose themselves, a testament to the contemporary belief in their poisoning habits. Alexander died after a few days of agony, his corpse reportedly swelling, blackening, and smelling terrible, taken by enemies as a sign of divine wrath consuming the wicked. But modern historians suspect malaria, or another kind of fever, but at the time almost everyone assumed it was poison. Caesar Borgia survived, but was weakened. Within a few years, the Borgia family's grip on power was broken. The papacy, shaken and embarrassed, pivoted to more austere popes, and within a generation, the Protestant Reformation would seize upon the memory of Alexander as Exhibit A of Catholic corruption. Now, it's worth noting that not all late medieval Italian scandals were so bloody or salacious. Some of them were, financial. One significant example is the collapse of the Medici Bank in the late 15th century. The Medici of Florence, despite, aside from being political leaders, ran Europe's largest banking network, although those things seem to go hand in hand. Well, for much of the 15th century, they were astonishingly successful and wealthy. But in the 1490s, mismanagement and bad loans had weakened the bank. Large sums lent to rulers who defaulted certainly doesn't help. Fraudulent practices began to occur as the Medici tried to cover their losses. Lorenzo de' Medici himself covertly dipped into public funds under his control to prop up the finances of the bank. In one notorious move, the Medici appropriated money from a charitable fund that provided dowries to poor Florentine girls, essentially embezzling a charity to keep themselves solvent. They also raided the municipal treasury. Now, such actions were scandalous to the Florentine public when they eventually came to light. In 1494, as King Charles VIII of France invaded Italy and turmoil hit Florence, the Medici Bank finally collapsed under insolvency. Piero de' Medici was expelled from Florence by an angry citizenry, earning the name Piero the Unfortunate. The downfall of the Medici Bank was a classic financial scandal. Greed, risky speculation, and betrayal of trust of the public led to the ruin of their bank. Well, although perhaps less titillating than orgies or murders, the scandal certainly had repercussions. The Medici exile paved the way for Florence's brief experiment with a puritanical republic under Savonarola, and it destabilized one of the pillars of the Italian Renaissance economies. Well, it also served as a reminder that white-collar criminals, banking fraudsters, corruption in office, they were very much present in medieval Italy, alongside the more visceral scandals. And that's where we leave it for today. I hope you've enjoyed the scandals of medieval Italy. We'll get to a few more videos like this soon enough. If you enjoy them, that is. Tell me if you want more. and what you want to see. I enjoyed them anyway. They're a little bit, I don't know, easier to digest, I think, than just one specific topic. Though we do like to keep it all balanced on the channel anyway. So, I would like to thank you for joining me. And here is the story of, well, not the story, rather the list of the patrons and supporters, both on YouTube and Patreon, who kept everything ad-free. What good people. Links in the pinned comment and description. Good night, everyone, and see you next time. It is the early 7th century, and the world of the Near East was dominated by two mighty empires, the Byzantine Empire in the west and the Sasanian Persian Empire in the east. Between them lay Arabia, a vast desert peninsula considered a backwater by its powerful neighbors. No one at the imperial courts of Constantinople or Ctesiphon could have imagined that within a few decades the armies from Arabia would burst forth, conquer the ancient lands, and completely upend the balance of power. Yet that is exactly what happened. The rise of Islam and the subsequent conquest by Muhammad and his successors form one of history's most astonishing, transformative chapters. How exactly did a community of Arab tribes, previously disunited and on the fringe of civilization, manage to defeat the great powers of the age? That's what we're here to discuss today. The Arab conquests, or rather the Islamic conquests, in great detail. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Good to have you here with me. And as usual, we will just give a quick thanks to the supporters on Patreon, those on YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the donators, because that's the reason why this channel remains ad-free for its entire library of 900 or so videos, whatever we're up to now. So thank you to all of those supporters. If you can't afford to support, give us a like, comment, subscribe, and that'll help push us out in the algorithm a bit more. It helps YouTube become a better place. Anyway, with that in mind, let's begin. Before Islam, Arabia did not exist as a unified state. Far from it. It was a patchwork of rival tribes and clans, often feuding over grazing lands, trade, and honor. The two great neighboring empires, the Byzantine and the Persians that we've mentioned, treated the northern Arab tribes as clients or perhaps buffer states. But they largely ignored the interior of Arabia, which lacked central government or significant resources beyond the trade routes. Mecca, a city in the Hijaz region, was a thriving commercial and religious center, home to the Kaaba shrine, and ruled by the Quraysh tribe. In the 6th century, Mecca's influence grew through trade caravans, but politically the Arabs remained fragmented, with no overarching authority or army that could threaten the imperial powers. This was the world into which Muhammad ibn Abdullah was born around 570 CE. When Muhammad began preaching a new monotheistic faith, i.e. Islam, in Mecca in around 610 CE, he met stiff resistance from the Quraysh elite. After a decade of persecution, he and his followers emigrated to the oasis town of Medina in 622, an event known as the Hijrah, which marks the beginning of the Islamic calendar. Now in Medina, Muhammad assumed leadership of a diverse community, forging an alliance between immigrant Muslims from Mecca and the supportive locals in the Medina. Now these two factions were called respectively the Muhajirun and the Ansar. He established a kind of city-state under a constitution, often called the Constitution of Medina, that unified different tribes and religious groups under his governance. This was the first Islamic state, a nascent polity based on communal faith and law, rather than just blood ties. At this stage, Muhammad's aims were primarily survival and the freedom to propagate Islam. However, the conflict with his Quraysh opponents in Mecca quickly escalated into open warfare. The Medina Muslims began raiding Quraysh caravans as a means of pressure and survival, and the Meccans, in turn, sought to eliminate Muhammad's community. These clashes would set the stage for Muhammad's military campaigns, which, though limited to Arabia, certainly laid the groundwork for the larger conquest to come. But it is important to note that our knowledge of these events comes from early Muslim historians and biographers, people like Ibn Ishaq and al-Waqidi, who collected oral traditions and reports roughly a century after Muhammad's time. Their accounts mix facts with elements of faith and legend, and that requires a little bit of critical analysis. Nevertheless, they provide a pretty good narrative of how Islam first spread by the sword, and by diplomacy in some places across Arabia. So once in Medina, Muhammad did not initially field a large army. His followers numbered only a couple of hundred, but what they lacked for in size, they certainly made up for in motivation and cohesion. The first major confrontation with the Meccan forces came in 624 at the Battle of Badr, a location southwest of Medina. You see, in Islamic tradition, Badr stands out as a miraculous victory and quite a turning point. Muhammad left roughly 313 Muslim fighters, a figure often cited in early sources, against a much larger Meccan caravan escort of around 1,000. Despite the numerical disadvantage, the Muslims won a decisive victory, killing several important Meccan chiefs, and taking many prisoners along with it. Badr boosted the morale and credibility of the Muslims immensely. It's described almost with awe in sources. Many Muslims believe divine intervention had secured the win. Suppose it's hard to prove that it didn't. Well, the Quran itself, in chapter 8, refers to Badr, reminding believers, quote, "You did not slay them, but Allah slew them," emphasizing that victory was bought by God's help, not just mere human skill. Indeed, later accounts claim that angels fought alongside the Muslims at Badr. From a historical perspective, the victory can be attributed to factors like Muhammad's leadership, better strategy, and the very high motivation of his men. News of the unlikely triumph likely spread rapidly among the tribes, and for the first time, the Quraysh of Mecca realized that the Muslims actually posed quite a challenge. But the Meccans weren't going to take it lying down. They sought revenge, and a year later they confronted Muhammad's forces again at the Battle of Uhud in 625. This time the Quraysh brought a larger army, and even some women came along to urge the troops on. Among them Hind bint Udba, a Meccan noblewoman. If we got time, we'll talk about her a little bit later. In any case, the two sides met near Mount Uhud outside of Medina. Initially, the Muslims gained an advantage, but in a dramatic turn, part of Muhammad's army disobeyed orders. A group of archers whom Muhammad had positioned on a hill to guard the rear abandoned their post way too soon in order to collect booty from the fleeing enemy. A little bit too keen on the looting, I'm afraid. The Meccan cavalry, led by the savvy commander Khalid ibn al-Walid, who was not even a Muslim yet, seized this opening and swung behind the Muslims, attacking from the rear. What looked like a Muslim victory turned into a bitter defeat. Many Muslim fighters were killed, and Muhammad himself was wounded in the face. Well, it seems like God was not on their side this time. Legends recount how the Prophet's uncle Hamza fell in battle, and Hind, the aforementioned Meccan woman, humiliated Hamza's body on the battlefield in vengeance for her family members killed. Well, they all fell at the Battle of Badr, and now it was time for a little bit of payback, it seems. In any case, the Battle of Uhud was a sobering lesson for the Muslims. It taught the importance of discipline and showed that victory was not always guaranteed. Muhammad did not achieve a decisive win, but the Meccans too failed to destroy the Muslim community outright. Instead of pressing on to sack Medina, the Meccan army withdrew after Uhud, content with having avenged Badr. Medina remained intact, and Muhammad's position, while it was shaken, ultimately held firm. For the next couple of years, both sides girded for a final contest, and that would come in 627 with the Battle of the Trench, also known as the Battle of Kandak. Anticipating a massive Meccan onslaught, Muhammad adopted a defensive strategy, novel to Arabian warfare. On the advice of a Persian disciple, Salman al-Farsi, the Muslims dug a wide trench around the vulnerable approaches to Medina. When the Meccan-led coalition of perhaps 10,000 besiegers arrived, they were stymied by this trench, a barrier their cavalry could not easily cross. Skirmishes ensued, and the siege dragged on for weeks. Notably, the Meccans had allied with some Medina Jewish tribes internally, hoping to create a breach in the city's defenses. But Muhammad managed to prevent effective coordination. In the end, the coalition's resolve broke due to Medina's stout defense, dissensions among the attackers, and a bit of poor weather. The siege failed, and the coalition forces departed in frustration. The Battle of the Trench was essentially the last attempt by the pagan Meccans to destroy Muhammad. After this defensive victory, the balance of power in Western Arabia tipped firmly in Muhammad's favor. One by one, tribes began to align with the Muslims, sensing changing tides. Muhammad's approach to conquest was not purely through force. It combined military action with diplomacy and pragmatic alliances. A pivotal example is the Treaty of Hudaybiyah in 628. Muhammad attempted a peaceful pilgrimage to Mecca that year, and although the Quraysh initially barred him, negotiations led to a truce. The treaty struck at Hudaybiyah called for a 10-year peace and allowed the Muslims to perform a pilgrimage the following year. While some Muslim companions first viewed the terms as unfavorable, since Muhammad agreed to postpone his pilgrimage that year and made concessions, the truce actually proved to be a strategic masterstroke. It afforded both sides a respite, during which Islam spread even more rapidly. Many Arab tribes, seeing that Muhammad was now in a position of diplomatic parity with Mecca, entered alliances with him. The treaty also allowed contact and proselytizing that brought new converts. 2 years later, in 630, the truce was broken. Not by Muhammad, though, by Mecca's allies, who attacked a tribe allied with the Muslims. Seizing the opportunity, Muhammad marched on Mecca with a large force. Tradition says an army of about 10,000. Pretty impressive by Arab standards. Overawed, the Meccans largely surrendered without a fight. The conquest of Mecca was virtually bloodless, though. Muhammad's army entered the city with minimal resistance, and this was a remarkable turn of events. The persecuted prophet returned as a conqueror to his hometown. However, Muhammad famously declared a general amnesty for the Meccans, including many of those who had been his bitter enemies. There was only a handful of exceptions. Several individuals who had committed severe crimes or betrayals were initially marked for punishment, but even most of those were eventually pardoned. Maybe everyone was just tired of the fighting. Well, the clemency shown in Mecca helped win a few hearts and minds. It signaled that Islam's victory was not a tribal revenge, but rather a foundation of a new order. Muhammad had the pagan idols in the Kaaba destroyed, rededicating the sanctuary to the new god. But otherwise Mecca was treated pretty well. Still, sucks we don't have those statues. Oh well. One Islamic narrative illustrates the spirit of the moment. One of Muhammad's commanders apparently shouted, "Today is the day of slaughter," as the Muslim army approached, implying revenge. But Muhammad promptly took the banner away from him and said, "No, today is the day of mercy." Very lucky for the Meccans, huh? Well, whether or not those exact words were spoken, I could argue about that all day. The core fact is that widespread killing or looting in Mecca did not occur. Many Meccans, including leaders like Abu Sufyan, the Quraysh chieftain who had led the opposition to Muhammad, pretty much had no choice but to accept Islam at this point. Some out of genuine conviction, and others out of political expediency, let's put it that way. The conquest of Mecca certainly had a domino effect too. In the aftermath, delegations from far-flung tribes came to Medina to meet Muhammad, either to embrace Islam or at least to make peace with the now dominant Muslim state. Islamic historiography refers to 630 to 631 as the year of the delegations, when tribe after tribe sent envoys to this new prophet. Through a mix of further expeditions and voluntary submissions, the remaining pockets of resistance across the Arabian Peninsula were more or less eliminated. For example, not long after taking Mecca, Muhammad faced the challenge from the Thaqif tribe at Taif, and from some Bedouin confederates at the Battle of Hunayn in 630. Now, at Hunayn, an ambush by Bedouin archers initially caused panic among the Muslim troops, but Muhammad and his core followers rallied them and turned the tide. Again, securing yet another victory, a solidified Muslim control. The fortified city of Taif was then besieged briefly, and though it wasn't taken by force immediately, it too submitted and its people embraced Islam within a year or so. By 632, the Prophet Muhammad had effectively unified most of Arabia under his rule, something that had never been accomplished before in Arabian history. He combined the roles of prophet, political leader, and military commander. At the time of his final pilgrimage to Mecca in 632, tribes from all over Arabia joined in the Islamic rites, symbolizing a newfound unity of faith and purpose among peoples who only a generation earlier had been in constant conflict with one another. Now, we do have to highlight that this unification was as much ideological as it was military. Islam provided a cross-tribal identity, one that bound these communities together in a way that blood ties could not. The concept of ummah, the community of believers, seems to have transcended lineage. Also, practical beliefs accrued to those who joined the Islamic polity. They became part of a rising state that promised spoils of war, trade advantages, and protection. Muhammad, in distributing the treasure and negotiating alliances, showed pretty good statesmanship. For example, after Hunayn, he gave a generous share of the booty to the new Meccan converts like Abu Sufyan and his family, a gesture meant to reconcile hearts. This mix of idealism and pragmatism characterized Muhammad's conquest in Arabia and set the template of how his successors would deal with the conquered peoples around Arabia. Now, moving forward a little bit, in June of 632, just a few months after the farewell pilgrimage, Muhammad died in Medina after a brief illness. His death momentarily threatened to unravel the fragile unity of the new Islamic State. Many tribes pledged loyalty personally to Muhammad, but with him gone, some questioned why they should obey the authority of Medina. The religion of Islam remained, but the political leadership was in flux. Muhammad left no explicit instructions for succession, leading to a moment of crisis in the Muslim community. In Medina, factions of the Prophet's companions debated who should take charge, and ultimately Abu Bakr, a close friend of one of his earliest converts, was chosen as the first caliph, now Khalifa meaning successor or deputy of the Prophet, by a group of Muslim leaders. Abu Bakr's selection in a meeting at the Saqifa Council helped avert an open rupture among the companions. But it was contested and quite a delicate affair. He had to quickly assert authority not just in Medina, but across Arabia. And this is where things get a little bit complicated. You see, Muhammad's death really was a turning point. The nascent Muslim state faced an immediate challenge. Many Arab tribes that had submitted to Muhammad's rule now saw an opportunity to break away. Some refused to pay the zakat, the alms tax to Medina, arguing that their loyalty was just to Muhammad, not to any successor. Others fell under the sway of new charismatic figures, who claimed to be prophets themselves. I suppose anyone can claim to be a prophet, right? Well, these post-Muhammad claimants to the prophecy included individuals like Musaylima in Yamana, Central Arabia, Tulaya in the north, Saja, a woman who claimed prophethood, and a few others. What followed is known as the Ridda Wars, or the Wars of Apostasy, from 632 to 633. Now the term Ridda means apostasy or relapse. From the perspective of Medina, these rebels had abandoned Islam or the community's authority. But from the rebel perspective, they might not have seen it as apostasy at all. Some still considered themselves believers in God while rejecting Medina's political control. After all, what's it all about? Is it about belief in God? Or is it about tax collection? Who can say? In essence, it was a series of rebellions, though, to preserve local autonomy or follow alternate leaders, and Abu Bakr's young caliphate had to swiftly quash them if they were going to hope to reassert any unity. Thing is, Abu Bakr was up to the task. He proved to be remarkably firm and resolute. Despite his gentle personal reputation, he declared uncompromisingly that he would fight anyone who differentiated between the prayer, the salah, and the zakat tax, meaning he would accept nothing less than full submission with Islamic obligations that had been in place under Muhammad. He famously said, "By God, even if they withhold a rope of a camel that they use to pay in the messenger of God, I will fight them for it." Backing him was a cadre of experienced Muslim generals, the most famous of whom was Khalid ibn al-Walid, the very same man who had once fought against the Muslims at Uhud, but later converted because one of Islam's greatest, and became one of Islam's greatest military tacticians. Khalid was fearless and earned the nickname Saif Allah, the Sword of God, in later Islamic writings, which is perhaps the coolest nickname they could have gave him. The Sword of God. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, the Ridda Wars were fought as a series of quick campaigns in different regions of Arabia. The Najd highlands, the Arabian Gulf coast, Yemen in the south, and the big central region of Yamama. Well, tribes were confronted one by one. For example, Tulaya of the Banu Asad tribe in the north-central Arabian districts was defeated in battle. Tulaya survived and interestingly later repented and rejoined Islam. In Oman and Yemen, loyalist commanders brought those areas back under Medina's fold, though not without a good bit of effort. See, Yemen had seen a violent backlash against a Persian-appointed governor, and the region had yet to be stabilized. The most ferocious campaign came against Musaylima, the self-proclaimed prophet of Yamama. Musaylima had gathered a considerable following and posed a grave threat with his own army. The decisive showdown took place at the Battle of Yamama in late 632 or early 633. Khalid ibn al-Walid led the caliphal forces against Musaylima's men in the plain of Akraba in Yamama. The battle was intensely bloody and costly. Musaylima's fighters, according to reports, fought tenaciously to defend their prophet, as they saw it. You know what? The prophet only has as much power as people believe in him. Think about that. They would have thought that their prophet was just as good as anybody else's. I suppose, well, there's probably been thousands and thousands of prophets through history, right? Whoever's left, I suppose, they're the ones who win the battles. Anyway, early on, the Muslim forces wavered under the ferocity of the enemy. Some units even retreated. At a critical moment, though, one of Muhammad's former companions, Thabit ibn Qais, reportedly planted the standard firmly and rallied his troops, and units of Muhajirun and Ansar reformed their lines. Khalid recognized the problem here and reorganized his army by separating tribal contingents to prevent entire tribal groups from collapsing together, and then he urged them to advance. What followed was brutal hand-to-hand combat. Musaylima himself was said to wield a sword in the thick of battle, and the fighting culminated in what Muslim sources call the Garden of Death, a walled garden where Musaylima made a last stand. Khalid's forces eventually breached this enclosure, and Musaylima was killed, allegedly by the spear of Washi, a man who, in an extraordinary twist of fate, had earlier been the very same person who killed Muhammad's uncle Hamza at Uhud. Now, Washi had later converted to Islam, and at Yamama he avenged in a sense the martyrdom of Hamza by slaying the false prophet Musaylima. The victory at Yamama came at a high cost for the Muslims, though. Many of the prophet's companions perished in this battle. It was not a good day for anybody. And then there was a large number of those who had memorized the Quran. They were gone too. In fact, the loss of so many Quran memorizers alarmed the Muslim leadership and became the catalyst for compiling the Quran into a written volume to preserve it, a project Abu Bakr initiated shortly after Yamama, under the guidance of Muhammad's secretary Zayd ibn Thabit. Another example of how the battles had both immediate political consequences and longer-term religious implications. Anyway, by 633, Abu Bakr's forces had subdued the revolt and reunified Arabia under the Caliphate's authority. What started as a tenuous political entity based in Medina was now a powerful, centralized state, encompassing all of the Arabian tribes. The energy that had been spent in internal fighting was now ready to be channeled externally. In fact, even when some of the Rida battles were ongoing, Abu Bakr and his generals were already contemplating raids beyond Arabia's borders. The internal unity achieved through blood and iron provided the launching pad for a great wave of conquest that was about to begin. Now it is worth noting an important historical question here. Were the subsequent conquests beyond Arabia a deliberate plan by the Muslim leadership, or did they unfold more organically, as an extension of a tribal warfare dynamic? Well, there's a few different perspectives on that. Some scholars suggest that once Arabia was unified, its warrior tribes, now bound by Islam and hungry for action and booty, naturally turned to the rich lands of the north, a kind of outlet thesis where conquest was a way to channel the martial energies of the Arabian tribes, stopping them from fighting each other again. But other scholars argue that the Prophet Muhammad himself had already set the stage for a wider war, citing that he had sent expeditions to the Byzantine frontier. and had, according to Islamic tradition, even dispatched letters inviting the Byzantine and Persian emperors to accept Islam, letters which I'm sure were probably returned to sender quite quickly. Whatever the precise motivation, by 633, the Muslim leadership was making moves north. Small Arab raiding parties had already started probing into southern Iraq, Persian territory, and into Syria, Byzantine territory, during the Rida War period. These initial raids sometimes met limited resistance, and even captured frontier towns, yielding tempting spoils. Sensing the possibilities, Caliph Abu Bakr set in motion two larger invasions, one in the Byzantine Levant, Syria-Palestine, and one into the Sasanian Persian domains, Iraq and beyond. And so, the great Islamic conquests were really about to kick off. The Byzantine Empire in the early 630s was still reeling from a recent war with Persia between 602 and 628. Emperor Heraclius had fought a brutal and long war that took a heavy toll. Though Heraclius had emerged victorious against the Persians in 628, even recovering Jerusalem and what he believed to be the relic of the True Cross. There's probably about 100 relics of the True Cross, but that's besides the point. The empire's military and finances were completely exhausted. Moreover, the Levant, Greater Syria, and Palestine had only just been restored to Byzantine control after a period of Persian occupation. The local populations, many of whom were Christian but of sects deemed heretical by Constantinople, such as, the Nestorians, the Monophysites, more on them in a different video, well, they were somewhat alienated from the Byzantine Orthodox establishment. This environment made the Byzantine Levant a relatively soft target, though it is important not to overstate the welcome of the invaders, as resistance certainly existed, but internal dissensions and war weariness definitely left the door slightly open. Perhaps a little hand and an index finger coming out to beckon, "Come on in." Well, in 633 to 634, Caliph Abu Bakr dispatched several contingents of Muslim forces into Syria. Notable generals included Amir ibn Alas, Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan, Turabil ibn Hasana, and Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah. Excuse me with the Arabic names, thank you for your patience. And each one of them left separate columns westward from Arabia. Initially, these forces engaged and captured frontier towns in southern Palestine and the Transjordan region. The Byzantine local garrisons were taken by surprise by the spread and determination of these Arab forces. Emperor Heraclius, who was based in the region at that time, realized a serious threat was developing. By summer of 634, the Byzantines assembled an army to drive the invaders back. It was go time. The first major set-piece battle was the Battle of An-Nadain, fought in July 634 in Palestine. Now, the exact location is debated, but possibly near Beit Gurin in today's Israel. The Muslim forces, combining several of their columns, confronted a sizable Byzantine army. It was a fierce encounter. Later Muslim chroniclers would claim some 90,000 Byzantines were present, likely a gross exaggeration, but clearly it was a substantial force. The outcome? Victory for the Muslims. The region certainly got a shockwave from that one. No one really saw it coming. And An-Nadain demonstrated the Arabs could stand up to the professional Byzantine soldiers in open battle. No one saw it coming. It's after this victory that the Caliph's forces truly began to sweep through Palestine and southern Syria. During this period, Khalid ibn al-Walid made a dramatic entrance into the Syrian campaign. Khalid had been fighting in Iraq against the Persians, with successes there as well. But Abu Bakr, recognizing Khalid's genius, ordered him to leave a holding force in Iraq and march aid to the Syrian front. Khalid led his men on a legendary march across the Syrian desert, taking a route thought to be impassable. According to chroniclers, to survive the crossing, Khalid's troops slaughtered some of their camels and drank water stored in the camels' stomachs. Desperate measures that show their determination but also resourcefulness. I mean, who would have thought of that? Khalid's unexpected arrival in northern Syria gave the Muslim armies a unified command and a strategic edge. By early 635, the Muslims had captured the key city of Damascus. Now, quickly, Damascus is actually one of the oldest cities in the world, by the way. And, well, they put it to siege. Certainly not the first or last siege that Damascus would see. Sources say it lasted several months, though there are a few accounts of a relatively quick capitulation. There is actually one famous anecdote from the conquest of Damascus. Apparently, Khalid's forces entered the city by force through one gate, even as another Muslim general, Abu Ubaidah, was peacefully negotiating the city's surrender at a different gate. This confusion was resolved by honoring the peace terms. Abu Ubaidah had agreed to them, and he demonstrated that the early Muslims had a sort of willingness to grant protection and relative lenient terms to cities that surrendered without further resistance. Let's not talk about the ones who didn't surrender without resistance. It's a completely different story. While the terms generally involved the inhabitants agreeing to pay a jizya, which is a poll tax on non-Muslims, and also a kharaj, a land tax, in exchange for security and a degree of religious freedom. Of course, you had the right not to convert to Islam, but you would pay through the teeth for that. So a lot of people, out of practical concerns, thought, well, we just can't afford to not involve ourselves in the new regime, so that's how many people converted. Now in Damascus, as in many other places, the conquerors didn't force the Christian majority to convert, and the churches remained in operation, often alongside the new mosques. Life for civilians continued with surprisingly little disruption, if they accepted the new rulers and paid their taxes. The Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, stunned by these setbacks, prepared a grand counterattack. By 636, he mustered imperial forces and the allied Ghassanid Arab Christian tribes to take Syria back. The confrontation that ensued was one of the most decisive battles in military history. A real turning point, the Battle of Yarmouk, in August of 636. The Yarmouk River Valley, near today's Syria-Jordan border, was the site of a 6-day battle that pitted the main Byzantine army against the outnumbered Muslim forces under the leadership of Khalid. Early Muslim sources claim the Byzantines fielded an enormous army. Some accounts say up to 200,000, which is probably not quite correct. Modern estimates suggest perhaps 40 to 50,000 Byzantine troops against perhaps 20 to 25,000 Muslims. The battle saw intense fighting, with both sides giving no quarter. In one dramatic detail from Arab accounts, the Byzantines allegedly chained some of their infantry together in groups to prevent any cowardly retreat, sign of their resolve not to yield ground. Well, probably didn't do much for morale if it did happen. Whether it actually occurred is debated, but at least in the Muslim historiography it became part of the Yarmouk legend. Now, as for the Muslims, for their part, they fought tenaciously. They were inspired by both faith and the high stakes. Really, it was all on the line at Yarmouk. Women in the Muslim camp played a role in the spurring on of fighters. In fact, an example cited in al-Baladuri's history is the presence of Hind bint Utbah, the same woman who had been at Uhud on the opposing side we talked about. Now a Muslim, Hind converted after the conquest of Mecca, she reportedly took part at Yarmouk, shouting encouragement such as, cut down the arms of these uncircumcised ones with your swords. Okay then. Well, her fiery exhortations, using uncircumcised as a derogatory term for the Christian Byzantines, which is probably quite an avant-garde insult, isn't it? Well, it gave a sense of how vengeful and motivated some of the Muslims were, including those who had once been enemies of Islam. Well, the tide of the battle turned when Khalid executed a flanking maneuver, and the disciplined Muslim cavalry managed to outsmart the larger Byzantine force. After a brutal and chaotic melee, the Byzantine army collapsed in a rout. Thousands of Byzantine soldiers were killed, and many others fled in disarray. Yarmouk was a catastrophic defeat for Byzantium. Emperor Heraclius had essentially lost Syria in one blow. In later chronicles, it is said that Heraclius had lamented, "Farewell, Syria, what a beautiful land you will be for our enemies," as he retreated. Whether or not he said those exact words, still the sentiment rings true. Byzantine power in the Levant was broken beyond repair. So, in the wake of Yarmouk, Muslim forces rapidly took control of major cities in Syria and Palestine. Jerusalem, a sacred city to Muslims, as well as Christians and Jews, negotiated its surrender in 637. The Byzantine garrison in Jerusalem, along with the Patriarch Sophronius, agreed to capitulate on the condition that the Caliph himself come to accept the city. Well, in a remarkable historical tableau, Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab traveled from Arabia to Jerusalem to receive the keys to the city. Early Muslim accounts describe Umar's entry as a display of humility and simplicity. He arrived wearing a simple coarse garment, reportedly with patches, and riding on a camel with only a single attendant. There's another charming little anecdote, too, that says Umar and his servant took turns riding the camel on the journey, and thus Umar walked part of the way, a detail that's often used to illustrate his somewhat legendary modesty. When Umar reached Jerusalem, he reportedly refused to pray inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, lest future Muslims use that as a pretext to convert the church into a mosque. Instead, he prayed nearby, on the steps, and indeed, a mosque, the Mosque of Umar, was later established adjacent to the church rather than in it. According to the terms of the surrender, sometimes referred to as the Pact of Umar, the Christian population of Jerusalem was granted safety for their lives, property, and churches. They just had to pay the jizya tax and acknowledge Muslim rule. Sophronius, the patriarch, is said to have been gracious in defeat, even reportedly remarking with resigned awe that the Umar's presence in the holy city was the abomination of desolation, a reference to Christian scripture indicating the fall of the city to non-Christian rule, yet delivered without apparent bitterness towards Umar personally. Well, these narratives show how the Muslim conquerors often portrayed themselves as liberators or just rulers in contrast to the previous regimes. It's true that many cities saw lighter treatment by agreeing to surrender, whereas cities that resisted could face harsher consequence. Generally, though, Byzantine administration was left largely intact in the short term. Local bureaucrats and bishops often stayed in place, now answering to Muslim governors. And here's one other telling episode, one that showcases a relatively pragmatic approach of the conquerors, and it involves the city of Hims in Syria, at that time called Emesa. When Heraclius, before Yarmouk, had rallied his troops, the Muslim forces in Hims decided to withdraw south to face the Byzantine army. Before leaving Hims, the Muslim governor did something quite unexpected. He refunded the jizya taxes that had been collected from the inhabitants, saying in effect, since we can no longer protect you from the Byzantines, we're giving you your money back. Now, I'm sure you can imagine that that was received with quite a bit of gratitude by the people of Hims. In fact, one account relates that the locals prayed for the Muslims' victory, and remarked that they preferred Muslim justice and governance to the rule of the Byzantines. Statements from the residents of Hims like, "We like your rule and justice far better than the state of oppression and tyranny under which we lived before," show why some populations might have seen the Muslims as in a relatively positive light. But of course, remember, the source for that is an early Muslim historian called al-Baladuri. So, once again, it could have just been made up, but still, it's worth we mention it. It's not like everyone was happy with Byzantine rule, but people are rarely happy with their governments. Ask Australians about that. Anyway, well, whether these sentiments were widespread or exaggerated, they surely show a crucial factor in the success of the conquests. The new rulers often imposed lower taxes and allowed a surprising degree of religious and communal autonomy under the Dima system. Non-Muslims were protected people, allowed to practice their faith and govern their community affairs in exchange for the jizya tax. Of course, they also had to acknowledge the supremacy of Islam. Whether or not that was against their beliefs, well, that's for them to reconcile. In any case, by 638, virtually all of Syria and Palestine was in Muslim hands. Cities like Antioch, Aleppo, and others fell like dominoes in succession. The Byzantines, devastated by the loss, could do little beyond harassing coastal areas with their navy, or fortifying the Anatolian frontier to prevent any further incursions. The rugged mountains of Anatolia provided a natural barrier that would in fact define the limits of Arab expansion in that direction for a long time. Heraclius evacuated his remaining forces and reportedly took the relic of the True Cross with him to Constantinople for safekeeping. The Levant, a region that had been Hellenistic and then Roman Byzantine for nearly 1,000 years, was now under new management and would never return to Byzantine control, except briefly in the Crusades centuries later, but they didn't hold on to that for very long. Now, it is important to stress that the conquest of the Byzantine lands was not just a military phenomenon, but also a social and religious revolution. The Muslim armies were initially composed mostly of Arab tribal fighters from Arabia, but as they settled in Syria, there was a large-scale migration of Arabs into the Fertile Crescent. These Arabs, now forming an elite military class, lived alongside the local population, and over generations, through a combination of conversion and cultural assimilation, the region would become predominantly Arabic in culture and Islamic in their religion. But in the immediate aftermath of the conquest, one should imagine Syria in the 640s as a society where a thin layer of Muslim Arab warriors ruled over a vast majority of non-Muslim subjects. The conquest of Syria was arguably the cornerstone of the early Islamic Empire. Controlling Syria not only provided rich cities and agricultural land, but it also positioned the Muslims next to Egypt, the breadbasket of the Mediterranean world. It had been like that since ancient times, and it also gave them access to the Mediterranean Sea. To the east, it opened routes into Mesopotamia and Persia. And as we shall see, even as these Syrian campaigns were playing out, the Muslims were simultaneously conducting an equally momentous conquest against the other great power of the day, the Sasanian Persian Empire. While the battles raged on in Syria, another epic war unfolded to the east. The Sasanians, like the Byzantines, had been gravely weakened by decades of war. The last Roman-Persian War of 602 to 628 had ravaged Mesopotamia and left the Persian state destabilized, and that's to say the least. In the 630s, Persia was experiencing internal chaos too. The Emperor Khosrow II had been overthrown and killed. followed by a rapid succession of rulers, including for a brief period a queen called Boran. By 633, the Persian throne was held by Yazdegerd III, a young grandson of Khosrow who had very tenuous control over a fractious nobility. The Persian military, especially the once formidable Savaran, the heavy knightly cavalry, had been depleted, and many frontier garrisons were manned by conscripts or local tribal levies. However, we shouldn't assume that the Persians were just going to take it lying down. They still had war elephants, armored cavalry, and a proud martial tradition. The confrontation between the Arabian Muslims and the Persians would prove to be a drawn-out series of battles, but ultimately, well, you know who wins. The Muslim incursions into Persian territory began under Abu Bakr's initiative, around the same time as the first thrusts into Syria. In 633, Khalid ibn al-Walid, before being redeployed to Syria, led a swift campaign in Lower Mesopotamia, which was the western frontier of the Sasanian Empire. He won a string of small but significant battles against local Persian forces and their Arab allies. For instance, at the Battle of Ulais and others along the Euphrates, Khalid earned a fearsome reputation. One battle is grimly named the Battle of the Chains, where the Persian troops supposedly chained themselves together. Now, you might recognize that, possibly an apocryphal echo of what was said to happen at Yarmouk. So, who knows? Well, another is called the River of Blood, as Khalid is said to have executed captives until the canal's waters turned red. By late 633, Khalid had captured the important city of Hira, an old Arab client kingdom seat under Persian suzerainty. Hira's capture signaled that the gateway to the rich lands of the Tigris-Euphrates was opening. After Khalid's departure to Syria, the Persian front saw a temporary stall. But Abu Bakr's successor, Caliph Umar ibn Khattab, who took office in 634 after Abu Bakr's death, was determined to press the offensive against Persia. Under Caliph Umar, the Muslim campaign in Mesopotamia was reinvigorated. Umar appointed Sayyid ibn Abi Waqas rather, one of Muhammad's prominent companions, and himself a veteran of Badr and other battles, to lead the Persian front. By 636, as Khalid was triumphing at Yarmouk, Sa'd advanced into Iraq with a large Muslim army, engaging the main Persian forces which by now were rallying under Emperor Yazdegerd's orders. The climactic encounter, in this theatre at least, was the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah, 636 or 637. Chronology is a bit unclear, but most place it in 636, just weeks or months after Yarmouk. Qadisiyah was a pitched battle fought against the near the Euphrates, in southern Iraq rather, and has gone down in history as the battle that broke Sasanian power. Persian sources of the time are pretty scant, but the Muslim historical accounts, notably by al-Tabari and others, give us quite a few descriptions, albeit with their own biases. The Persian army at Qadisiyah was led by the famous general Rostam Farrokhzad, a veteran commander. They brought war elephants onto the field, which initially caused havoc among the Arab cavalry and horses. The animals were unfamiliar with elephants and panicked at their sight and smell. You can't really blame them. The battle lasted several days, and fortunes went back and forth. One day was known as Yawm al-Armath, another as Yawm al-Agwath, each with its stories of heroism. On the second day, Arab archers managed to wound some of the elephants and blind them, causing the beast to bolt and trample the Persian ranks. This turned the tide as the Arabs overcame their fear of the elephants. The turning point really came on what Arab sources call the Night of Clangor, a night, a long struggle of attrition, and then the final day, when the Muslim army launched a decisive attack. Rostam, the Persian general, was killed. Accounts say that he was caught by surprise. When Muslim fighters infiltrated the Persian camp, he was reportedly killed while trying to flee. Or possibly he fell into the canal and was dispatched by the Arab soldiers, who didn't recognize him at first. With Rostam's death, Persian resistance crumbled. The Persian army, after fighting valiantly, was routed. Qadisiyah's result was momentous. It left the heartland of the Sasanian Empire completely open. And so from 637 onwards, the Muslims pushed north into Mesopotamia, conquering the jewel of the region, Ctesiphon, the imperial capital on the Tigris, just south of today's Baghdad. The Arabs called it Madain, meaning the cities, as it was a metropolis of several districts. The Persian royal court had already evacuated by the time the Muslims besieged the city, but its fall yielded enormous treasure. The riches of the Persian palace became legendary in Arab lore. There's an oft-cited moment where the Muslims found Khosrow's hoard of treasures, including a fabulous carpet known as the Spring of Khosrow, which was reportedly sliced into pieces and distributed. Well, despite all of these blows, the Sasanian Empire had not yet been completely conquered. Yazdegerd fled further east to rally support in Persia proper. The terrain of Iran, with its mountains and plateaus, allowed the Persians to prolong resistance. Battles continued in the later 630s as Muslim forces slowly but surely moved into what is now Iran. A significant engagement was the Battle of Jalula, around 637 to 38, in the Zagros foothills, which cleared the way into the Iranian plateau. But the final crucial pitched battle was at Nahavand in 642, often dubbed by Muslim historians as the victory of victories. At Nahavand in western Persia, the remaining Persian forces made one last concerted attempt to halt the Arab advance. Once again, they failed. Arab sources describe a clever tactical feint by the Muslim commander who lured the Persians out of a strong defensive position into an ambush. The Persians were decisively defeated. After Nahavand, the organized resistance of the Sasanian state essentially collapsed for good. From 642 onward, the Muslim armies fanned out across Persia, taking city after city. The conquest of the vast Persian Empire was mostly complete by the mid-640s, though some remote regions and mountain fortresses took a little bit longer. Now, here it is important to highlight the pattern of integration that followed the conquest. As in Syria, the Arabs established garrison towns to station Muslim troops and serve as administrative centers, but they also often co-opted local administrative practices. Many Persian bureaucrats and feudal nobles were retained to help govern the new regime, now paying taxes directly to the caliphate. The Persian populace, mostly Zoroastrian at the time, did not suddenly convert overnight either. In fact, conversions were gradual and took generations, with many Persians clinging to Zoroastrianism for quite some time. They're still around today in Iran, and they generally get left alone, but most of them fled to India as Parsis to avoid the Muslim rule. In any case, Persian society was profoundly altered. The old aristocracy was largely dismantled and absorbed. The fire temples of the Zoroastrians eventually gave way to mosques, and the Persian language itself absorbed a huge influx of Arabic vocabulary, but it later reasserted itself. One could argue that the conquest of Persia was even more culturally transformative than that of Syria or Egypt, which we'll get to in a minute, because Persia had been the core of an ancient, distinctly non-Semitic civilization. The fact that Persia became Islamized yet retained its language, Farsi that is, and much of its identity was a testament to the complex synthesis, but those developments lie further in the future, beyond the immediate scope of the 7th century conquests. So even as Syria was being secured and the battles raged in Persia, the Muslims launched another momentous campaign, this time westward into Egypt. Egypt was a Byzantine province at the time, having been reconquered by Heraclius from the Persians only a decade earlier. The Persians had occupied Egypt from 619 to about 629. But like Syria, Egypt's population, largely Coptic-speaking and Miaphysite Christian in faith, had felt alienated from Chalcedonian Orthodox Constantinople. Heavy taxes and religious disputes, the nature of Christ was a big theological sticking point, had bred resentment among the Copts toward the Byzantine rule. Now, this doesn't mean that the Egyptians welcomed invasion, but it does suggest that, as in Syria, the conquerors might find locals more resigned than fiercely loyal to the empire. We could put it that way. The invasion of Egypt in 629 was led by Amir ibn al-As, a shrewd Arab general who had already proven himself in the Syrian campaign. According to some accounts, Amir ventured into Egypt with only around 4,000 soldiers initially, suggesting either audacious confidence or an expectation of a lot of local support. He soon requested reinforcements, and Caliph Umar, after some hesitation, sent additional troops, bringing the number up to about 8,000. The Muslims entered Egypt from Palestine, moving toward the Nile Delta. They faced Byzantine garrisons that were thinly spread, and crucially, a population that was not highly motivated to fight on the emperor's behalf. They first laid siege to Pelusium on the eastern frontier, and then advanced to capture the important fortified town of Babylon. Now, don't confuse that with the Babylon of Mesopotamia. This Babylon was a fortress near the head of the Nile Delta, near the location of modern Cairo, the capital of Egypt. The siege of Babylon Fortress was a pretty tough nut to crack. It lasted about 7 months between 639 and 640. The Byzantine commander in Egypt, Cyrus, who was also the local patriarch, known as Al-Mukakas in Arab sources, negotiated with Amir during the siege, possibly playing for time or considering surrender terms. Either way, the fortress of Babylon fell to the Muslims, which essentially opened up all of Egypt to them. Once the key garrison fell, cities in Lower Egypt began surrendering. The Muslim army moved north and took Alexandria, the capital of Egypt at the time, in 641. Alexandria, with its famous Mediterranean port and legendary heritage, it was the home to that famous library in centuries past, capitulated after some fighting and negotiation. It is said that Alexandria's fall was achieved by agreement. Byzantine forces evacuated the city, and the Muslims entered pretty peacefully. Though one late legend of dubious authenticity claims that in the aftermath, the great library of Alexandria was finally destroyed by order of the Caliph Umar. Now, that story appears in much later sources and is considered apocryphal by many modern historians. We're pretty sure that the Romans burned down the library in the conflicts and chaos of their battles in those days. I did a video about the Library of Alexandria a while back, if you're interested. Well, what is more reliably noted in contemporary sources is that a significant portion of the Christian populace, especially those of the Coptic Church, either acquiesced to or even cooperated with the new rulers. The Copts found the Muslims at least somewhat easier to live under than the Greek Orthodox Byzantines, who had often persecuted Coptic religious practices. Byzantine attempts to hold or recapture Egypt were pretty feeble. A naval fleet did retake Alexandria for a brief time in 645, but the Muslims counterattacked. In 646 they expelled the Byzantine forces permanently. From then on, Egypt became a stable part of the Islamic Caliphate. The speed of Egypt's fall, essentially within 2 to 3 years, is astonishing given it had been a core Roman territory for over 600. Well, it shows again how decimated Byzantine capacity was at this point. Heraclius himself died in 641, a pretty bitter man by most accounts, having seen one province after another slip away to the Arabs. Amir ibn Aras, now governor, established a new city as his headquarters, Fustat, which later became Cairo, or as they call it, Al-Qahira, under a new dynasty. Fustat grew around a mosque that Amir built, the earliest mosque in Africa. Meanwhile, Alexandria, which had been the jewel of Byzantine Egypt, gradually declined in political importance, though it remained important in economic terms. Egypt's conquest, of course, had enormous consequence. Economically, it provided the caliphate with the rich grain supply of the Nile Valley. And indeed, after taking Egypt, the Muslims began shipping Egyptian grain to feed the Hijaz and the growing garrison cities in other parts of the empire. Politically, it opened the way for further expansion westward along North Africa, which would happen in the next decades, eventually reaching Maghreb and crossing into Spain by 711. Culturally and demographically, like Syria, Egypt gradually Arabized in the ensuing centuries, though the process was slower. The Coptic language and Christian religion persisted strongly for a long time under the Muslim rule, and indeed they survive to this very day in Egypt, albeit they are a minority. Nice churches, though. Now, one interesting aspect of the Egyptian campaign is the relatively amicable terms recorded between the conquerors and the local population. A document known as the Treaty of Babylon, or Treaty of Misr, outlines the surrender terms. It stipulated that the people of Egypt would pay the jizya tax, a set amount per adult male non-Muslim scaled by income, and in return their lives and properties and churches would be protected. Amir ibn Aras is sometimes credited with a degree of statesmanship in how he handled things in Egypt. He left much of the existing bureaucracy intact, utilizing Coptic officials to continue running day-to-day administration, since they had the know-how of the complex irrigation systems and tax collection, all the important stuff. The transition was thus managed without completely upending the social order for the common people, which probably helped avoid continuous revolts. Now, that being said, there were occasional revolts. Some Copts did later rebel due to heavy taxation or resentment, like they did in the 8th century. But initially, the handover was pretty smooth. By 642, the early Islamic Empire, often called the Rashidun Caliphate, ruled by the first 4 rightly guided caliphs, as they are called, stretched unbelievably far, for a state that had not even existed a mere 20 years earlier. It now encompassed the entire Arabian Peninsula, all of the former Byzantine Syria, Palestine, all of Persia and Mesopotamia, and all of Byzantine Egypt. Now think about that. From Tripoli, on the Mediterranean coast of Libya in the west, to the highlands of Afghanistan in the east, a single polity now ruled. This expansion outstripped even the conquest of Alexander the Great in sheer rapidity and in the permanence of its results. The old world was shattered. A new empire, the Islamic Caliphate, built on its ruins. Of course, we can talk about the other caliphates, the Umayyads, and what happened over in Spain and all the rest, and fall of Constantinople, but there's only so much time we have. If you want me to do a follow-up, I can talk about the later conquests. We'll just have to plan it out and see how we can approach it. Medieval history. What do you think of when you hear that? Castles, knights, the Crusades, the great kings and the great battles. Well, I don't blame you. 99% of it is about that. But there's another story that needs to be told. Perhaps one that didn't have quite an impact on the pages of history. but certainly one that was instrumental in creating them. Medieval childhood. It was a world of contrasts and challenges, yet also one of learning, familial love, and occasionally a bit of fun. In Christian Europe, particularly around the High Middle Ages, growing up was shaped by high infant mortality, hard work from an early age, deep religious influence, and of course that never-ending reality of one's social class. But it was also marked by care and community. Parents and the society at large invested great efforts in nurturing the next generation. Of course, past scholars once suggested that medieval people saw children as just miniature adults, and the concept of childhood was completely absent. But nowadays, this has been dispelled as somewhat of a myth. The truth is, medieval Christian society recognized childhood as a distinct stage of life. Parents mourned lost infants, and they cherished their young. And there's many a source we'll get to that reveals special care and affection directed towards children in particular. And so from the moment of birth and baptism, through the years of play, work, and training, up to the cusp of adulthood, medieval childhood had its own challenge and rhythm. And so, today, let's learn all about medieval children. What was life really like for them? Another untold story that we've finally gotten around to telling. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. I am your host. Perhaps you know me. And if you're new here, well, it's nice to meet you. Let me remind you that we are proudly ad-free. Amongst this sea of slop, you will not find any ads here. And that's a good thing. And we can do this because the lights are kept on by the kind patrons, YouTube members, those who visit the merch store, and the occasional donation. So we do appreciate if you consider following those links in the channel description and pinned comment. Other than that, like, comment, subscribe, tell your friends. Always helps us in the algorithm. And perhaps we can win the battle against the brain rot on this platform. Of course. That's it for that. Introductions out of the way. Let's get to the real meat and potatoes of the video. Let's begin. But I suppose we should begin by saying that the arrival of a child in the Middle Ages was certainly a moment of joy, but also one of quite a bit of anxiety. You see, things back then were a little bit different. The hospitals were certainly not as developed. Not everyone could just call up a midwife either. Childbirth carried serious risks, not just for the child, but for the mother. Yet, throughout Christian Europe, families eagerly awaited new children, and they prayed for a safe delivery. Midwives, that is, experienced local women, not really qualified in a degree sense, no pieces of paper to be found for that, just a little bit of experience. They would help out and oversee most births. They would use practical knowledge and a few herbal remedies to help the labor along. Perhaps a little bit of superstition. Never goes astray. In the noble households, a physician or a surgeon might attend, but often it was the midwife's skill and, well, God's good graces and a few well-placed prayers that ultimately was awarded with the heavy lifting of bringing a child into the world. And so, the first moments after birth, they were the really critical ones. Let's look at some modern estimates. By them, perhaps 1 in 3 children did not survive the first year. And if that's not bad enough, Nearly half of all children died before they even became adults. Why is this? Well, you've got the big three problems: disease, infection, and malnutrition. They all took their toll, in different doses depending on the time of the year and circumstances. As a result, baptism was usually performed very soon after birth, often the same day or the next. This was to ensure that the child's soul was protected if death came early. In Catholic belief, baptism was essential for salvation. So if a newborn daughter seemed in danger, a midwife or a priest might perform an emergency baptism at home, rather than risk the child dying unbaptized. In fact, baptism was one of the first major events in a child's life. It took place in a parish church, where the infant was baptized with holy water, and then they were given a Christian name. This was more often than not a saint's name or a family name to invoke protection. The parents selected godparents, i.e. spiritual guardians, usually close friends or kin. Usually you get like an uncle and auntie, or maybe just your best friend and his wife. Their responsibility was to stand with the child, but this was more of a formality. Godparents were expected to assist in the child's upbringing and care where they could. But if the parents died, well, that's when they'd really have to step up to the plate. In any case, after the christening, the family usually would hold a celebration, however modest, perhaps a simple meal with neighbors in a cottage, or a more lavish gathering in a great hall. This would welcome the new child into the community. And so you can see, from the very start, a medieval child's life was framed by this Christian ritual and family ties. And indeed, in this video we are staying within Christian Europe. Perhaps we'll do other medieval children or ancient children at a different time, but for this video we have to set the goalposts. In any case, a newborn was seen in this context as both a fragile human needing worldly care and also a soul entrusted to the community by God. The baptismal rite, with its anointing and white christening cloth, was there to symbolize innocence and initiated the child into a spiritual family as well. And so, in this way, birth and infancy were woven tightly into religious life and communal support. So what happens next? Well, if you get through the baptism, once that's over, the day-to-day task of keeping a child alive and healthy began. More of a challenge than a task. Now, medieval parents, just like parents everywhere, at every time, doted on their infants and took any measures they could to protect them from any danger. But there was one common practice: swaddling. Newborns were wrapped snugly in linen or wool bands all the way from the shoulders to the feet. This would keep their limbs straight and secure. Swaddling kept children warm in drafty homes, and the people of those times believed that it helped their arms and legs grow properly. Well, medieval art often shows infants looking like little bundles, tightly bound. Babies would be swaddled for much of the day in their first weeks or months, only being unwrapped for feeding or cleaning. While they were swaddled, they were usually laid in cradles. But even the poorest of family tried to have some kind of cradle or a cradle-like instrument. Well, a simple peasant cradle might be a rough wooden box or a wicker basket padded with straw. Nothing fancy, but it's more about function over form at that point. Wealthier parents, on the other hand, could afford more elaborate cradles, the ones draped with fine fabrics and a little bit of decoration. But it didn't really matter. Whatever the type, the cradle was meant to give the infant a safe and warm little nest, often placed near the hearth for the heat. Cradles could often rock, too, either swinging from a beam or set on curved rockers, and that helped lull the children to sleep. Even one ingenious point, some cradles even had straps or little buckles to secure a wriggling infant and prevent them from falling out if they jostled around too much. In any case, on that point, life was certainly quite fragile for an infant, and the medieval home was not baby-proofed at all. Full of hazards everywhere. A cradle near the open fireplace, well, that would keep a kid warm, but also expose them to the busy kitchen area. Those hot pots could spill, and indeed medieval records mention children accidentally scalded by boiling broth or porridge. Unattended infants were also at risk from animals. Pigs and dogs roamed freely in many villages. One grim English coroner's report tells of a child left alone briefly who was attacked and killed by a wandering pig. Now, regardless of medieval sensibilities growing up in the tough world like that, would certainly shock the community. But incidents like that were not the norm, but they do underscore the constant vigilance that was needed to keep children safe. Far from being indifferent, medieval parents understood these dangers and tried to prevent them from happening. They might rig a cover over the cradle to shield against sparks, or assign an older child with the responsibility to watch the infants if the mother had to step away on some other errand. To further reduce risk, some parents avoided taking a baby into bed with them, despite the convenience for nighttime nursing. Doctors and clergy would always warn against co-sleeping, for fear a parent might roll over and smother their child by accident. Of course, this was a very real concern. It was well known, and quite dreaded. One can only imagine the horror of waking up to that. A 14th century medical writer even noted that if an infant got used to sleeping in a warm parental bed, they would fuss about sleeping alone later, which is really a quite relatable parental complaint, going all the way back to the 14th century. Very human indeed. But despite the warnings, many families in cold and crowded homes did want to share beds with their children out of necessity. But the ideal in medieval advice was to use a cradle for sleeping. Feeding the child was a central concern. Medieval infants were typically breastfed, as doctors and the church both encouraged nursing. A mother's milk was seen as natural, God-given nourishment for an infant, the gold standard, even a kind of white blood that carried the mother's essence. If the mother was healthy, she usually breastfed the child for a long duration, at least by modern standards, depending on the mother, sometimes a year or more. Now, as for weaning off, that was gradual, starting perhaps in the second year of life when the child could digest softened foods. Mothers who could manage it kept nursing, partly because it was believed to strengthen the child, but also, unbeknownst to them, frequent nursing spaced out pregnancies. Now, on the other side of society, in aristocratic and wealthy families, however, the mother often did not nurse her own baby. Instead, she would hire a wet nurse, a lactating woman usually of lower social status, to take on the role of the feeding mother. And this practice was quite common among nobles. A high-born lady might have numerous duties or become pregnant again quickly. and, well, social conventions frowned upon noble women nursing. So in comes the wet nurse, sometimes a farmer's wife or a servant who had recently given birth, employed to live with the family and feed the baby. Families took care to choose a wet nurse of good character and health, since many believed a nurse's milk could transmit traits to the child. Church and medical writings insisted the wet nurse be a morally upright Christian woman, eat wholesome foods, and even abstain from sexual activity while nursing. It was thought that sexual intercourse could spoil the milk, but good luck watching everyone behind closed doors. In effect, the wet nurse became a temporary mother. Some infants stayed with their wet nurses in the countryside for months or years before returning to their parents' household. Despite the distance, noble parents did love their babies. Letters survive in which noble mothers inquire anxiously about their infant's health in the nurse's care, and often a lasting bond formed. Children sometimes remembered their wet nurse with great affection later, almost as a kind of, I suppose we could say like a foster mother, this kind of situation. But for the majority of families who could not afford a wet nurse, the mother herself took on that role. And this created its own intimate connection between medieval mothers and children of all classes. As infants grew into the teething stage, which if you don't know, that's around 6 to 9 months old, medieval parents did what they could to soothe the discomfort. They might give the baby a hard object to chew. Archaeological finds include teething toys like small bone or coral rings that infants could gum on to kind of distract themselves. Herbal remedies were also used. One text suggests rubbing the baby's gums with a bit of honey or softened plant root to ease the pain. And then there was folklore. That offered a few cures too, such as hanging a wolf's tooth pendant around the baby's neck to ward off the feverish illness that often accompanies teething. All these measures, they show that medieval parents paid close attention to the health of their children. And of course they tried all the different strategies, some effective, some ineffective, some a little bit misguided, but equally well-meaning. In any case, it was all to help the infant through all of their common woes. So, if the child survived infancy, roughly the first 2 years, their chances of growing up improved dramatically. A toddler who could walk and talk was far hardier than a newborn. Medieval parents, knowing how many infants never made it past that point, breathed a cautious sigh of relief when a child grew sturdy enough to run about. And that is not to say that they didn't cherish their children from the start, don't get me wrong. Abundant evidence shows that they did. But they were also painfully aware of the reality that an infant, and even a child, and well, even an adult, was never truly safe. The scythe could come down at any moment. Now, when infant deaths did occur, they were met with genuine grief. Parents sometimes gave a subsequent newborn the same name as a deceased child, not as a thoughtless replacement, but to honor the lost child's memory. Got to continue on that legacy, Far from being emotionally numb, medieval mothers and fathers mourned their little ones deeply. In fact, we have a bunch of quite touching epitaphs and laments. One grieving French parent in the 14th century wrote that their departed toddler had been, quote, "the delight of my eyes, now taken to heaven with the angels." Now that sounds like something that you certainly hear in a modern epitaph. Once again, all the way back, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Well, once the infant was past the most fragile stage, they entered the years of childhood proper. And that's roughly the ages of 2 or 3 up to about 7. It is in this span that children were increasingly mobile. involved in family life, and curious. A toddler or young child spent most of the day under the watch of their mother or older siblings, toddling about the house or the yard, finding things to do, and as they gained coordination, children naturally filled their time with finding fun things. Archaeologists have indeed discovered that medieval children had games and toys surprisingly similar to those of today. Let's look at a few examples. In excavations of medieval towns, researchers have found little toy figurines, a tiny wooden horse on wheels, a doll's head made of clay, and even a miniature toy sword and shield. In one discovery, a 13th century child's toy knight, complete with an actual shield, was unearthed, showing that even kids back then enjoyed make-believe with knights and battles, just as one might expect. It makes you wonder if they played Crusaders versus Saracens, like how we have cops and robbers. Yeah, this kind of thing, like cowboys and Indians sort of stuff. Who knows, they most likely did. Well, literary sources likewise mention children's amusements. One cleric noted with mild disapproval, even, the children even fidgeted in church with knuckle bones or nuts as improvised toys. Village girls made dolls or pretend kitchens out of sticks and mud, while boys might carve little swords or build toy windmills. Whatever materials came to hand could become playthings in a child's imagination. We have a pretty sweet little story from Gerald of Wales, a churchman of the late 12th century, who reminisced about playing in the sand with his brothers as a boy. While his siblings built sand castles, young Gerald, destined for the clergy, built sand monasteries instead. Showing off a little bit, I assume. Medieval children played active games, too. Some games have truly never changed much. Hide and seek, tag, leapfrog. They rolled hoops with sticks down the street. They blew bubbles with hollow reeds, things like that. Boys in towns would kick leather balls or inflated pigs' bladders in pickup games of football, much to the annoyance of the townsfolk whose windows or market stalls might get in the way of the children's amusements. And there were games of chance and skill, too. Children pitched small objects like cherry stones or polished pebbles in games akin to marbles. And they played with spinning tops, and they whipped wooden pegs. Board games and table games were enjoyed by older children and adults alike. In fact, chess had arrived in Europe by the High Middle Ages and became popular among those who could afford the sets. Simpler games like Nine Men's Morris were scratched into the cloister benches of cathedrals, where the carved game boards made by choir boys can still be seen to this day. All in all, medieval children had plenty of things to enjoy their lives, especially in those early years before formal work or training had begun. From a young age, however, children were also expected to start contributing in small ways and learning the skills they would need later. They could care for animals and siblings, fetch and carry items, and imitate adult tasks in a safe manner. Tiny fingerprints left in medieval clay pots show that children even helped craft activities like pottery making, probably doing simple tasks under adult supervision, of course. Now, on a farm, a boy of 5 might guard the family's cow, or help chase crows from the planted fields. A girl of a similar age might stir a pot or rinse laundry at the riverside with her mother's assistance. The chores were pretty light, only what the young'uns could handle, but the whole point was to teach responsibility. As for the adults, they also did their best to drill the children in good manners and etiquette from a young age. Youngsters were taught to remain quiet and respectful in the presence of elders, to keep themselves clean, and to observe proper behavior at the table in church. Parents and older siblings constantly reinforced these lessons, and misbehavior was usually met with swift correction. And, well, speaking of that, corporal punishment was a socially accepted part of discipline in medieval times. There's that popular proverb, spare the rod and spoil the child. Well, if you're not familiar with it, it basically means if you love your child, you'll not shy away from an occasional correction to instill good moral virtue within them. Now, this did not mean that children were constantly beaten, but a little smack or swat with a birch switch for serious naughtiness was considered pretty normal. School teachers, likewise, were quick to use the rod or cane on unruly pupils for those who would go to school. Medieval schoolboys later wrote humorous verses complaining about nasty masters with their beatings. It shows kids felt as much as kids do nowadays about strict discipline. In general, we can say that medieval parents believed in firm guidance, but it was guidance grounded in love and the desire to save a child's character, and perhaps even their soul. Now, around the age of 7, a turning point came. You see, 7 was seen as an age of reason. Basically, this means it was when a child was thought capable of understanding basic moral and intellectual concepts. At this stage, many children began more formal education or training suited to their station. For children of relatively well-off or scholarly families, primarily boys, this might mean going to school. In the High Middle Ages, schools were typically attached to cathedrals, monasteries, or collegiate churches. The main purpose was to educate future clergymen, but they often admitted other local boys as well. A boy of 7 to 10 might be sent to the cathedral school in a nearby town to learn Latin grammar or logic, with a bit of basic math and music. Essentially, the medieval curriculum of the trivium. Taught by a strict master, who, by the way, was usually a cleric, some kind of a clergy or churchman, the pupils sat on benches and chanted Latin declensions, learned to read and write on wax tablets, and memorized prayers and passages of scripture. Classes began at sunrise and could last for several hours a day. Discipline was famously strict in these Latin schools. The schoolmaster's rod or birch was always close at hand, and if a boy made errors in his recitation or was caught daydreaming, he risked a sharp rap on the knuckles, or perhaps even a worse beating, depending on how the teacher's mood was at the day. One English schoolboy in the 1100s scribbled a marginal note complaining, quote, "The birch is the worst. It causes pain beyond all measure." Well, you better start paying attention then, kid. No, I'm just kidding. Well, the fear of a whipping would certainly keep many a student focused on his lessons, that's for sure. But not all education took place in formal schools. Noble children often received private tutoring at home. A noble boy might be taught to read and do basic sums by a household chaplain, or perhaps an educated relative. Once again, certification was a little bit fast and loose. Now, noble girls, too, were sometimes given a literary education. There are cases of aristocratic women in the 12th and 13th centuries who could read and write Latin, all thanks to tutors, or perhaps a stint in a convent school. But more commonly, a noble girl was taught practical and ornamental skills. Things like how to keep accounts, play an instrument, embroider, manage servants, and of course, perhaps the most important is to speak with courtly manners. This education was meant to prepare her to be the lady of a castle, or the lady-in-waiting at a royal court. Basically, turn her into the most pleasant of that medieval ideals, whether she likes it or not. Watch my video on medieval princesses and their miserable lives. It might break a few stereotypes. For the majority of medieval children, those of peasant, merchant, or artisanal families, apprenticeship or on-the-job training was the true path to adulthood. Starting in early adolescence, often around 12 to 14, children began to learn a trade or an occupation. A village boy would learn farming by working the fields with his father from the time he was strong enough to swing a scythe or drive a plow team. A craftsman's son in a town might be formally apprenticed to a master in the guild. For example, a 13-year-old in London could be apprenticed to a blacksmith or a baker by a legal contract. He would move into the master's household, and for a term of 7 to 10 years he would be trained in the trade. The apprentice started with the menial chores, sweeping up the shop, fetching water, tending the fire. He would spend long hours in observance of the master and journeyman at work. Gradually, the master would teach him to handle the tools and carry out simple tasks. Over several years of practice, the apprentice would progress to more complex aspects of his craft. In any case, by the end of his term, this once unskilled boy would be a competent young craftsman, ready to head out into the world and make a living, often as a journeyman, working for wages until he could afford to set up his own shop. That is, if that day ever comes. So life as an apprentice, that was not easy. The hours were long, and a strict master might feed and clothe the apprentice only to a modest extent. But an apprentice also became part of the master's household, eating at the family table, and sometimes playing with the master's children. And many masters took seriously their duty to train and look after their young charges. City governments and guilds set rules to prevent abuse, such as forbidding a master from maiming an apprentice or failing to teach them properly. For the apprentice, this system was certainly a gateway to opportunity. After those tough years of learning, he could emerge with a valued skill. He might even join the guild as a full member. It really depends on how far he wanted to go. But let's not leave the girls out. They underwent training too. The peasant girl learned all the skills of housewifery by helping her mother. By her early teens, she could bake bread in the oven, brew ale, spin wool, weave cloth, sew and mend clothing, milk the goats or cows, and even tend the garden. Now, it might not be a blacksmith or a stonemason or a merchant, but these are extremely important jobs. The entirety of society falls down without them. In towns, daughters of artisans might be apprenticed in female-dominated trades like brewing, spinning, or midwifery, or they simply learned the family trade informally. There's even records of girls apprenticed to seamstresses or silk weavers, and of merchants' daughters apprenticed to learn shopkeeping skills. Many urban girls were sent into domestic service in a richer household during their teens. While working as a maid, a girl would learn cooking, fine sewing, and household management under the lady of the house. Effectively, an apprenticeship in running a grand household. By the time she got married, often in her late teens or early 20s, she would be equipped with all the skills to manage her own home. Now, as for the noble children, adolescence brought fosterage and advanced training. Noble boys around the age of 7 were typically sent to serve in another lord's household, often that of their father's overlord or a family ally. Perhaps they could begin training for knighthood. As a page, the boy learned courtly manners and attended the lord and lady at meals, while also practicing swordplay, riding, and hunting alongside the lord's knights. This fosterage system built networks of loyalty among the noble families. A young page might spend years away from his parents, growing up under the tutelage of another lord who would later turn him into a knight. Of course, not all pages and squires got to that point, but that was the ideal. In any case, at the age of 14, the page would become a squire, directly assisting a knight. What kind of help? Basically carrying his shield, tending his horse, continuing to hone martial skills. And if he proved himself, around the age of 21, the young man would be ceremoniously dubbed a knight in a church, marking his entry into full adult noble status. That being said, some knights were knighted earlier for some kind of act of bravery or stunning merit, and some squires were never knighted at all, just becoming esquires. Now, noble girls often were married off or sent to convents in their teens, but those who remained at court also had fosterage. It was common for a noble girl to serve as a lady-in-waiting in a great household, learning etiquette, music, dance, the arts of conversation and hospitality from an experienced noblewoman. And then there was the church. That was the other route for some youths, the entry into religious life. A number of boys and girls in the Middle Ages were dedicated to God's service as children. Some joined monastery or convent schools as adolescents, deciding to take their vows when they came of age. A few were offered as child oblates, given to a monastery at a very young age to be raised as monks or nuns. For example, the famed abbess Hildegard of Bingen was handed over to a convent when she was about 8 years old, to grow up in the cloister. Such early oblation became less common after the 13th century. The church sets stricter age limits for taking vows, that is. But in the High Middle Ages it still occurred. But generally, those entering the church did so around puberty or later. And of course, they couldn't come empty-handed. They have to have some basic education. They didn't just let anyone in. This isn't a Dickens novel. Many future priests and clerics got their schooling as choir boys or acolytes, living in a cathedral school from about the age of 10 onward. And then, if inclined, choosing the clerical life in their later teens. Now, of course, we've mentioned different circumstances. Of course, childhood can dramatically vary by social class. Not much has really changed with that. But consider the gap between a peasant child versus a noble child. A peasant boy in a small village might grow up in a one-room thatched hut, sleeping on a sack of straw, shared with a few siblings. He owned only a couple of rough wool tunics, and he often could be seen walking around barefoot. From an early age he was expected to help with the chores, chasing birds from the crops, gathering kindling, herding geese around. His toys were improvised. A stick became his sword, a scrap of cloth, a doll. Pebbles served for a game, and they'd be creative and make something up. By his early teens, a peasant boy would work long days in the fields alongside the adults. A peasant girl, likewise, spent her childhood at her mother's side. She'd knead the bread, spin the wool, and of course, mind the younger siblings. She might snatch a few moments to play house with friends using makeshift dolls and dishes, but by 12 or 13, she was essentially an extra housekeeper. Many peasant girls married by their late teens, so they had to learn early how to run a household. Now, in contrast, there's the other side. A noble child's upbringing was cushioned by wealth and governed by strict expectations. A young lord or lady lived in a castle or a manor, surrounded by servants. A noble infant slept in an ornate cradle and wore fine clothes. As a noble boy grew, he was also taught to ride a pony and wield a wooden sword, almost as soon as he could walk. Around the age of 7, he might be sent to another lord's household to serve as a page, beginning training in courtly manners and knightly skills. It was there that he learned polite comportment, a bit of reading and Latin, and the arts of war, albeit in miniature, jousting on hobby horses, mock swordplay with wooden weapons, things like this. A noble girl stayed closer to her mother or a lady tutor. She was taught to be accomplished and ladylike, learning manners, music, needlework, perhaps enough reading and writing to manage accounts or read devotional books, but nothing too special. By her mid-teens, a noble girl was expected to run a large household with quite a bit of capability. Unlike peasant children, the nobles did not have to go out to the fields and do manual labor, but they had their own problems. Their lives were tightly controlled. Marriages for noble offspring were often arranged early, and they were done so out of political or financial gain. A noble daughter might be betrothed at the age of 12 and married soon after to cement some kind of family alliance. Well, despite the gulf between the rich and poor, children of every class shared some common experiences. All children, whether born in a mud-floored hut or a stone castle, were vulnerable to illness and accident. All were disciplined by their elders and taught the basic virtues prized by their society. And all found ways to play, and even survive amid these hard circumstances. A peasant boy kicking a rag ball and a prince playing at jousting both experienced the joys of the make-believe, just in their own way. And yes, in their own ways, medieval families across the social spectrum sought to protect and prepare their children, the very different life that awaited them as adults. Well, of course, like with pretty much all medieval people, religion was central, rich or poor. From their earliest days, children went to church with their families. They learned the basic prayers, and they grew up surrounded by Christian ritual and stories. At around 7 years old, the age the church considered a child capable of moral understanding, boys and girls were expected to make their first confession and receive their first communion, marking their true initiation into full participation in Christian religious life. Children were also participants in many popular religious festivities. For example, across Europe in the Middle Ages, there was a beloved tradition called the boy bishop, which allowed the child to symbolically take on the role of a high church official for a short time. On the Feast of the Holy Innocents, it is Childermas, December 28th, which commemorated the children killed by King Herod in the Bible, cathedral and monastery schools would suspend normal order, and they'd let the young ones take charge. They elected one of the choir boys, usually a boy of around 10 to 12, to serve as the bishop for the day. Adorned in a little bishop's robe, this boy bishop, with appropriate adult supervision, carried out many of these ceremonial duties of a real bishop, except celebrating Mass, of course. He led processions, presided at the chanting of the Vespers, gave blessings, and even delivered a sermon, pre-written for him by an adult. The real clergy stood aside and watched with a mix of pride and amusement as the child enacted the role of spiritual leader. Even when King Edward I of England once invited a boy bishop to sing vespers in his chapel as part of the celebration. Now, this is quite a charming reversal of roles, I think. I think it reminds everyone of Christ's words too. Unless you become as little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. Well, at the same time, Holy Innocents' Day carried a somber undertone, recalling the murdered children of Bethlehem. Medieval people mixed play and piety in ways that can seem a little bit strange to us. But in England, it became customary for parents to lightly whip their children out of bed on the morning of Innocents' Day, but don't get me wrong, not in anger, more of a ritual reenactment of Herod's cruelty, meant to impress on the young the gravity of the feast. The token whipping was more symbolic than it was painful, but it certainly must have left some kind of an impression. Throughout the year, the church honored children in various ways. St. Nicholas, the patron saint of children, was celebrated on the 6th of December. Medieval legends of St. Nicholas, such as his miraculous rescue of 3 schoolboys from murder, or his secret gift-giving to save poor children, made him a favorite figure. By the late Middle Ages, some communities had begun to give small gifts or sweets to children on St. Nicholas' Day, a practice that would much later evolve into modern Christmas gift-giving. Now, more routinely, children were involved in everyday religious life. They attended Mass and Saints' Day festivals. They joined family prayers at home. And many boys would serve as altar attendants or choir singers in church. The church taught that children were born with original sin, yet were also examples of purity and faith. Now, this attitude comes through in the way of medieval art and literature, often idealizing the holy child of Jesus Christ and the innocence of the holy innocents or child saints. In a 14th century English lullaby, for instance, the Virgin Mary is imagined as singing lovingly to a baby Jesus, "Lullay, my child, and be still." Images like that of the Christ child and his mother were extremely popular. They must have somehow resonated with the daily experience of parents comforting their little ones. So all in all, religion offers medieval children not only moral guidance and community, but also these moments of brevity, joy, and recognition. From carrying candles in a Candlemas procession, to dressing up as bishops in a December carnival, to receiving occasional holy day treats, children were woven into the fabric of medieval Christian life. The church, the local lords, and the guilds also stepped in to care for orphans and foundlings, seeing it as a Christian duty to protect the innocent. Thus, you can see faith as providing both an imaginative world of stories and saints that enrich childhood, and also as a social safety net, however rudimentary that was, but still one that sought to shield the young and the vulnerable. Well, it can't protect you forever, though, despite the care and the love surrounding medieval children. The reality is that hardships could strike at any time. Disease was the constant shadow. Common childhood illnesses like fever, diarrhea, measles, or smallpox often proved to be fatal in that age before effective medicine. When plague or famine struck, children were among the most vulnerable, and they often died in great numbers. Sometimes they even lost their entire families. The infamous Black Death of the 14th century, for example, carried off untold numbers of children, along with adults, leaving many of the surviving orphans behind. Medieval parents lived with the fear that an illness could suddenly snatch away their beloved child. But they had ways to respond, in the ways that they understood. They'd pray for divine intervention, invoking saints known to protect children like St. Margaret or St. Nicholas, and they'd use whatever home remedies that they knew. Nonetheless, childhood was perilous, and almost every family experienced the heartbreak of losing a child. Medieval children also faced external hardships of their era. War and violence sometimes swept through, and the young would get impacted by that too. During periods of conflicts like the Crusades or local feuds, children might be killed or captured along with adults, or they were forced to flee their homes. In cities under siege, hunger and disease affected children severely. Even during peacetime, accidents could be fatal due to lack of advanced medical care. A broken bone or a deep cut could lead to a deadly infection. In fact, we find gravestones and records for children who died by drowning, falls from high places, being kicked by horses, or other tragic mishaps. Give you a little example, there's one from the 13th century, the French accounts. It notes a group of overzealous young boys who took part in a popular religious movement, the so-called Children's Crusade of 1212, and decided to pack their things and march off unsupervised toward the Holy Land. Well, guess what? Most of them never returned home. They either starved to death, got ill, or they suffered exploitation. Events like that show how vulnerable medieval youth could be. Still quite a turbulent world. Yet, even in the face of these trials, medieval children and their families showed their own kinds of resilience. Communities rallied around their young in times of need. If a child was orphaned, typically relatives or godparents would take the child in. And then there were the guilds. They sometimes provided for the children of deceased members. And some cities established foundling hospitals or church-run orphanages, like the famous Hospital of the Innocents in Florence in the 15th century. Perhaps a time for a video for a different time. Basically, they would care for abandoned babies at this place. Neighbors often stepped up as well. That concept that it takes a village to raise a child truly applied in medieval villages and urban parishes. For instance, court records from medieval England describe how villagers would contribute food and clothing to an orphan child's upkeep, or how a town council arranged apprenticeships for poor boys and girls to give them a livelihood. Now, these efforts were, quite limited by modern standards, but they do show that medieval society didn't simply shrug at the fate of a child who had no one to care for them. There was a sense of communal responsibility. It all comes back to Christian charity, yes, but also just practical necessity, that necessity to protect and guide all youngsters as far as possible. The Pilgrim. Perhaps a minor character in the story of medieval history. But what image comes into your head? Do you imagine a pilgrim as a quaint storybook figure? Perhaps you do. Perhaps you've read Chaucer's merry band on their way to Canterbury. But the reality was far from the idyllic fiction. For the medieval pilgrim, the road was a gauntlet of hardship and danger. Bandits lurked in forests. Storms could wreck ships at sea if you took that path, and many travelers passed the bleached bones of those who died on the same journey. Yet they pressed onward, driven by desperation and perhaps a little bit of faith. But then there's the question, what could compel ordinary men, women, and sometimes children to risk such peril? Between the 11th and 13th centuries, the era of the Crusades, pilgrimages surged across Europe. From peasant cottages to princely courts, people of all stripes took up the pilgrim staff and set out for those sacred destinations. Some walked to famous shrines in their own lands. Others chose to undertake the ultimate journey to Jerusalem in the Holy Land. These voyages spanned continents and often crossed into war-torn frontiers. But each pilgrimage was unique in its trials. But they all shared common ordeals. And so in this exploration today, we are going to trace the pilgrim's journey. And of course, we're going to draw on those old medieval accounts that have been so lovingly preserved and left for us, and a little bit of modern insight and archaeology. It's a story that doesn't get told very often. But lately it's all about regular people. So let us be the ones to listen to their story. Now first, of course, let me welcome you to the channel. I am the guy. We'll be spending the next hour together. But I can guarantee you the one thing that you will not get here is ads. Now, we're certainly on a crusade against them. We hate them as much as you do, so it wouldn't be right to have them in the video, so we've turned them all off. You won't get interrupted here, rest assured. But we are supported kindly by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who visit the merch store. That helps us keep the lights on and not be tempted to click that add button. If you want to join that crowd, you'll find where you need to go in the video channel and description and the pinned comment. Otherwise, do us a solid and just tell your friends about us. Next time you hear someone complaining about the state of the brain rot on this platform, just drop our name, and perhaps they can join the party too. In any case, like, comment, and subscribe, and let's do this. Off we go on the pilgrimage. Who knows where we'll end up? Now, you might have caught it in the introduction that we asked that question, what could compel an ordinary man, woman, or even a child to risk such peril? And I suppose that's a good place to start. The reasoning. We have to understand why anyone would want to brave such hardship. And the answer in pretty simple terms comes in the intense religious mindset of the age. You see, in medieval Christian belief, a pilgrimage was one of the greatest acts of devotion or penance that one could perform. By traveling to a holy site, whether that be the tomb of an apostle, the shrine of a miracle-working saint, or Jerusalem itself, pilgrims hoped to earn the favor of God and ultimately forgiveness for their sins. Many believed that enduring suffering on a pilgrimage could cleanse the soul and reduce the punishment that one might face in the afterlife. Now, church authorities encourage this idea, of course. Anything that makes people a little bit more pious is usually a good thing for them. This long journey of penance on earth might also spare one from years in purgatory, if we're speaking in a Catholic sense. Now, of course, motivations varied. Not everyone had this one-size-fits-all religious conviction, because some pilgrims were driven by guilt, and they wanted to expiate grievous sins. Indeed, it was not uncommon for courts or confessors to assign pilgrimage as a kind of penance. We don't really use the word punishment in this case. In any case, this was an alternative to execution for criminals in some cases, so certainly you would be putting your hand up for that. It's kind of like the old, well, I think some countries still have it. You either join the Navy or the Army, or we're going to lock you up for 20 years for stealing that car or whatever it is. Kind of the medieval version of that, if we're going to think about it in a more modernized sense, just for argument's sake. Now, others were traveling in hope of divine help, seeking a miraculous cure for illness, or perhaps the fulfillment of a vow. Now, this is where we have to use a little bit of creative license, but it's all within historical bounds. For example, you might see a farmer vowing to visit the distant shrine of St. James in Spain if his sick child recovered. In any case, vows like this, once they were made, were considered to be binding, and fulfilling them that became a sacred duty. And after all, you can't really skimp out on your contract to God. You can't get away with that one. Now, in some cases, a person who was unable to travel, whether by maybe some circumstance or illness, something like that, might even hire a proxy to undertake a pilgrimage on their behalf. Now, this was not the norm, but it was a practice that allowed the spiritual benefits of the journey to be transferred, though some clergy certainly criticized this separation of sacrifice from devotion. I mean, as a personal note, it kind of defeats the purpose, don't you think? In any case, pilgrimage was also tied to the concept of indulgences and crusading, at least before Martin Luther came along, topic for a different time. The church promised spiritual rewards. Remission of sins was the big one to those who took up the pilgrim's staff. Basically, you would get a clean slate. All of those past wrongdoings just evaporating into the air. It's a pretty good deal. Now, for example, the most popular reference to this, and perhaps the most significant, was when Pope Urban II called the First Crusade in 1095. Now, he described this as an armed pilgrimage, not a war, a pilgrimage to free Jerusalem and protect the Christian pilgrims traveling to and from that city. Well, of course, we all know what happened next. Thousands of warriors and common folk alike took up the cross, became pilgrims with swords in one hand, cross in the other, believing their dangerous trek would earn them salvation. But we have to say that not every pilgrim was purely pious. Of course, there were certainly some at the back of the crowd seeing it as an adventure, or just an escape from mundane life. I mean, think about it this way. They did the same thing in World War I with the propaganda posters. Go and see the world, all the wonders of this place and that place. Of course, when you show up, it's not as glamorous, but hey, no refunds. In any case, medieval writers complained of these false pilgrims who wandered for curiosity or profit rather than true devotion. A few were effectively tourists, or even sometimes fugitives hiding under the guise of a pilgrim. A good way to blend into the crowd. Still, for the vast majority, the decision to undertake a pilgrimage was a very serious and often once-in-a-lifetime spiritual commitment. It meant leaving behind home and family for months or even years, facing the very real possibility that they might not return at all. So only a profound faith, or perhaps a misguided desperation, could drive people to accept such risks, all in the hope of a heavenly reward. Of course, every pilgrimage began long before that traveler took the first step. Preparation was a pretty serious business, both in practical and spiritual terms. Think about it this way. The pilgrims were arranging affairs as if they were preparing for death. They settled debts, if they were good. They made a will and said farewell to family. They were completely aware that they might never return. course, it was also expected that a pilgrim seek forgiveness and absolution before their departure, so many would confess their sins and reconcile with anyone that they had wronged in the past, so as to leave a clean soul, no lingering quarrels. In a send-off ceremony at the local church, a priest would bless the pilgrim's staff and scrip, that is his travel bag, and formally bid them Godspeed. The would-be pilgrim took a solemn vow to complete the journey, binding themselves before God to reach their destination. But a pilgrimage was not cheap, and it was certainly time-consuming, so only those truly determined got to undertake it. A long journey could cost a fortune. You've got food, lodging, ship passage if you're taking the naval route, and offerings at shrines. It all adds up. Many pilgrims had to gather funds for years, or even sell property to finance the trip. Chronicles mention poor farmers selling their oxen or fields, and nobles mortgaging estates, all to afford the journey to Jerusalem, or perhaps another far-off shrine. But of course, Jerusalem was the gold standard of pilgrimages. Such sacrifices were of course made willingly. They were seen as the best investment you could make in the soul's salvation. But besides financial planning, there were administrative details. Travelers often needed permission to leave their home territory. A serf required the lord's leave, and a townsman had to settle any civic obligations. It became quite common for pilgrims to carry a letter of introduction, a kind of pilgrim passport issued by church authorities. This document, sealed by a bishop or abbot, attested that the bearer was a legitimate pilgrim traveling for pious reasons. It requested all who read it to offer the pilgrim hospitality and safe passage wherever they were. That doesn't mean they were always honored, but such letters could help a pilgrim find lodging at monasteries or avoid arrest as a vagrant in foreign lands. Armed with spiritual resolve, a blessed staff, and whatever funds and permissions they could obtain, the medieval pilgrim was finally ready to face that long road. But of course a pilgrim would be pretty easy to recognize. They had their distinctive garb and equipment. Most wore a plain tunic, with a long travel cloak draped over it. The cloak, often hooded, served as shelter from rain, but also doubled as a blanket at night. A broad-brimmed hat was another common feature. Its wide brim kept the sun off and the rain away, and many pilgrims later adorned their hats with badges from shrines they visited. But no pilgrim travelled without a staff and scrip. Now the staff, of course, was a stout walking stick, useful for balance on rough paths, and also for fending off wild animals, or hopefully not needed, but thieves if necessary. As for the scrip, we already mentioned that. It's basically a simple satchel or pouch that was slung across the shoulder, in which the pilgrim carried meager provisions and belongings. Now, typically one might pack some bread and cheese, a cup, perhaps a small flask for water or wine, maybe a tiny prayer book or a rosary. Many pilgrims also carried a hollowed gourd or leather flask tied to their belt to refill with water at streams and wells. As they journeyed, pilgrims acquired certain symbols of their travels, and those became part of their identity. Chief among these were the aforementioned pilgrim badges, small pewter pins or tokens obtained at famous shrines. For example, those who reached the shrine of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury would wear a badge depicting a bishop's mitre or a sword, symbolic, of course, of the martyrdom of St. Thomas Becket. Well, the most renowned emblem was the scallop shell of St. James. Pilgrims to Santiago de Compostela in Spain often picked up a scallop shell by the Galician seaside, or received one at the cathedral as proof of completion. They proudly fastened this shell to their hat or cloak. Likewise, pilgrims returning from Jerusalem sometimes carried a palm frond, earning them the nickname palmers. These items were more than souvenirs. In an era without passports, a pilgrim's badges and tokens were testimonial of their piety, kind of like how bikers put patches on their jackets, if this kind of thing, places that they've been. Somewhat of a different flavor, but you know what I mean. In any case, they often granted the wearer goodwill and hospitality on the way home, as people recognized the hardships the pilgrim must have overcome. But not all pilgrims were poor, that's for sure. Wealthier travelers might have sturdier boots, better cloaks, or even travel part of the way on horseback. That's if they were truly well-to-do. However, ostentation was discouraged. Many nobles deliberately dressed down to mingle with the common pilgrims, equals in the eyes of God. Regardless of social rank, the basic ensemble of hat, cloak, staff, and humble scrip became a great equalizer, the uniform of those on the road for faith. So, in medieval Europe, there were countless roads that led to countless holy places. But the major destinations included Jerusalem, of course, then Rome in Italy, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, and many others. Now these sites drew pilgrims from across Christendom, creating a web of routes that spanned the continent. Pilgrims from England or Germany, for instance, might travel through France along the well-trodden paths converging towards Spain for the Camino de Santiago, or southward through the Alps on the Via Francigena to Rome. These pilgrims bound for Jerusalem often sailed to a Mediterranean port such as Venice or Marseille, and then took a ship to the Middle East, since, the overland trek through Asia Minor had become pretty perilous in the era of the Turkish conquests. Traveling such distances on foot, or even on horseback, was a monumental challenge. A voyage from northern Europe to Jerusalem, that could stretch over 3,000 miles. It could take many months, even years, to complete. Pilgrims trudged along the dirt roads, decayed Roman highways, mountain passes, and barren plains to reach their goals. They frequently banded together in groups for safety and companionship, forming an international fellowship on the move. They shared stories, prayers, and songs to keep their spirits up during the long days, and one can imagine that around an evening fire, pilgrims would trade tales of home or of miracles they had heard. Chaucer's later Canterbury Tales, though fictional, reflects this real tradition of storytelling among pilgrims. You should read it. It's pretty good. I know you want me to read it, but it's really, really long. Maybe one day, but that is not this day. In any case, on popular routes, a basic infrastructure developed over time to support the pilgrims. Monasteries and charitable hospices offered free or even cheap overnight shelter, along with a simple meal. You wouldn't get much, but you get what you're given. Certain dangerous mountain passes, like the Great St. Bernard in the Alps, or the Somport Pass in the Pyrenees, had hospices staffed by monks dedicated to rescuing and aiding travelers exhausted by the climb, or perhaps trapped by snow. But despite these supports, much of the journey was through unfamiliar and inhospitable territory. Pilgrims had to navigate dense forests, marshes, and high mountains with very little guidance. Roads often lacked any signposts, and maps, if you even had one, they'd be pretty rudimentary. Many relied on local guides, or simply followed the flow of fellow pilgrims. Losing the way, well, that was a constant risk, especially when paths forked or faded. Crossing political boundaries added complexity as well. A traveler might pass through dozens of different lordships or kingdoms, each with their own language, tolls, and laws, and you don't want to run afoul of them. The pilgrims suddenly found themselves among strangers, speaking Spanish, Provençal, German, or even Arabic. One 12th century guidebook, the Codex Calixtinus, even included a short list of common phrases in Basque to help French pilgrims beg for bread or water in that language as they passed through the Pyrenees. Some lords welcomed pilgrims and saw it as their duty to protect them, while others exploited them with heavy tolls or restrictions. Typically, a healthy pilgrim could cover perhaps 15 to 20 miles a day on foot, and that's if the conditions were good. There were long stretches with no towns, or only tiny villages, and you weren't going to get much bread out of them. In such places, pilgrims often slept under the open sky, or in a barn or church porch if they could find one. Reaching a major town or a recognized stopping point along the way was a cause for relief and celebration. Perhaps you might even get to a city with a famous relic or a hospitable abbey. Maybe a nice tavern, too. These immediate stops allowed travelers to rest, refuel, and sometimes receive medical care if they were ailing. Though in essence, the journey itself was as spiritually significant as the destination. Each mile traveled was considered an act of devotion and sacrifice. Medieval writers often refer to life as a pilgrimage. And for those on the road, that was true in a literal sense. They experienced firsthand the vastness of the world and the extremes of geography and weather, all for the sake of reaching that sacred destination. But even without human threats, the natural world posed plenty of hazards to pilgrims. Poor road conditions were the first and most immediate challenge. See, most medieval roads were little more than rutted dirt tracks. After rain, of course, they turned into quagmires of mud, and in winter they were pretty treacherous with all the ice. Travelers easily stumbled or fell, and a broken bone, far away from any help, could certainly be fatal. Pilgrims often had to ford rivers or cross fragile wooden bridges, tasks that could end in drowning if a crossing went wrong. Sudden floods sometimes swept away entire groups, attempting to wade a swollen stream. Exposure to the elements was also unavoidable. In the mountains, pilgrims risked hypothermia or avalanches. Many accounts tell of people freezing to death in alpine or Pyrenean snows, despite the efforts of monastic rescuers. Conversely, those crossing arid regions or the sunny plains suffered from heat and thirst. The intense summer sun of Spain or the Middle East could kill the unwary. One Crusade-era chronicler noted that more pilgrims died of thirst and heat exhaustion in the Syrian deserts than they did from enemy arrows. Water and food, even when available, carried their own dangers. Drinking from an unknown stream or pond could lead to debilitating diarrhea or other illnesses brought on from those germs that they didn't quite grasp at the time. A famous pilgrim guidebook warned of certain waters in northern Spain that were literally poisonous. It recounts that a river called the Rio Salado, two local men sat waiting with knives, ready to skin the horses of pilgrims who stopped to drink. They would assure travelers that the water was safe. But when the thirsty pilgrims let their mounts drink, the horses would collapse, and they would die from the toxic water. The men would then seize the hides, Well, this little detail shows how something as simple as quenching the horse's thirst could turn deadly on the road and ruin the entire trip. Hunger was another frequent companion. Pilgrims unable to carry much food relied on buying or begging along the way. But often they traveled through wilderness or famine-stricken areas that had nothing to eat of their own. Malnutrition weakened many of them, making them susceptible to illness. A lack of clean food and water meant that outbreaks of dysentery could sweep through a band of pilgrims, laying them low for days or just killing them all. Fatigue and injuries accumulated over the long trek were a problem too. Foot sores and blisters were ubiquitous. Without proper rest, a minor foot wound could become infected. Pilgrims often arrived at way stations limping and in pain. They might pause for a few days to recover, but lingering too long, that was costly. So many pressed on, despite their condition. The sheer uncertainty of travel was a hardship in itself. There were no reliable maps or travel advisories. A bridge washed out by a storm could force a huge detour. News of plague or war ahead might compel pilgrims to reroute by hundreds of miles. Every day required adaptation and endurance. And in facing these trials, mud, rain, heat, hunger, disease, the pilgrims believed they were earning spiritual merit. The hardships of the road were, in their eyes, just another form of holy penance, an imitation of the trials of the saints or Christ's own passion. Their belief was often the only comfort on a miserable night under the open sky. But perhaps the greatest fear for pilgrims was indeed falling prey to robbers or outlaws along the way. Bandits haunted many lonely stretches of road and forest, knowing that pilgrims often carried coins or valuable tokens for offerings. Despite the church's decree that harming a pilgrim was a heinous crime, i.e. attackers might face excommunication or even execution if caught, lawbreakers don't really care about the laws. Shock horror. They still found pilgrims to be quite tempting targets. These brigands used a mix of stealth and violence. A band of armed thieves might lie in ambush behind rocks or trees, and then spring up upon a lone traveler, or stragglers at the rear end of the caravan. Some even posed as fellow pilgrims to infiltrate a group and strike at an opportune moment. Armed with clubs or knives, they would demand money and food. Those who resisted could be beaten or killed. Bodies of unlucky pilgrims were sometimes found in ditches or woods, of course stripped of all their valuables. So the pilgrims learned that safety in numbers was the way to go. They formed bands at popular crossroads or staging towns and traveled together under an elected leader, or sometimes, if they could afford it, a hired guide who would see them through. A strong group could deter petty highwaymen who feared being outnumbered. However, traveling in company was not always a guarantee of security. Some historical accounts reveal that false pilgrims joined convoys only to betray and rob their fellow man. Quarrels within groups could also turn deadly. Same chroniclers also mention fights over money or provisions that ended in bloodshed. The very people meant to be comrades in faith could, in desperate circumstances, become threats. And then there was wild animals, just another layer of danger, especially in sparsely populated regions. Packs of wolves shadowed roads in winter, ready to pick off anyone who fell behind at dusk. A lone pilgrim who became separated might be stalked by wolves or mauled by wild dogs or boars in the woods. Travelers recounted nights of terror, hearing howls in the dark and keeping campfires burning to fend off any creatures. The situation was worst in politically unstable areas or borderlands. In the Holy Land during the 11th century, raiders preyed on Christian pilgrims with impunity. The most notorious incident occurred in 1065, when a caravan of thousands of German pilgrims near Caesarea was ambushed by Bedouins. Hundreds of unarmed men and women were slaughtered, and many others died of thirst while being besieged by the attackers. News of the massacre shocked Europe, and it was one of the factors that spurred calls for the First Crusade to secure safe passage to Jerusalem. After the First Crusade, new knightly orders like the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers took on the duty of protecting pilgrims in the Holy Land. These armed, kind of warrior monks escorted travelers and patrolled the roads between the ports and Jerusalem, which greatly reduced but never really eliminated the possibility of robbery in those areas. Elsewhere, pilgrims remained vulnerable. Local rulers sometimes provided guards or safe conducts for prominent pilgrim groups, but ordinary folk were often left to their own devices. One had to trust in Providence to keep a wary eye. Pilgrims carried stout staves not only as walking aids, but as a just-in-case potential weapon. A few even armed themselves with daggers or short swords. This was despite the religious rules against bearing arms on a pilgrimage. Better to risk a reprimand than to be utterly defenseless. So, each narrow escape from bandits or wild beasts would be remembered as a miracle of sorts, and each peaceful day on the road was a blessing. The constant peril forged bonds among traveling companions, and deepened pilgrims' reliance on faith to see them through what often felt like a veil of darkness, the real valley of death. But for those pilgrimages that required crossing the sea to reach the Holy Land or to sail to Spain, for example, the journey became even more perilous. You see, medieval ships were small, and voyages were long and unpredictable. Pilgrims were typically packed onto merchant vessels or special pilgrim galleys in pretty cramped conditions. Berths were basic or non-existent. Many had to sleep on deck in the open. Sanitation, that was extremely poor, and the stench of dozens of unwashed people crammed together. And you can only imagine that. Seasickness struck pilgrims who were not used to the motion of the waves, and had left them wretchedly ill for days. It's not like you can just pull over and let them off the boat. Fresh water and food often ran low after a couple weeks at sea. Ships rationed water strictly, and malnutrition or scurvy from the lack of fresh food might set in on longer voyages. But the greatest terror at sea was storms. Violent tempests could blow up without warning on the Mediterranean or the Atlantic. Pilgrims and crew alike huddled together as towering waves tossed the ship like a rag doll around the sea. One English pilgrim, Ceolwulf, described how in 1103 a sudden gale struck as his convoy arrived off the port of Jaffa in Palestine. Within hours, dozens of ships were driven onto the rocks and shattered. He watched in horror from the shore as the waves swallowed men and women, and over 1,000 of his fellow pilgrims drowned in a single day. Such disasters were not unheard of. Entire fleets lost to dreadful storms. Surviving a shipwreck was largely a matter of luck, or, as pilgrims believed, divine mercy. Those who made it to land after a wreck often kissed the ground in gratitude. Another menace on the seas was piracy. Wherever there were trading ships, there were thieves looking for plunder, and the pilgrim ships were no exception. Muslim corsairs from North Africa roamed the Mediterranean, and occasionally Christian pirates or privateers preyed on pilgrim vessels as well. A chronicle from 1453 records that a pirate fleet captured a ship carrying 300 pilgrims returning from the Holy Land. The pirates killed all the men, and the women were turned into slaves. In 1473, a group of Irish pilgrims bound home from Santiago de Compostela were seized by pirates near Cornwall. They were eventually released after a ransom, but such fortunate outcomes were quite rare. More commonly, kidnapped pilgrims ended up in the slave markets of foreign ports, if their families or communities could not pay the hefty sum for their freedom. To mitigate these dangers, some cities organized armed convoys, or scheduled group voyages under guard. Venice was famous for its pilgrim galleys, state-supervised ships that departed at set times for the Levant, each with experienced sailors and sometimes a naval escort to ward off the pirates. These measures improved the odds, but could not eliminate the unpredictability of sea travel. Pilgrims on board spent much of their time praying for calm weather and safe passage. It was common for terrified passengers to vow that if they survived a storm, they would undertake some act of penance or charity afterward. Every sailor and pilgrim knew the immense relief of sighting land after a long and fear-filled crossing. When a ship finally dropped anchor at Java, or another destination port, pilgrims often sang a hymn of thanks after kissing the ground and going straight to the church to express the gratitude for their deliverance. They had faced one of the harshest realities of the pilgrimage, the untamed sea, and by God's grace, they had lived to continue their journey, and just now on solid ground. But beyond the obvious dangers of violence or storms, they also had to contend with just the general health problems. The strain of travel, the poor diet, the exposure to unfamiliar microbes meant that illness was pretty common. Contagious diseases could sweep through groups of travelers who slept and ate in close quarters. Dysentery was the main one. If you don't know what that is, it's a severe intestinal disease that we won't describe in great detail. But then there were other fevers, occasionally striking at crowded hostels. Chroniclers tell of pilgrim bands delayed for weeks because so many of them were bedridden with what they called camp fever, which likely could have been typhus or another similar infection. In an age before germ theory, people just didn't understand how diseases spread. But they did observe that crowds of pilgrims often led to outbreaks of illness. The general lack of hygiene, of course, did not help, rather compounding the problem. Pilgrims could rarely bathe on the road. Lice and fleas were constant companions, and these pests spread illness like typhus around. Even the Black Death pandemic of the 14th century was likely accelerated by the movement of people along trade and pilgrimage routes. Apart from major epidemics, a typical pilgrim might suffer from malnutrition or dehydration, then fall victim to a common cold that turned into pneumonia, or a simple infected blister leading to a fever. Medical care was rudimentary. If a pilgrim fell seriously ill, their best hope was to reach a monastery or a town that had a hospital, which, in the medieval sense, more like a charity infirmary. They developed a little bit over time, but monasteries along major routes also kept a small ward for sick pilgrims. Monks or nuns would provide the basic remedies. You had herbal potions, maybe bloodletting, and, above all, rest, and throw in a prayer for good measure. In the Holy Land, the Knights Hospitaller ran a famous hospital in Jerusalem, dedicated to caring for poor and ailing pilgrims. In fact, it was pretty big, too. It could house hundreds of patients, and was renowned for its compassionate care. But these were few and far between. Outside of such institutions, most ill pilgrims had to rely on the kindness of locals, or the help of fellow travelers. Many pilgrims died far from home due to illness. Those who perished en route were usually buried right where they died. There was no practical way to transport bodies long distance. Sometimes companions would carry a deceased pilgrim to the next holy site for burial, considering it better to be interred in sacred ground. Cemeteries in places like Jerusalem and along the Camino de Santiago contain graves of foreign pilgrims who never made it back. Such a death was often interpreted in a spiritual light. To die on pilgrimage was seen as a pretty good end, almost like a martyrdom, since the person passed away while performing a holy act. And of course, not every pilgrim who set out reached their intended goal either. Many had to abandon their journey midway. Maybe they got ill, maybe they got injured, or they were just too exhausted. Some turned back in despair, or ran out of money and stopped in a foreign land. These cases were lamented, but they also served as cautionary tales about the more practical needs, not just funds, but also physical endurance. Even pilgrims who survived serious illness often bore lasting effects. Accounts mention travelers returning home crippled or chronically infirm from diseases contracted on the journey. Yet despite all the harsh realities, the prospect for spiritual salvation and the allure of sacred places outweighed the fear of sickness for many. The pilgrims pressed on, trusting that God would protect them, or if it was their fate to die on the road, then it would be a good death. They would earn the merit of having perished in pursuit of holiness. For those who survived the long journey, arriving at the sacred destination was pretty overwhelming. Sure, you can imagine the select few, after months of hardship, to finally gaze upon the spires of Jerusalem or the towers of Santiago de Compostela. It must have felt like a dream come true. Pilgrims often burst into tears of joy and relief. Well, many had fallen upon their knees at the first sight of the holy city, offering prayers and thanksgiving. It was common for groups to begin singing hymns as they approached their goal. Contemporary accounts describe pilgrims chanting the Te Deum or other praises while walking the last miles to a shrine, and at the shrine itself, more special rituals awaited. In Compostela, for example, road-worn pilgrims entered the cathedral and embraced the statue of St. James above the high altar, then knelt at the apostles' tomb beneath. The clergy swung an enormous incense burner called the bota fumiero across the church, filling the air with sweet smoke, partly to symbolize purification, and partly, it is said, now it's just a rumor, it is said it was done to cover the smell of the unwashed crowd. I suppose it's a little bit more polite than just telling them to go clean themselves up. But where would they do that? Well, in Jerusalem, pilgrims would prostrate themselves at the sites of Christ's Passion. They touched the rock of Golgotha and the stone of anointing, and crawled into the narrow tomb where Christ was said to have risen. Many pilgrims, overcome with emotion, wept and prayed aloud. One famous English pilgrim, Marjorie Kemp, wrote that in 1417 she was so overcome upon first beholding Jerusalem that she wept and sobbed uncontrollably, to the point that the other pilgrims had to lead her by the hand. Pilgrims performed the final acts to fulfill their vows. They presented offerings at the altar, perhaps a candle or a hand-crafted token symbolizing their prayers. They often had clergy at the site stamp or sign a testimonial of completion. By the late Middle Ages, by the way, Compostela and Rome would issue official certificates to pilgrims as proof of their journey. Certainly imagine people taking that home and hanging it up on the wall. Pilgrims also acquired final souvenirs, of course. The pilgrimage trade attracted profiteers as well. Around major shrines, a whole economy sprang up. Inns, taverns, souvenir stalls, money changers, ironically, and vendors hawking all manner of relics. Pilgrims could buy a little flask of holy oil, a rosary said to touch a saint's tomb, or even a fragment of the true cross. Though scams were common, of course. There seems to be quite a few fragments of the true cross floating around. Must have been a very big cross, so dubious on that authenticity. Medieval moralists often warned travellers not to be too credulous of these peddlers, and to keep their pilgrimage more focused on prayer. Nonetheless, most pilgrims did acquire some treasured mementos of their journey, whether purchased or gifted. Finally, they received the official badge of that shrine to add to their collection. Having achieved their spiritual goal, pilgrims faced the prospect of the journey home. Interestingly, some found the return trek easier, buoyed by the elation of fulfillment. Of course, the way back always seems shorter. But others discovered their funds were exhausted, and their bodies, well, they were almost broken. A few never left the holy places. They might join a religious community there, or in some cases, die shortly after accomplishing their life's mission. Most, however, began the long road back with lighter hearts than before. Medieval society held successful pilgrims in high esteem. Back in their hometowns, they were welcomed with celebration and curiosity. Neighbors would gather to hear the tales of distant lands and miracles. Pilgrims often donated their travel-worn cloaks to their local church as a thanks offering, or sewed their collection of badges onto a cape to wear in processions, proudly displaying that proof of their piety. In some communities, returned pilgrims banded together. In the city of Utrecht, for example, a special Brotherhood of Jerusalem Pilgrims was formed. Its members, all of whom had made the journey to the Holy Land, gathered to share their experiences and wore insignia featuring the Holy Sepulchre. Such honors underscored the prestige a successful pilgrimage carried in medieval society. So for the rest of their lives, these men and women could reflect on a rather extraordinary accomplishment. They had seen with their own eyes the sacred places of scripture and legend. In an era when most people never traveled beyond a few days' ride from home, a returned pilgrim was a bearer of wonder, a living link to the wider world and the divine. In completing a pilgrimage, they believed they had not only honored God and the saints, but also transformed themselves. Despite all the trials along the way, or perhaps because of them, the pilgrimage's end brought a profound sense of peace and spiritual renewal. So, the pilgrims of the Middle Ages, they sacrificed comfort, health, and quite often their own lives in pursuit of the holiest goal. They trudged across continents, through mud and dust, braving the storms and bandits, the hunger, the sickness, and the fear. By modern standards, their suffering is pretty difficult to imagine. I mean, think about it. Traveling, even in the modern day, is a little bit frustrating, sometimes a little scary. Imagine back then. Yet for those pilgrims every hardship was imbued with meaning. They believed that each step, each wound and privation, brought them that little bit closer to God and to the salvation of their souls. The harsh realities we have explored, the physical dangers, the exhaustion, the constant uncertainty, well, they only highlight the extraordinary determination of these travelers. The fact that thousands of people of all classes kept undertaking pilgrimages, year after year, well, that speaks to the powerful hold of religious devotion in that era. Reaching a revered place like Rome, Jerusalem, Compostela, was for them worth any cost. Many who returned home did so permanently changed. They carried not only the badges and souvenirs, but also stories of distant lands and perilous adventures that broadened their horizons. In a society where most lives were confined to a small region, a tale of a pilgrim, of the far-off places and miraculous deliverances could both educate and inspire those who stayed behind. So looking back with our modern perspective, I think we can see the medieval pilgrimage as a pretty remarkable phenomenon, one that fostered cultural exchange and resilience, but above all it was a profoundly personal trial. The medieval pilgrim set out in hope and faith, and in facing the brutal trials of the road, they discovered reserves of courage and conviction. So, I think having heard the true accounts of such journeys, of all the poisoned rivers and pirate attacks, we can appreciate the immense courage it took to be a pilgrim in those days. And despite all that suffering, it was a road that thousands were willing to walk, sustained by the hope that at journey's end they would find divine grace, and perhaps a glimpse of heaven on earth. You don't work, you don't eat. And if you don't eat, well, you don't last very long. But when it comes to the medieval menu, what are the options? Of course, in the Middle Ages, food was at the heart of daily life and survival. Yet it differed vastly for people of different stations. So today, we're just going to talk about a more realistic diet of ordinary people in medieval Europe. Peasants, townsfolk, others of modest means, and see how it contrasted with the indulgences of the elite. We're going to center it around England and France and go over to the Holy Roman Empire and Italy a bit later on, and we'll discover what was on the menu for the masses, and a little bit about how seasonal cycles and class shaped the meal. So spend the next hour with me and you can understand it from start to finish. But where are my manners? Let me welcome you to the channel first. If you're a newcomer, good to meet you, and hello to all of those coming back. Why don't you drop a little hello in the comments right before you hit the like and subscribe? It helps us push this out to more people, and perhaps we can conquer the brain rot on this platform. That would be the day. Now, speaking of which, the other unfortunate aspect of this platform is too many damned ads. But that's okay. You don't get them on here. We've turned all of the ads off on every single one of our videos, and that's because we are supported by those on YouTube memberships, the Patreon, the occasional donation, and the merch store, with all of its special goodies. Now, if you want to check that out, go ahead. Other than that, just enjoy the video, tell your friends, and we can all have a big old slumber party and learn something along the way. Now, I've said it once, let's not harp on about it. Introductions out of the way, let's get straight to the history of today. What people ate in medieval times. Let's go. Food in the Middle Ages was not just simple fare. It was a marker of social status. You see, medieval society was strictly hierarchical, and dietary norms mirrored the class structure. The nobility and clergy were accustomed to the finer things in life: white wheaten bread, abundant meats, and a few exotic spices. And then there were the commoners. Well, they ate simpler dishes: dark bread of mixed grains, pottages of vegetables or beans, maybe the occasional sliver of bacon or salted herring, or when you could get it. Contemporary writings and laws reinforce this divide. For example, one 14th century text advises that, quote, refined nobles dined on fresh game, seasoned with exotic spices. Rough labourers could make do with coarse barley bread, salt pork, and beans. Medieval people even believed a lord's stomach was more refined than a peasant's, and thus required more delicate foods, a notion that food had to suit one's social rank. As the middle classes, such as burghers and wealthy peasants, grew richer in the later Middle Ages, they began imitating the aristocratic tastes, surely to some of the upper classes' chagrin. This provoked backlash in the form of sumptuary laws, regulations that forbade commoners from wearing certain fabrics or serving overly lavish banquets. Chroniclers mention literature of the time, warning of the, quote, dangers of a diet inappropriate for one's class. Believe it or not, this kind of snobbery existing, Some laws even went so far as to assign specific animal cuts to each social group. In short... Oh, the cat has just arrived. Sorry if you heard that, I'm sure you don't mind. Come here. There we go. Well, moving on. Some laws went so far as to assign specific animal cuts to each social group, ensuring that a lord enjoyed venison haunch, while the peasant might only just get a bit of tripe. These measures tried to keep the boundaries firm, but they also reveal something quite important. By the 14th and 15th centuries, diet was becoming a status symbol. To have fine white bread or spice-laden stew on your table, well, that signified prosperity. Conversely, eating peasant food, the bean stew or the coarse bread, was seen as humble or even inferior by the elites. And it's kind of ironic too, because in our modern day, the white bread is seen as the cheaper option, whereas if you get the whole grain with all the different little bits and pieces in it, it's seen as a little bit better for you. Perhaps I won't use the word bourgeois when it comes to paying an extra $1 for the special bread, but you know what I'm getting at. Now, in any case, despite all these prejudices, the ordinary people of the Middle Ages were resourceful in making the most of what they had, and recent scholarship suggests that on an average day, the gap in the basic diet between classes was perhaps not as vast as what we might think. Of course, it is easy to imagine kings perpetually feasting on the roasted meats, and the knights just sort of gnawing on those drumsticks, while all the poor little serfs get that thin gruel. Certainly medieval feast descriptions and cookbooks reinforce the image of meat-heavy banquets at noble tables. But modern research provides a bit more nuance. Bioarchaeologists have analyzed isotopes in the bones of early medieval English skeletons across all social classes, from wealthy nobles to modest peasants. And here's the thing. They didn't find a huge disparity in their long-term protein intake. So in other words, noble and peasant skeletons show similar chemical signatures, implying their regular diets were not utterly different in composition. But how could that be? The key is understanding that the lavish all-meat meals recorded in documents were more so occasional feasts. They were not the everyday fare. For example, historians long interpreted medieval royal household lists, such as one famous food list from King Ian of Wessex in the 8th century, as evidence that nobles ate just stupid amounts of meat daily. King Ian's list enumerated provisions for a gathering: hundreds of loaves, 712 grams of meat, and 300 grams of fish per guest. And then there was the cheese, the honey, the ale. It added up to about 4,000 calories per person. In layman's terms, that is a bloody good meal. Probably a quarter of what I ate on Christmas last year. But on closer analysis, scholars like Sam Leggett and Tom Lambert concluded that this was a menu for a grand feast, likely a celebratory outdoor barbecue for hundreds of people, including many common farmers, rather than the king's daily dinner. In fact, they even argue that even kings normally ate a grain-based diet day to day, much like their subjects, and that only on special occasions did they indulge in such massive consumption. The notion of peasants toiling to feed their lords year-round has been reinterpreted somewhat. Instead of a constant drain on the peasants' pantries, these renders likely supplied periodic communal feasts, where peasants themselves may have even joined the party and hosted their king with a bit of pride. Such events, of course, were as much about politics and camaraderie as they were about diet, resembling a modern big community barbecue in scale. There's nothing better than one of them. Thus, between feasting seasons, the everyday diet of a medieval lord might not have been so far removed from that of a commoner. Plenty of bread, porridge, some legumes and vegetables, and only modest portions of meat or fish every now and then. Lords certainly had greater access to quality foods: fine wheaten bread, fresh games or preserved meats, expensive spices, imported wine. But they also had to live in a pre-modern economy, and sometimes things were scarce. And, well, seasonality with things too. You couldn't just throw tomatoes in the greenhouse and have them all year round, couldn't you? Overindulgence in rich foods as well was also viewed with suspicion by medieval physicians and theologians alike, who all preached moderation. In fact, both rich and poor were periodically forced into frugality by the mandates of the church, which forbade meat for about 1/3 of the year. We will have a look at that a little bit later, but first let's look at the foundation of all medieval diets, the daily staples of the common folk. One word: bread, in one form or another. The staff of life in medieval Europe. Kings, knights, monks, peasants, they all loved it. And grain was the primary energy source for the medieval diet too, composing the bulk of calories for rich and poor alike. However, just as in our modern day, not all bread is created equal. The type of bread one ate spoke volumes about social standing and regional agriculture. So let me explain the hierarchy of the breads. After all, it's the yeast I can do. The finest bread was white bread, of course, made from pure wheat flour. This soft, pale loaf, sometimes called manchet in England, by the way, was preferred by the wealthy, and even prescribed by doctors as the healthiest of breads. And by contrast, the peasants often had to bake darker and coarser breads from cheaper grains or mixed flours. Barley, oats, rye, or a combination could go into the dough. A common loaf for French and English peasants was Maslin bread, a mixture of rye and wheat. In 14th century France, most people recorded eating pain de Meslin, that mixed grain bread. In the absence of sufficient grain, virtually anything starchy might find its way into the bread dough. Ground peas, beans, lentils, acorns, even chestnuts. that could stretch out a meager store of flour if you were desperate. Now this could produce loaves that were dense, dark, and sometimes sour. You could certainly tell something was in it that was not ideal. For example, an English ploughman in hard times might bake bread for the bairns of peas and beans, as the poem Piers Plowman describes. So we're literally talking bread made by mixing bean or pea flour with grain. But despite its sometimes poor quality, bread was essential. It was not only a food, but a utensil, the trencher, a slab of coarse bread served as an edible plate for stews and meats at meals. After soaking up the juices, the trencher might be eaten by the diner, or in wealthier houses, given to servants, beggars, or thrown to the dogs. The centrality of bread even led to cultural and religious significance. In Christian liturgy, bread became the symbol of the Eucharist, though there was fierce debate over using leavened versus unleavened bread in communion. Bit of a scandal. Bread shortages could spark unrest, and laws like the Assize of Bread in England regulated its price, weight, and quality, mainly to protect consumers from fraud, ensuring a loaf had a standard size and a set price for a penny, things like this. For peasants, a day's meal invariably included bread in some form. At breakfast, one might have a hunk of yesterday's bread with some ale or watered whey. For the main midday dinner, more bread would accompany the staple dish of pottage. Speaking of pottage, we can't go past medieval food without that. It was a crucial element of the medieval diet for ordinary people. Basically, a one-pot boiled soup or porridge, affordable and filling, and versatile. In the morning, the pot might start with water and some grains. It could have oats, barley, really whatever was on hand. And then you'd add some vegetables as they were gathered from the garden. Pretty much just whatever you wanted. You could be creative with the pottage. As the day went on, the pot simmered and thickened. Families would toss in shreds of greens, roots, peas, and herbs. Maybe a bit of salted bacon or a bone if available to lend a bit of flavor. The result was a hearty mush that could be eaten with a spoon or, of course, leveled out with some bread. Nothing better than a bit of bread with soup. I mean, come on. That's not a historical fact, I'm just commenting. There were innumerable variations of pottage, too. Bean and pea soup, cabbage broth, nettle porridge, barley gruel, it really went on forever. It was rustic fare, sure, but in nutritional terms, not too shabby. It was high in fiber and vitamins compared to the heavily meat-based meals of the affluent when they got them. In fact, modern nutritionalists note that a routine diet of whole-grain bread, legumes, and vegetables, typical for medieval peasants, would have been quite wholesome in many respects, albeit low in fats and often calories. But what about the flavor? Well, to flavor the staple dishes, they relied heavily on salt and herbs. Salt was a precious commodity, of course, often heavily taxed, as in France's gabelle tax, but it was needed in small amounts to season and preserve food. Common herbs like parsley, sage, mustard seed, dill, and garlic grew in kitchen gardens or hedgerows. These provided zest to otherwise bland grains. Mustard could be made into spicy paste, and horseradish or wild herbs might add a bit of a kick to those who were inclined. Those who lived near woodlands could forage for wild mushrooms, nuts and berries to supplement their diet, especially in late summer and autumn. The peasant's ingenuity in finding edibles was vital. For example, acorns from oak trees, after leaching out the tannins, could be ground into a flour in times of grain shortage. Of course, it was also said that hunger is the best cook. And indeed, medieval commoners showed great creativity in making very simple ingredients, at least fairly palatable. But if bread and porridge were the bedrock of nutrition, especially bread, it was literally the plate. Well, vegetables and legumes were the companions that provided flavor, nutrients, and a little bit of variety. And especially for those who couldn't afford to have meat frequently, which was, well, plenty of people. Now, contrary to the misconception that medieval people avoided vegetables, historical evidence shows that vegetables were a staple for peasants, and they were consumed in large quantities. Monastic accounts and peasant inventories alike mentioned gardens brimming with them. In fact, one 16th century German source claims that many peasants ate sauerkraut, which is a fermented cabbage, which I absolutely adore, 3 or 4 times a day, showing once again the importance of vegetables in the lower class diet. Cabbage, in particular, was the hero of the poor man's table. Why? Well, it was easy to cultivate, high-yielding, and storable over winter. Cabbages and their relatives in the brassica family, like kale, collards, and turnips, were common in every region. A medieval garden behind a peasant's hut often featured a cabbage patch. Come harvest time, cabbages could be eaten fresh, or sliced and packed with salt into barrels to ferment into sauerkraut, providing a vitamin C-rich food, whether they knew it or not, that kept through the cold months. So ubiquitous was the cabbage that it became symbolic of peasant fare. Some medieval villages even took on names like the Cabbages, Les Chauds in France, attesting to their prevalence. Well, there is even a rather delightful 15th century illustration in a medieval health handbook called Taquinum Sanitatis that shows a couple happily harvesting giant cabbages in their garden. A pretty familiar scene to millions of ordinary farmers of the Middle Ages. Now, before we move on from cabbages, a quick little joke. Did you hear about the vegetables that got married? There was a huge turn-up at the wedding. Like a turnip. Anyway, besides cabbages, medieval people cultivated and gathered a wide array of leafy greens and root vegetables. Onions and leeks were pretty popular. Indeed, leeks were so commonly grown in Wales and England that they became national symbols. These alliums, as they are called in their classification, were added to most pottages for flavor. Still are. You can't have a soup without leek. Cabbage is pretty good in soup as well. Garlic was another important seasoning. Though its strong aroma marked one as rustic, there's even jokes in literature about nobles sniffing at garlic on peasants' breaths. Carrots and parsnips grew in medieval fields too, though medieval carrots were often purple or yellow, and sometimes were conflated with parsnips, so a little bit of confusion there. Don't mix those two up, you get yourself into real trouble. Well, parsnip, which is a pale and sweet root, was highly regarded. A 14th century household guide, Le Ménagier de Paris, in 1393, even gives pride of place to parsnips in its recipes, implying that they were quite a common ingredient. Turnips and radishes, fast-growing roots, were also widespread. In colder parts of Europe, the turnip, with its later hybrid, the rutabaga or swede, was a key winter vegetable. And just imagine that, being able to have all of those things in winter and they keep, well, you can see how this becomes quite important. Now, legumes, the family of beans, peas, and lentils, were the meat of the poor in terms of protein. Dried peas and beans could be stored year-round and boiled into soups or mashed into pastes. Many medieval people relied on field peas, fava beans, and chickpeas in the south, and various local bean varieties as daily nourishment. A common dish mentioned in medieval records is peas porridge. Now that's not P-E-A-S, it's P-E-A-S-E. Now it is dried peas boiled to a thick gruel, sometimes enriched with a bit of bacon fat. So integral were peas as a crop that they feature in folklore and proverbs. One saying went that a person who had peas, rye bread, bacon, and wine, and no debts, could live contentedly. And yeah, that's fair enough. Definitely the bacon and the wine helps. The proverb does paint a picture of modest prosperity, though. A peasant family with a store of peas, a good loaf of rye, a bit of cured meat, and some wine could feel pretty secure. Peas were also associated with charity, you know. In some towns, hot mashed peas were sold on the street and distributed to the poor outside monasteries, an early form of a soup kitchen, where the currency was just a bowl of mushy peas. They still got them at good fish and chip shops in the UK. Can't go without mushy peas. Come on. Well, other vegetables have been eaten in the Middle Ages. And that includes beets, celery, spinach, artichokes, and gourds. However, some of these were luxuries or maybe regional specialties. Spinach and artichokes, for example, were introduced to Europe through the Islamic world, artichokes via Spain and Sicily around the 14th, 15th century. For most northern peasants, more common greens would be wild nettles, cooked up like spinach or perhaps beet tops. Gourds and squash of old world varieties like bottle gourds were grown and used as both food and vessels, although pumpkins and New World squashes came only after 1492. Medieval texts show an awareness of vegetables, but also interesting class biases against them. Cookbooks of the wealthy rarely list plain vegetable dishes, not because nobles never ate vegetables, but because such simple dishes were considered to be too trivial to record. I mean, let's think about it. Do you have to write down how to boil an egg, or make tea, or make your instant coffee? I mean, it's a very important thing to know how to do, but it's so simple. At least I hope you don't have to write down how to boil an egg. Some people are better at cooking than others. I shouldn't judge. Well, a noble table would have impressive roasts when the time came, and complex spiced sauces. But alongside there might be a basic pottage of herbs or a salad of greens which the cookbook omitted, because it was just common knowledge. Learned physicians and dietitians of the era sometimes cautioned against vegetables for the upper class, labeling them as coarse foods, liable to cause indigestion or gas, and indeed one medical writer warned that beans made people flatulent and thus were unfit for the delicate constitutions. And this reflects Galenic medical theory, which prized balance of the humours. Vegetables were seen as cold and moist, suitable for those doing physical labour, whereas meat and spice were hot and better for the lethargic rich. Needless to say, peasants paid little heed to such theories. They just ate whatever they could, and likely with great relish when fresh produce was at hand. Summer and autumn were times of relative plenty, when gardens and forests provided fresh foods. Winter and early spring, the lean time before the new crops had grown, were a little bit more challenging. This is when preserved foods and stored grains had to carry people through. Well, we'll discuss a little bit about preservation later, but many a medieval villager survived the dull months on a repetitive diet of salted vegetables, dried legumes, and what was left in the root cellar. Wrinkled up turnips, sprouting onions, maybe some stored apples if you had them. Such a diet was pretty monotonous and could lead to nutrient deficiencies and perhaps boredom, but you'd be more worried about scurvy, which could appear after months without fresh greens. which is one reason why early spring weeds like nettles or wild herbs were eagerly gathered and eaten for their vitamins. But overall, though, the ordinary medieval person's diet was heavily plant-based. It might even surprise us to learn that medieval peasants probably ate more vegetables and fiber than many people do today, simply out of necessity and availability. Well, of course, meat was the most prized and costly food category in those times. For the peasantry, meat was not an everyday indulgence. It was eaten sparingly, or on special occasions, and often in forms that stretched it as far as possible, like adding a bit of meat in a stew for flavor. But nevertheless, it was not entirely absent from the common diet. The type and frequency of meat consumption varies across regions and centuries, largely determined by availability, affordability, and law. Now, the quintessential peasant animal was the pig. Domestic pigs were easy to raise. They foraged in the woods or commons for acorns, scraps, and anything edible. And they reproduced quickly. A family might keep a pig or two as a kind of living larder. Pigs required less investment and space than cattle, and even the poorest peasant might fatten a hog to slaughter them in late autumn. Therefore, pork was likely the most common meat for the medieval commoner. When a pig was butchered, every part was used. Fresh pork would be enjoyed in the days after slaughter, and then much of the meat would be salted or smoked, where it would last a few months. Pork could be preserved as bacon, too, sides of pigs cured and hung in the rafters, also as hams or sausages stuffed into cleaned intestines. Even parts we might find unappetizing. The feet, the ears, the tail, the snout, they were all boiled up and roasted. A popular rural dish was black pudding, a kind of blood sausage, made by using the pig's blood with oats and herbs and stuffing it into a casing. I still have it. When you go to get an English breakfast, you ask for a bit of black pudding, and they should give it to you. Any place doing a real English breakfast, as far as I'm concerned, no black pudding, then it's not an English breakfast. It's just breakfast. Anyway, nothing went to waste. So, integral was the pig that towns often allowed pigs to roam the streets and eat the garbage. Though that could be a nuisance as well, medieval records mention fines for wayward pigs, and even a famous case of a sow executed for causing injury to a human. Although we're not going to talk too much about that. Perhaps that's for a future video on evil pigs, perhaps. Despite the legal oddity, these free-ranging pigs were an important source of protein for urban folk who might claim them or buy them at market. Then there was beef. That was less common for a few reasons. Oxen and cows were more valuable as work animals and also for their milk. A farmer was reluctant to slaughter a cow unless it was old or infertile. Cattle also required considerable pasture and feed, and that made them expensive to keep. So while noble estates had beef on the menu with some regularity, peasants ate relatively little of the stuff. When they did consume meat from cattle, it might be an old ox that could no longer plow, or a dairy cow that stopped calving. That meat was likely tough and lean, so it was often salted or slow-cooked in stews. Fresh beef could appear at harvest time or holidays when a community pooled resources to butcher a large animal for a feast, then shared among many families. Otherwise, veal might be available occasionally, and in some regions, like alpine villages, surplus young cattle were slaughtered before winter due to limited fodder, providing a brief glut of beef in the autumn. But of course, this was not the norm. Then there was mutton and lamb. They were fairly common in areas with many sheep, such as parts of Britain, Spain, mountainous regions where sheep husbandry was thriving at the time. Sheep were kept primarily for wool, which was a cash crop, but once a sheep was past prime wool production, well, they would be butchered, without even getting a thank you. Mutton, which is meat from older sheep, is flavorful, but it can be tough. So, again, it's suited to stewing. Now, poor folk might get a bit of mutton from a landlord's flock as part of wages, or maybe even charity. In England, records from monasteries and estates show workers sometimes receiving a ration of mutton or lamb at Easter or harvest feasts. Goat meat was eaten in places like the Alps or the Near East, where goats were common. Goats were multi-purpose animals, you see. Milk, hair, meat, although their meat had a strong taste and not everybody liked it. I love it, though. Goat is great. Now, beyond the barnyard, wild game occasionally supplemented the diet of the commoner. But even this was a bit tricky. You see, the medieval forests, of course, teemed with deer, boar, rabbits, game birds. But they also had hunting laws in much of Europe, which reserved these for the nobility. In feudal England, for instance, royal forest laws strictly forbade peasants from hunting deer or boar, and poaching could be harshly punished. Despite that, stealth hunting and snaring of smaller game surely occurred. A woodsman or a villager might illegally take rabbit or hare, a few wild birds, a fish from a stream to feed his family. Surely one won't hurt. Rabbits were actually a luxury in early medieval England, until they were purposely introduced and bred in the 13th century. Thereafter they became more common, though still often protected in manorial warrens, that is, the enclosed rabbit farms. In southern Europe and the Holy Roman Empire, laws were sometimes looser, and villagers could catch small game or birds. Pigeons and doves were a bit of a grey area. You see, the nobles often kept dovecotes to raise squab for meat, but Freetown pigeons could find their way into a pot. We also have evidence of peasants eating hedgehogs or squirrels on occasion. But, late medieval recipe collections do mention hedgehog, which suggests that in hard times, people were not too picky. There are certainly exotic meats by today's standards, sure, but I don't think you'll find hedgehog in many restaurant menus. However, for the average medieval person, meat was precious, and it wasn't to be wasted on a casual meal. When it was on the menu, it would be on festive days or Sundays. One common practice was to cook meat in a stew or pie to make it stretch. A meat stew could feed a lot of people, especially if thickened with beans and vegetables. Pies, we all know what they are. You could perhaps put mincemeat in it, sauces, maybe more filler. They were popular at all levels of society. The wealthy filled fine pastries with spiced meats, while the poor man's pie might combine a little bacon with onions and chopped greens. Notably, an archaeological study of medieval peasant pottery in England, that is the West Cotton in Northamptonshire, found residues of mutton and beef stews with cabbage and leeks, confirming that such meat and vegetable pottages were staples for peasants, or when they had meat at all. These findings reinforce the written accounts that describe ordinary people as eating stews and boiled meats rather than large roasted joints. Now, then there is the portion size of meat for peasants. That was generally quite small. A family might share a single salted herring or a slice of bacon as seasoning for their whole pot of porridge. And there was also hence the joke about peasant bacon being the flavor in the soup rather than a chunk on the plate. But on special occasions there could be true feasting. A wedding, a saint's day, a successful harvest. Villagers might roast a whole pig, or even an ox on a spit if they had it. Chronicles describe, for example, harvest suppers where the landlord provided a whole ox for tenants, an echo of the ancient communal feasts. Like we're back in good old Göbekli Tepe enjoying ourselves, But one can imagine the excitement and the aroma of a pit roast, which might draw the whole countryside. But aside from these red-letter days, the diet of ordinary people was predominantly plant-based. Not because they wanted it to be, it was just out of necessity. Now, before we move on, after the Black Death, quite interestingly, in the mid-14th century, meat became relatively more accessible to those survivors among the lower classes. The drastic population decline meant that labor was scarce and wages rose, so also there was fewer mouths to feed, more land available for pasture. Historical studies note that in the later 14th and 15th centuries, the common folk in some areas started consuming more meat than before. Meat prices dropped relative to earnings, and peasants could occasionally afford beef or mutton that had once been out of reach to them. Every cloud has a silver lining, I suppose. A significant social shift, a grim benefit, wrestled from the tragedy of the plague years. Well, we can't skip over the influence of the church in what people ate and when they ate it. In medieval Christendom, religious rules about fasting and abstinence cast a shadow over daily meals, and that was for rich and poor alike. The church designated certain days and seasons when eating meat and even a few other animal products were not allowed, forbidden as an act of penance or a spiritual discipline. For ordinary people, these rules often meant enforced periods of vegetarian or at least a pescatarian diet, which coincided, perhaps not coincidentally, with times of the year when meat was scarce or needed to be conserved. Fridays were universally meatless in medieval Christian Canada, a tradition that survives in some form to this day. In addition, the lengthy season of Lent, 40 days before Easter, and the shorter Advent fast before Christmas were times of abstaining from flesh meats. Medieval Christians typically were expected to avoid meat of four-footed animals on fast days, which included mammals and birds. In stricter interpretations, all animal products were banned, so that means no meat, no eggs, no butter, no cheese. What's left after that, huh? Not much. Well, in any case, it essentially forced everyone, for about a third of the year, to rely on plant-based foods and fish for protein. Monastic communities had even stricter rules. The rule of St. Benedict, guiding principle for Western monks since the 6th century, outright prohibited monks from eating four-legged animal meat, except in the cases of illness, which, well, that's a bit of a different situation. Monks got their protein from fish and legumes instead, and many monasteries never tasted red meat for centuries. As for the lay people, the rules were sometimes eased, but the ideal remained. Fasting was good for the soul. So what did ordinary folks do on those pescatarian days, or vegetarian ones? Of course, for the pescatarian side of it, they turned to the rivers, the lakes, and the seas. Fish, whether they be fresh, dried, or salted, became the meat of the fast. In coastal communities, fish was already a staple, but even far inland, a network of medieval trade brought preserved fish to markets. The North and Baltic Seas herring fisheries were booming by the 13th century, largely because demand for fish on fast days was so high. Herring was caught in enormous quantities, salted in equally enormous barrels, and shipped all over Europe by traders, notably the Hanseatic League merchants, by the way. Video on them soon, quite interesting. Meanwhile, the Atlantic yielded cod, which was often dried into stock fish, basically stiff, board-like dried cod that could last for months. and had to be laboriously soaked and pounded pounded to rehydrate rather before cooking. Stockfish and salted herring were relatively cheap and became common fare for peasants during Lent or on Fridays. Though, of course, cheap is relative. Fish could still cost more than equivalent meat in some regions, but that's all going to depend on, 1, the person's economic status, and 2, their geographic location. Closer to the sea, closer to rivers, well, it's going to be cheaper. Poor folk who live by streams might catch their own freshwater fish like trout, carp, eels, or even tiny minnows to fry for fast-day meals. In fact, eels were extremely popular in medieval England. Eels from rivers and ponds were so commonly eaten that some rents were paid in thousands of eels, and eel pies or stews were a known dish among all classes. Beyond fish, other water creatures were fair game on fast days. To the medieval mind, with a bit of humor and ingenuity, they classified some unlikely animals as fish to skirt the no-meat rule. Because the fast was defined in terms of abstaining from warm-blooded flesh, any cold-blooded aquatic creature was allowed, and this included not just fish and shellfish, but also whales, porpoises, and even beavers. The logic for beavers was that these semi-aquatic rodents, and they are classified as so, have scaly tails and live partly in the water. So the tail at least was argued to be fish-like. Interesting how they get around that rule. Records show that beaver tails were indeed eaten on fast days in some regions. Similarly, the barnacle goose, a species of wild goose, was subject to one of medieval nature's oddest misconceptions. People believed barnacle geese spontaneously grew from barnacles on driftwood, since no one had seen them nest. It was thought they didn't lay any eggs like ordinary birds. Therefore, by this legend, barnacle geese were not born of flesh and could be seen as fish, and then it was okay to eat them. Some clerics accepted the reasoning too, and barnacle geese appeared on Lenten tables in certain places until the church officially figured out what was going on and quickly put a stop to it, ruining the fun for everyone. Pope Innocent III in 1215 declared that, no, a goose is a goose and has to be treated as such. So the days of delicious goose dinners during Lent came to an end. But dry your tears. There were plenty of permissible foods for fast days beside this. All manner of seafood, plus eggs and dairy in milder fasts, except in the strictest observances, like during Lent when even those were often prohibited. To replace milk, cooks for the wealthy devised creative substitutes like almond milk, a plant-based milk made by grinding almonds with water, which became a staple in medieval cooking, especially on fish days, for making creamy sauces and soups without dairy. But it's just not quite the same. Anyway, poor folk might not afford almonds, as they were imported and, yes, quite pricey. So they likely did without milk at all, or used diluted wine or broth in cooking. Olive oil was another key ingredient in southern Europe for cooking on fast days, when lard or butter were not allowed. In the north, where olive oil was rare and expensive, people turned to poppy seed oil, nut oils, or simply boiled and baked foods rather than frying. The church's fasting rules effectively meant that even a peasant who might have only occasionally eaten meat anyway now had to be careful not to eat it at all on many days. This could make an already sparse diet even more austere. There was grumbling. Many a letter or chronicle notes how people and even kings complained about the long, meatless period of Lent. Certainly a joyless time. One humorous warning survives from medieval England, advising farmers to guard their livestock from desperate dogs during Lent because dogs, too, were fed only fish scraps, and were apparently not very pleased about that. Human nature found ways to cheat. If one could afford, there were illusion foods. Clever medieval cooks made fish look like venison, or crafted fake eggs out of fish roe and almond milk, just to give the sense of forbidden flavors. But such playfulness was mostly for the rich. The poor simply just had to endure the season with their peas and their cabbages, certainly with a side of stoic resignation. Interestingly, the church recognized that not everyone could perform manual labor on meager turnip soup. Turns out taking in 200 calories of that doesn't give you much energy. Local priests often gave dispensations or leniency to workers during planting or harvest. The influential theologian Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century even opined that groups such as laborers, travelers, and the very poor in need could be excused from strict fasting, as their health and their hefty work schedule demanded sufficient nourishment. You can't do what they do on an empty stomach. And this is a practical approach too, and it shows that while ideology urged this idyllic asceticism, reality sometimes required bending the rules. In monasteries, a special room called the Misericorde existed where monks who were exempt, say due to illness or other reasons, could quietly sneak in a bit of meat during fast days without breaking the communal rule, effectively a sanctioned loophole. But for the everyday medieval person, fasting and feasting created a kind of rhythm. Times of lean eating, whether for religious reasons or due to seasonal shortages, would be followed by feast days when richer foods reappeared. This rhythm was woven into the calendar, but also the very psychology of the Middle Ages. It also meant that when a feast arrived, Easter after Lent or Christmas after Advent, even the poor might have a chance to celebrate with some meat, and rich pudding even, making the contrast all the more sweet. As we all know, the hungrier you get, the better it tastes. Of course, if meat was scarce, one way medieval people compensated was relying on dairy. Milk from cows, goats, or sheep was a source of protein and fats. However, the way people used dairy then was quite different from today. Fresh milk was not actually a common beverage for adults in medieval Europe. Without refrigeration, milk straight from the cow spoiled within hours, especially in warm climates. It was chiefly drunk fresh by children or the sick, or the very poor who had no means to process it. More often, milk was immediately transformed into products with a longer shelf life. Butter and cheese, that is. It was said that cheese and butter were the white meats of the poor. This phrase encapsulates how vital dairy really was to those who couldn't afford animal products of the more fleshy variety regularly. Cheese in particular could supply protein and calories, as much as meat does. Butter was the other important dairy product, especially in northern Europe. It could be made by anyone with a cow, churning the cream from milk, and it served both as food and a cooking fat. In regions like Scandinavia, the Low Countries, and Ireland, butter consumption was significant. By the 12th century, areas with a dairy surplus, like Ireland or the Netherlands, even traded butter abroad. Wooden barrels of salted butter were exported to cities where local production did not meet demand. For the poor, butter was a high-priced, high-calorie spread for bread or an ingredient in porridge. It was also a substitute for lard during fast days in northern countries, when lard, that is pork fat, was forbidden, Some church rules allowed butter if one made a token donation or obtained dispensation. Funny how money talks when it's that sort of thing. In more southerly Mediterranean climates, olive oil took place of butter and lard in the kitchen. But in a medieval English peasant's kitchen, you would find a ceramic butter churn, or a skin bag for shaking cream into butter. These also came in many forms. Hard, aged cheeses could last many months, good for long-term storage and travel. And fresh, soft cheeses had to be eaten quite quickly. Whey cheeses like ricotta, made from the whey left after curdling casein out of milk, that is, were quite common in Italy. Actually, ricotta's name actually means a re-cooked, describing how whey is boiled to get the remaining proteins to coagulate. Medieval households that made butter would use the leftover buttermilk, the liquid after churning, that is, as a low-fat sour drink or in cooking. Remember, they hated wasting any bit of nutrition. Buttermilk and whey might even be the only dairy poorer folk consumed daily, since the cream and curds might be sold or saved for special occasions. But here's another aspect of medieval dairy: its intersection with religion and monastic life. Monasteries were centers of cheese production. Many famous cheeses, like Port Salut or various Swiss mountain cheeses, actually originated in monasteries. Monks and nuns developed cheese not just for their own consumption, but also as trade goods to support their communities. Within dietary restrictions, cheese and dairy were usually allowed, except in the strictest fasts. Some hardline ascetics avoided them, but generally the church viewed dairy as acceptable abstinence food, since it was not the flesh of animals. This made cheese even more valuable as a protein source during Lent or on Fridays. For ordinary people, a Lenten dish might be a pottage of peas cooked in milk, if milk was allowed, or a piece of bread with some fresh cheese and a drizzle of honey. Medieval medical theory had mixed opinions on dairy. While today we consider milk pretty wholesome, depending on who you ask, I drink it all the time. Medieval scholars warned that milk could spoil in the stomach if it was not digested properly, and that too much dairy, especially in adults, could produce phlegm. In their humor theory, milk was cold and moist. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess and healer, for instance, recommended caution with raw milk, and thought too much cow's milk might cause imbalances, preferring goat's milk for the sick. And goat's milk is pretty good if you've not tried it. However, these learned concerns did not stop the average person from enjoying dairy in practice. Usually health warnings don't do much to prevent that. Medieval people were often as concerned with what they drank as what they ate. In an age before water treatment and with little understanding of waterborne diseases, plain water was viewed with suspicion in many communities. The problem was it could be contaminated from human and animal activity, and indeed medieval towns were prone to water that today we would consider unsafe. While people certainly did drink water from wells and springs, especially in rural areas where the water was fresh, the common choice for everyday hydration in much of Europe was fermented beverages, namely ale or beer in the north and wine in the south. These drinks had mild alcohol content, which helped keep them more sterile than raw water, and they provided additional calories too. For ordinary folk in England, Scandinavia, the Low Countries, and northern Germany, ale, an unhopped beer, was truly the drink of the masses. A saying from later medieval Poland claims peasants drank up to 3 liters of beer a day, a believable figure when you consider that they drank it with every meal, from breakfast to supper. But this was not the modern double IPA they were swigging, however. Much of the beer was called small beer, a low alcohol brew, maybe 1 to 2% in volume, produced from the second runnings of the malt. But in any case, it was safer than water, and provided a bit of nutrition from the grains. Even children would drink weak ale. In fact, 17th century philosopher John Locke once quipped that the only proper beverage for kids was small beer, as it was safer than exposing them to potentially tainted water or strong spirits. Brewing was often a domestic chore. Many peasant housewives and alewives regularly brewed ale in small batches for household use. The main ingredients, barley or oats, yeast and water, were readily available after the harvest. But there was a catch. Medieval ale had no hops, until at least the Middle Ages, the later period of the Middle Ages, so it would spoil quite quickly. You had to drink it quick, within a few days of brewing, before it turned sour, and this meant a continuous cycle of brewing was needed to keep the ale flowing. By the High Middle Ages, that's the 13th to 15th century, hopped beer in Germany spread around. Hops acted as a preservative and flavoring, allowing beer to last longer and be transported. At first, the English and French were suspicious of this new-fangled beer, but by the late medieval period, it gained quite a bit of popularity, especially in towns where commercial breweries took over production from individual households. In any case, the average person in medieval northern Europe drank a remarkable quantity of ale or beer annually. Estimates range from 200 to 300 litres per person in a year in England and the Low Countries. This was not all inebriation, as much of it was the mild small beer, but those figures indicate how central beer was to a caloric intake. I suppose we could call it liquid bread, especially the beer variety. We've talked about beer in a few of the more ancient videos where it was more like almost halfway between beer and a porridge. There was a lot going on there. It didn't look too appetizing, but nutrition concerns, they take priority. Now, where wine and, in southern Europe, Italy, Spain, and the Mediterranean coast, wine was the equivalent daily drink. Wine was more widely available there because grapes grew well in the climate. Peasants in wine regions often had a small vineyard or a share in one, producing a coarse local wine for their own table. This was not the aged fine wine of aristocrats, though, but more of a young and sometimes watered-down beverage. It was common to dilute wine with water, just like the Romans did back in the day. One, to stretch it, and two, to cut the strength for casual drinking. Like ale in the north, wine in the south was consumed by all ages in moderation throughout the day. In regions of France and the Rhineland, even some peasants might prefer wine if they lived by vineyards, whereas north of that, wine became a costly import and was reserved for wealthier folks, or perhaps special occasions. Where wine and beer was less available, people made do with other fermented drinks. Cider, fermented apple juice, that is, that was popular in apple-growing regions like Normandy and parts of England, especially the West Country. Cider provided a mildly alcoholic drink when barley for ale was scarce. Perry, fermented pear juice, was a variant of of alcohol that was made in some areas with lots of pear orchards. In the north and east, mead, fermented honey water, was known since ancient times. But honey was expensive, so mead was probably a rarer treat, except among beekeepers. Of course, they'd have plenty of honey to go around, certainly. But despite the prevalence of fermented drinks, Water was not entirely shunned. People knew the difference between clean and dirty water sources to some extent. Many villages sprang up around springs, or had wells and recognized good-tasting water. Monasteries were also diligent about finding pure water sources for their complex. The Cistercians, for instance, always built near running water for cleanliness. Boiling water, as done in brewing, certainly helped medieval people avoid some diseases, though they didn't realize that microbes were the reason. They just knew that ale kept you healthy and water would make you ill. I suppose there's a logic to it. Thus, the medieval labourer's lunch might consist of a hunk of bread, a bit of cheese or onion, and a large jug of ale. A peasant in France equivalent might be bread, some curds, and diluted wine. To the modernized, the alcohol consumption would be staggering, but remember, it was mostly low volume and pretty spread out. On feast days or holidays, they certainly drank stronger drinks and plenty of them. Medieval accounts are full of complaints about drunkenness at festivals, and taverns did a brisk business at serving strong ale or fine wines to those who could pay the cost. But for the day-to-day hydration, these mild alcoholic drinks were pretty much a necessity. They also provided important calories. A liter of small beer could give perhaps 300 to 500 calories, and the B vitamins you get from brewing yeast, which actually helped sustain heavy workers. So there you go. But it's in this context that drunkenness was both a moral concern and a practical hazard. Yet to some extent, being a bit merry with a drink was a feature of community life. A good harvest might be celebrated by tapping an extra cask. A barn raising or communal work would end with a shared ale, provided by the host. So drinking was kind of like a social glue. Tea, coffee, and most distilled liquors were pretty much unknown in the medieval period, at least in Europe. Distillation of alcohol existed by the late Middle Ages, but distilled spirits were initially used medicinally, not as common drinks. So, in the absence of those, ale, wine, and water, if you could get clean water, were pretty much the trifecta. The everyday reliance on ale and wine likely meant that medieval folk had a slight beer buzz as a constant companion. Not truly intoxicated, but the concept of complete sobriety might have been rare during waking hours. Perhaps this helped dull some of the pains of medieval life. Certainly wouldn't hurt. In any case, it was simply safer to trust a cup of ale or diluted wine than a cup of unboiled water from the village stream where the cattle drank, and where the cattle did everything else. Of course, while we have focused on typical daily fare, it's important to acknowledge the dramatic heights and lows that punctuated the medieval food history. Feasts in the Middle Ages were communal by nature. For peasants, the church calendar provided numerous feast days, literal festival days, when work was suspended, and people celebrated saints or holy events. Weddings, baptisms, and village saints' days were other opportunities for a good meal. Typically, a feast in a rural village meant pooling resources. One household might slaughter a pig and invite neighbors. Each guest might bring something, like some bread, cheese, or a jug of ale. The resulting feast could be modest or hearty, depending on circumstances of the guests. Harvest festival around late August or September was often the biggest one. The hard work all done, communities thanking God with feasting, sometimes with the landlord's sponsorship. A contemporary account from an English manor in the 14th century describes an autumn feast where tenants were given freshly baked bread, a stew of beef and garden vegetables, and unlimited ale, a rare chance to eat meat until full, and to drink to one's content. Likewise, church feasts, like Christmas and Easter, were times of somewhat better eating for all. It was customary for lords to dispense charity food on major feasts. A nobleman might distribute roasted meat or meat pies to villagers on Christmas, or an abbey might give out extra loaves and ale to the poor at Easter. Noble feasts, of course, could be dramatically elaborate, multi-course banquets with visual spectacle, like peacocks redressed in their feathers or pies that released live birds. While ordinary people didn't emulate these outlandish displays, they certainly heard about them, or even witnessed them if they served in a great house. And the stories likely filtered back home, fueling imaginations, perhaps a little bit of envy. But peasants had their own homely versions. A well-stewed joint of pork, heavily peppered and garlic seasoned, or a pie with ground pork, eggs, and parsley. Things like that could feel like a luxury in a land of everyday greens and grains. But then there's the flip side. Medieval Europe was periodically struck by crop failures and famine. And when famine came, it could be devastating, more deadly to the masses than any battle. The most famous was the Great Famine of 1315 to 17, which affected much of northern Europe. Unceasing rains led to ruined harvests. Grain stores molded, fields became quagmires, and food prices skyrocketed beyond what any poor laborer could afford. Chroniclers describe harrowing scenes during that famine, people reduced to eating nuts, roots, grasses, even bark, stripped from trees. Indeed, references to making bark bread appear, mixing powdered tree bark, etc., pine or birch, with a little bit of flour to bake something, anything, to fill the stomach. In parts of Scandinavia and Russia, bark bread and moss cakes were traditionally last resorts in famine years well into the 19th century. So it's likely medieval folk did the same when the grain ran out. During extreme famine, normally inedible or taboo things were eaten. Horses, dogs, or cats. The very animals that people relied upon or lived with could end up in the cookpot. There are accounts, perhaps exaggerated, of starvation so dire that cannibalism was rumored, or even parents abandoning children to fend for themselves when there was simply no food left. Even if these were worst-case scenarios, they show how terrifying famine could be. In 1316, even King Edward II of England struggled to find bread for his household at one point. Shows how widespread the shortage was. I mean, if the king can't get it, what hope does everybody else have? But for the ordinary person, famine certainly meant immense suffering. Many died of hunger, or at least hunger-related diseases. And those who survived might have had long-term health impacts from malnutrition. After the Great Famine came the Black Death of 1347. Thought it was all over, and then it just got worse. It's little wonder that the medieval art and literature replete with images of the Wheel of Fortune, one moment at the top, feasting, the next moment crushed at the bottom, starving. I suppose the precariousness of it was just a fact of life. But not every year was a famine year. Medieval peasants learned to cope with smaller shortages through social networks and ingenuity. They might forage more wild food, nuts in the woods, acorns, chestnuts, hazelnuts, wild fruits and berries, edible wild leaves and roots like wild carrots and burdock. They could slaughter a livestock animal early, rather than see it starve in winter. Better to salt the meat while the animal still had some fat. Villages and small towns had some concept of shared risk. The better off might loan or give grain to the worse off, sometimes enforced by village councils or church pressure to be charitable. Also, certain foods were saved for emergencies. One medieval writer notes that the poor know which weeds and uncommon plants can be eaten when the proper crops fail. Even famine foods like nettles or lichen, or the inner bark of trees, were given a grim wisdom passed down through generations who had faced those very hard times. The spectre of famine also influenced the medieval mentality about waste and conservation. Waste not was not just a proverb, but a daily reminder. Leftovers were reused relentlessly. Yesterday's stale bread became tomorrow's trenchers, or was added to boil into a mush. Bones were reboiled for soup until they gave nothing more. Prosperity, in medieval terms, often meant having a surplus, a few extra sacks of grain safely stored, or a cellar with salted fish that could carry you through a bad season. For a peasant family, a good year's harvest that produced surplus grain could allow them to brew more ale, or sell some to buy a sturdier plough. In short, to buffer themselves against future bad years. But in any case, that is the end of our video for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. Made me a little bit hungry. I don't think you'll find me having the pottage, though, with onions. Though a bowl of oatmeal's not too bad. In any case, it's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? Let's read the list of patrons and YouTube members, keeping everything ad-free, shall we? Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Cuckoo Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Nephthys, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Venita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, David, Jennifer, Brittany, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, Katie P, Lovely, Poma, where are we? Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Tivolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Wolfsbane, Dude, Brinny, Aiden, Fabian, Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, Indian Trail, Catherine, Alexa, Big Gun, 101, Brandy, Bestie Hun, Stevie, Jessica, Scott, Gale, Emily, Jade, Jake, Demon's Toe, Mason, John, Magenta, Dumpster, Tracy, Mossy Frog, Catherine, Ezio's Art, Autumn, Monica, Jennifer, White Rags, Gertrude, Rose, Formal Horse, Sandpiper, Mike, Darth Mel, Daryl, Michelle, Ezio, Melissa, Joy, Jennifer, Lindsay, Leah, Jax, Chayla, DRD, Nyan Binary, Skull Kid, Max, Virginiast, Tater, Tessa, Kyrene, Debbie, Chadwick, Catherine, Lily, Foodie, Scariness, Haldor, Last Hurrah, Heather, and Lindsay. Thank you very much, and if you'd like to become part of that distinguished team, you need only navigate to the pinned comment and video description. You'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. In any case, good night, everyone. I'll see you next time.